1. What it takes to create human thought. The creation of perception, color. In the Marx Brothers movie Duck Soup, Chico Marx, imitating Groucho's outrageousness, says, "Are you gonna believe me or your own eyes?" It is usually assumed that what you see is what there is, that seeing is believing. But the science of the neural mind tells us otherwise, that much of what we see, hear, and feel is not out there in the external world but instead is created by the body and brain, even the most elementary properties of physical objects. The neuroscience evidence is clear. In many cases, your lying eyes are what you believe. There is no color in the world. For some people, it comes as a shock to learn that there is no color in the world, no green in grass, no red in blood, no blue in the sky or the sea, no yellow in the sun or moon. None. Color is not out there, independent of beings experiencing the world. Yes, we see beautiful sunsets, roses, great paintings, and parrots all in color. Yet, the color we see in them is not what is there. In themselves, they have no color. Objects in the world reflect and absorb combinations of wavelengths of light, but wavelengths are not colors. And we don't see individual wavelengths. We see colors, whole ranges of colors in a continuity of shades, but they're not there, however beautiful, enjoyable, and awe-inspiring they are. Here's how it works. Our bodies and brains create the beauty of color. Color is created within you from the interaction of 2 factors in the world and 3 factors in our bodies. The external factors are 1, reflected wavelengths of light each with a corresponding intensity, and 2, nearby lighting. The internal factors are 1, color cones in the retina, 2, retinal ganglion cells comparing the outputs of the color cones and extending from the cones to the brain, and 3, neural circuitry connected to the ganglion cells. The color cone classes are called L, M, and S because their peak outputs lie in the long minus, middle minus, and short wavelength regions of the visible spectrum. Retinal ganglion cells have what are called opposed responses to cone types. The term opposition is defined as increased firing to an increase in activation of one cone type on response, and to a decrease in activation of a different cone type off response. There are 4 varieties of such opponent retinal ganglion cells: L-on/M off, M-on/L off, S-on/L plus M off, and L plus M-on/S off. Adding to the complexity are differences in the sizes and time courses of the receptive fields of on cells. 1. Without retinal color cones, ganglion cells, and connected neural circuitry in the brain, there would be no color. Color categories, words, and inferences. A color category that we see covers a range of shades of a color. The green category, for example, covers the range of shades of green fading off to yellow on one side in the spectrum and blue on the other side. Basic color terms such as red, green, and blue name whole categories of shades of color that we see and take as being out there in the world. Basic color categories have names such as red, blue, green, purple, and so on. We can reason with them. If an object is red, it is not green. How do shades of color arise for us? How can we see what is not there? The neurophysiology of color. Each color cone in the retina varies in the degree to which it reacts to given wavelengths. As wavelengths increase, a given color cone reacts more strongly, sends out stronger electrical signals, up to a maximum point, and then, as wavelengths keep increasing, decreases in the signals it sends out. Each color cone, because of its chemical makeup, reacts in this way to different ranges of wavelengths, short, medium, and long. Each object usually reflects not just one wavelength of light but multiple wavelengths. Each color cone reacts to a different degree to each reflected wavelength. The combination of color cones and neural circuitry creates different shades of color for different combinations of wavelengths. There are millions of shades of color that our embodied brains create. They allow us to distinguish objects from one another partly by their shades of color, that is, on the basis of differences in the combinations of their reflected wavelengths of light. This is an evolutionarily useful ability for animals living in the world to have. The point, our color cones and neural circuitry create color ranges and color categories in us from wavelengths of light out there in the world. But those colors are not out there in the world independent of us. Do our eyes and brains create colors in all of us in the same way? No. Color cones are not all the same. Their chemistry is linked in a complex way to X chromosomes. Generally, men have one X chromosome and women have two X chromosomes. Some chromosomal variations lead to defects in color vision, various forms of color blindness, the inability to see the full range of colors that normal people see. Other chromosomal variations lead to forms of color vision in which the responses of one or more color cones will be in a different place in the spectrum, with peak responses and other responses at different wavelengths. What this means is that many people actually see different colors. And on the whole, women are more sensitive than men in their ability to see color differences. When two people differ in their color cone composition, there is a good probability that they will actually see different colors for the same object in a given situation. Many of us have had disagreements with a member of the opposite sex on whether a color is, say, blue or green, red or orange or brown, black or navy, and so on. This can result in arguments in which each assumes that the other is just mistaken. But the fact is that both may be right, that is, that they see the same object as having different colors because they have somewhat different color cones in their retinas. Some women even have 4 color cones. They are called tetrachromates. In principle, a fourth kind of color cone ought to allow one to see, that is, create, a range of color shades that the rest of us are blind to. Researchers studying tetrachromates vary in their findings. Most have found little or no measurable effect of the fourth kind of color cone. Others have found measurable effects, that is, a small percentage of people who can see a range of colors the rest of us cannot. Research in such areas of color vision is ongoing, and there is no general agreement on tetrachromates. Of course, different organisms may perceive color in completely different ways as well. For us as humans, light intensity and brightness are required to activate the cones, so we find it hard to see color in the dark. Several species of fish have highly sensitive cones that allow for fine-grained color perception without any light. In addition, humans may have a much less developed color vision system than many bird species. For example, scientists at Princeton University have discovered that hummingbirds, which are tetrachromates, may perceive an astonishing range of colors including combinations of short and long wavelengths called non-spectral colors. For humans, purple is the only example of a non-spectral color combining red, short, and blue, long, but not green, medium wavelengths. 2. We apply words such as blue and green to color categories consisting of a range of shades. The meaning of each word for us is the color category that we happen to see. Thus, the meanings of color words are influenced by 3 factors. 1. The wavelengths that a given object reflects, what's in the world. 2. The composition of the color cones in your retina, what's in your body. 3. The embodied neural circuitry that connects your brain to your color cones. What we see here are the 3 basic kinds of embodiment. 1. Bodily interactions in the world, we interact with objects. 2. The nature of bodies, we have color cones. 3. Embodied circuitry, which links the neural system to the color cones. These forms of embodiment result in color categories. Categories that are part of thought, words for color categories, language expressing thought, and reasoning in terms of color category structure. A typical form of reasoning about color might come, for example, in discussing with another person how to paint a room in your house. That's too light, too close to pink, we need a deeper red but not blood red. But won't that red clash with orange? If the two of you see the same object as having different colors, you may have different senses of what colors will clash. Do color names matter? Paul K. and Willett Kempton 1984 asked whether having a name for a color category changes one's perception of the color. The Tarahumara language has no color term distinguishing green from blue, while English does. K. and Kempton showed experimentally that it does matter. In the experiment, English speakers were able to make color distinctions that Tarahumara speakers could not make. Lara Boroditsky 2009 asked a similar question about English and Russian speakers. The situation is opposite from that comparing English and Tarahumara. Russian has separate color terms for light blue, goluboy, and dark blue, sini, while English has only blue. Boroditsky showed that Russian speakers could make color distinctions that English speakers could not. And Russian speakers have no general color category for what English speakers call blue. A more dramatic result came from Aubrey Gilbert, Terry Regier, Paul K., and Richard Ivory 2005. Inspired by the K. Kempton finding, they tested the making of color distinctions in the right side of a person's visual field versus the left side. The right visual field is connected to the left hemisphere of the brain, which makes language distinctions. English speakers can perform reaction time color experiments faster in the right visual field, seen with the aid of language, than in the left visual field. It is not merely the case that language affects color perception, nor is it merely the case that color is created by color cones and the brain. What is remarkable is that we create and use the color categories that we see differently, depending on which hemisphere of the brain is being used. 3. Color perception is not wavelength detection. Philosophers might be tempted to say that we can keep the idea that words just fit the world as it is, provided that we redefine what we mean by color, that is, that a particular color is just a combination of reflected wavelengths of light waves in the world and that the meaning of color terms is just some combination of isolated wavelengths. Since we do not see the separate individual wavelengths, it would be hard to make a case for such a proposal. Actually, any such case would fail. Consider the color wheel, Figure 1. Note that we perceive red, top right, next to violet, top left moving clockwise. The sequence is red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. Figure 1. The color wheel shows the different colors and their closeness to each other in our perception. Note that the perceptual neighborhood of an individual color does not correspond in any direct way to the closeness in the wavelengths that characterize that color. A high-resolution color figure can be seen at. Now, consider the wavelength ranges of the perceived colors, Table 1. If what we call colors were just their wavelength intensity ranges, colors we perceive as adjacent on the color wheel should be made up of adjacent wavelength intensity pairs. But they do not in the case of red and violet. Our brains appear to bend the wavelength sequence, making red about 635 to 750 nanometers, adjacent to violet about 400 to 450 nanometers. The colors we see as adjacent on the color wheel do not all correspond to adjacent wavelengths in the world. Table 1. The colors of the visible light spectrum. Color. Wavelength interval. Frequency interval. Red. 700 to 635 nanometers. 430–480 terahertz. Orange. 635 to 590 nanometers. 480–510 terahertz. Yellow. 590 to 560 nanometers. 510–540 terahertz. Green. 560 to 520 nanometers. 540–580 terahertz. Cyan. 520 to 490 nanometers. 580–610 terahertz. Blue. 490 to 450 nanometers. 610–670 terahertz. Violet. 450 to 400 nanometers. 670–750 terahertz. Note: nm equals nanometer, thc equals terahertz. A possible explanation of this color wheel comes from Paulus and Kroger, Paulus 1983. The authors argue that the fundamental colors are estimated to be supersaturated violet, yellow-green and yellow-red P529. This would yield a color wheel as we see it with no bending. The takeaway. The science of color shows that there is much more to embodiment than the oversimplified view that considers the brain as merely perceiving and acting upon what is out there. The beautiful colors that we see in the world are not out there. We create them, but not out of nothing. We create them out of combinations of reflected wavelengths, which are there. But we don't see wavelengths. We see color. And adjacent colors that we see may not correspond to adjacent wavelengths. In addition, not all of us see the same colors, since color cones vary in how they work depending on our X chromosomes. Since women tend to have 2 X chromosomes and men tend to have 1 X chromosome, it is common for men and women to see different colors in the same scene. In gender-based disputes over whether an object is green or blue or is brown or orange, both can be right because a man and a woman may see different colors in the same scene. Color cone differences can lead to differences of vision, to seeing different colors. And words for color matter in making fine color distinctions, but only in the left hemisphere, i.e., the right visual field. In short, in the case of color, our bodies create what we see, categorize, name, and understand, and we do so differently based on our physical differences. What are ideas? We see colors that are not there in the world external to our bodies, that are created by our bodies and brains from things that are there but that we cannot see, the wavelengths and intensities of light reflected by objects. It takes color cones, ganglion cells, and neural circuitry to turn wavelengths with intensities into colors. Like colors, ideas are not physical entities in the world. We have ideas of things in the world, ideas of trees and other plants, of animals, of mountains and rivers, of man-made artifacts such as houses and chairs, and of non-physical entities such as institutions, numbers, emotions, and decisions. But although houses and rivers are physical, ideas of houses and rivers are not. You can live in a house but not in the idea of a house. You can swim in a river but not in the idea of a river. The idea of a river will not get you wet. You can communicate ideas, but ideas don't move through the air. There are no physical entities called memes that float like viruses from person to person and country to country. When you give someone an idea, you still have it. Ideas are created by our bodies and brains and are constituted by our neural circuitry. Because we have no conscious access to our neural circuitry, most ideas are unconscious, with estimates ranging up to 98% of thought being unconscious and only about 2% of thought being conscious. Estimates differ, but in our experience this seems a reasonable ballpark estimate. This book asks how ideas can be constituted by neural circuitry. In other words, how can we get ideas out of neurons, which are physical cells, living biological entities that function via electrochemistry? How can physical entities such as neurons create non-physical ideas? And what is the role of the brain in communication? That is, how can the brain of one person reproduce the ideas in the brain of another person? These questions pose the central challenge of this book. Addressing such a challenge will require us to examine and integrate converging evidence from many of the cognitive and brain sciences. Idea basics. Let's start with a short first pass on what has been discovered in one branch of the cognitive and brain sciences, namely cognitive linguistics, which is about the nature of ideas. More details will be added in Chapter 2. Here are the elements of ideas. Primary ideas, embodied schemas that arise naturally and are shared by people throughout the world, for example, schemas for up and down, near and far, and in and out. Such primary embodied schemas are used both in structuring perception and in reasoning. Conceptual frames, mental structures for understanding circumscribed experiences and types of entities in terms of a whole structure, its parts, the relationships among the parts, and the relationships with other frames. Consider, for example, the shovel frame, which includes both the concept of a physical shovel and concepts for the uses of a shovel such as digging and shoveling. Conceptual metaphors, mappings from frame to frame that allow one to conceptualize one frame in terms of another frame of a different kind. Conceptual metaphors tend to preserve the primary ideas of the source frame in the mapping to the target frame. For example, a politician in a political party is not physically in a physical container. Rather, a political party is metaphorically conceptualized as a container for its members. Conceptual integration, a mental mechanism for combining ideas, avoiding possible resulting contradictions by emphasizing some ideas over others. An example of a primary embodied schema is the containment schema, which has an interior and an exterior, a boundary between them, and possibly a portal for moving between the exterior and the interior. Another example is the motion schema, with a mover, a source of motion, a path of motion, a direction of motion, and a goal of motion. Both of these schemas occur with the spatial use of the word into, as in the sentence Sarah went into a cafe, in which Sarah is portrayed as the mover, with the cafe as the container, and with the source of motion in the exterior of the cafe and the goal of motion in the interior of the cafe. What is inferred is that Sarah started outside the cafe and ended up inside the cafe. The container schema is not something you can see or get a fixed image of, since it can fit lots of very different kinds of containers: cups, bottles, houses, cities, valleys, the universe, chapters of books, institutions, etc. A cafe is defined by a conceptual frame, the cafe frame. The cafe is not merely a container, that is, a bounded space, but also serves coffee, drinks, and certain foods, and has a barista who makes the coffee, customers who are served coffee, and typically tables and chairs for the customers to use. Customers typically place their order, pay for what they ordered, get their order, and sit at the tables to drink and/or eat. It is also common for customers to bring laptops and work on them at the tables. The café frame is an instance of the part-whole schema, a whole with parts that are called roles. Each frame is circumscribed. Most kinds of things are not in any one individual frame. For example, tigers are not in the café frame, nor are surgeries. A café that happens to have a resident tiger as well as surgeons who are customers and might happen to provide certain simple surgeries is possible, but that would be a café that does not fit the typical café frame. A sentence such as Sarah went into a depression makes use of two conceptual metaphors. A depression is a state, and states are commonly understood metaphorically as bounded regions, that is, containers. A change of state can be metaphorically understood as a motion into a container, hence the words went into. Conceptual metaphors are usually unconsciously used and are extremely common. We think using thousands of them. Here, the motion into a container frame is mapped onto the change of state frame. In addition, the term depression uses the conceptual metaphor that happy is up and sad is down. A physical depression is a bounded region in the ground that is lower than the region around it. The use of the word depression in psychology as a state in which one is sad is based on both the conceptual metaphor sad is down together with the conceptual metaphor that states are bounded regions in space. Conceptual integrations are also so common that they go unnoticed. Take a sentence such as Sarah wants to go to heaven when she dies so she can play again with her long-dead grandmother. We know that dead people can't play with one another. But heaven is an imagined place where people can go after they die and function as they did when they were alive. Thus, our normal knowledge about being able to act after death is inhibited by our imagination, via simulation, of what heaven is. Here our knowledge about playing is conceptually integrated with our imagined conception of heaven. These are simple cases of how 1. Primary embodied schemas, 2. Conceptual frames, 3. Conceptual metaphors, and 4. Conceptual integration are used in everyday thought, even of the simplest kind. Ideas are put together from these 4 general modes of thought. Given that ideas are constituted by neural circuitry, a major challenge of this book is to show how this is possible and to show in detail what kinds of neural circuits characterize what kinds of ideas. To understand the challenge, we now turn to basic properties of neurons and neural circuits. As you read the next section, think of the vast chasm between the biological structures and electrochemical processes occurring at the level of the neurons and neural circuits and what we have just seen about the nature of ideas. Our job in this book is to start to bridge that chasm, showing how the mechanisms of idea formation could arise from physical neural mechanisms. In short, what we experience as thought is a consequence of physical neural processes. But how does this work? The Brain's Toolkit. Research on how brains think takes place at many levels, from biochemical interactions at multiple levels in the anatomy of the cell to brain networks to whole systems that are embodied, that is, neural systems functioning both wholly within the brain and through connections to the living and acting body. Ideas and language may be embodied, but they are not reducible to neurons in themselves or to local brain regions, called modules. The nature of thought and language is at the higher systems level, a system of brain circuitry involving many parts of the embodied brain at once. Cognitive phenomena, whether individual ideas or systems of thought, individual words or larger grammatical structures, all occur at the systems level. Our computational models of how the brain functions are at the system level, although they are pieced together from smaller circuits that contribute to overall functioning. There are now many ongoing efforts to explicate the connections between neurons in the brain mapping, such as the Brain Initiative and its Brain Activity Map Project, the European Commission's Human Brain Project, the National Institutes of Health's Human Connectome Project, and the Allen Brain Map Project. Such research is showing in ever greater detail the structural properties of overall neural networks computed from detailed recordings of multiple regions and their interconnections. The mapping goal has so far been largely medical to gain insight into treating brain diseases, strokes, and injuries in order to study traditional topics in cognitive psychology such as attention, memory, and consciousness. Much less is known about what those networks do so far as meaningful ideas and language are concerned. As we have observed, the networks and the activity within them cannot tell us in detail how embodied cognition works, that is, which brain circuitry operations constitute which specific ideas, and which elements of language and how such circuitry affects behavior. To approach that problem, research such as that proposed in this book will be necessary. Understanding the brain via computer models. Neuroscience depends on computer modeling of various kinds. In some cases, computers are needed to process masses of data and do statistics over the data. But in many cases, computer models are used to construct theoretical understandings of what is going on in the neural circuitry of the brain. For example, computer models of neural firing require firing rules, general principles used in modeling neural firing. Computational neuroscientists engaging in such modeling often talk metaphorically as if the neurons were following the firing rules. Neural modeling is also used to specify precisely and model the functions carried out by neural systems. Neuroscientists often talk as if the neural systems were carrying out the functions specified in their neural models. In short, neural modeling involves a mode of thought that goes back and forth between physical neural systems and computational models of neural systems, as if the models of the biological systems were guiding the biological systems. We are acutely aware that this is so. However, there are many cases where the model is based on one range of data about real phenomena, while in another case the data is scarce and the pre-established model, or a hypothesized model, is used to understand phenomena where there is insufficient data. We too have found ourselves in such a situation, especially in our use of the bridging model. Our description of our computational neural models will necessarily be switching back and forth between modeling brain function and modeling specific phenomena in thought and language. To appreciate the computational modeling of relevant aspects of brain function, we have to take a good look at the level at which neural functioning is carried out. Biological neural structures function via complex chemistry and physics at various levels of complexity. We begin with a simplified description of the details of neural activation and communication as a biological and electrochemical phenomenon. We will start at the level of the cell. The cell level. A neuron is a cell and, like other cells in the body, has a nucleus and a cell membrane, which allows substances to be ingested and excreted through cellular processes common to all cells. Extending from the cell body is an axon, a long tube-like structure ending in thousands of thin extensions with pod-like terminals, called synaptic terminals, that contain neurotransmitters. From the membrane around the cell body branching outward are dendrites, extensive, extremely thin, branching tree-like structures that serve as input terminals. What is a connection? We are born with between an estimated 85 billion and 100 billion neurons in our brains. Each neuron has between 1,000 and 10,000 connections to other neurons. That's close to a quadrillion, 1,000 trillion, connections. Neurons connect across synapses, short gaps filled with fluid between the axon terminals of one neuron, called the presynaptic neuron, and sites on the dendrites and cell body of the next neuron, called the postsynaptic neuron. The terms pre and post come from the fact that neural activation is conceptualized metaphorically as traveling from pre to post. Why is this a metaphorical concept? Activation is, via the metaphor, conceptualized as a substance that flows from neuron to neuron to neuron. This is an extremely useful scientific metaphor and is used throughout neuroscience and embodied neural computation, and we adopt it in this book. Our computational neural models, like all computational neural models, use this metaphor. There is a true story that is the basis of this metaphor. There are complex electrochemical processes that, taken overall, act as if there were a single flow of activation. Again, the connection metaphor is scientifically useful and is almost universally adopted within both neuroscience and computational neural modeling. The connection metaphor leads naturally to the neural network metaphor. The network, like the internet, is not a physically connected network of wires or hollow tubes, as many neural mapping diagrams suggest. Such neural mapping diagrams use the conceptual metaphors of neural connections, neural networks, and neural flow that fit together to make an easy-to-understand picture. Again, this is an extremely useful collection of scientific metaphors, since it allows us to use computational models of neural systems. Moreover, the idea of the network makes more than a little sense because the axon terminals of a presynaptic neuron do get close, across a narrow liquid and chemical-filled synapse, to the dendrites of postsynaptic neurons. The complex electrochemistry that supports the use of the scientific metaphors is real. But the details are tricky, to say the least. At this point, let us look one level deeper at the details of the processes that comprise the firing of a neural cell. Many of these properties, such as the building up of activation, the threshold, and the timing and combination of inputs from multiple incoming synapses, will be represented abstractly as computational primitives in our model of the neural system. Some very brief electrochemistry. Ions are atoms that are either missing at least one electron and thus have a positive charge, or have at least one more electron and so have a negative charge. For example, sodium ions, Na+, and potassium ions, K+, have one positive charge, while calcium ions, Ca++, are missing two electrons and so have two positive charges. Chlorine ions, Cl-, have one extra electron and so have a negative charge. Each charged particle is surrounded by an electric force field. Positively charged ions have an electric field with lines of force pointing out from the center. Negatively charged ions have a force field with lines of force pointing into the center. Thus, positive and negative charges are metaphorically conceptualized as attracting each other, with the positives pushing out and the negatives pulling in. Similarly charged ions are metaphorically understood as repelling each other. Again, the scientific metaphors are useful and commonly adopted. A neuron has a cell membrane consisting of two lipid layers. The lipids are fat-like chemicals containing sugar called cerebrosides. The cell membranes have complex proteins embedded in them. Some are transmembrane proteins, large molecules going through the membrane that can either straighten or bend. When straightened, they form molecular gates, ion channels through which ions of a certain kind can pass. When bent, the transmembrane proteins block the passage of ions. In addition to ion channels, there are ion pumps, very complex proteins that, under certain voltage conditions, can transport ions, that is, they can be thought of metaphorically as pulling ions through rather than just allowing them to flow through. Voltage is the ability to move charged particles. The cell membrane acts as an insulator, preventing the interaction between internal charged particles and external charged particles. The difference in charge between the total of charges inside the cell membrane and the charges outside of it is called a potential difference, measured in thousandths of volts, millivolts. At rest, a neuron has a resting potential of about -70 millivolts, that is, -70 thousandths of a volt. It is negative because, in addition to lots of positive ions inside the cell, there are a great many proteins with negative charge. The overall negative charge inside the cell body would tend to attract positively charged particles. -70 millivolts may seem small, but 70 millivolts is 1/15th of a volt. For something as small as a neuron, that is a huge amount of voltage. Every neuron has that much. 4. When the transmembrane proteins are straightened out, they form what are called pores or channels through which ions can move. Transmembrane proteins come in several types, each with a different structure that makes them specialized to allow only certain types of charged particles to pass. Ions involved in neural firing include sodium, Na+, potassium, K+, calcium, Ca++, and chlorine, Cl-. Some transmembrane proteins change their shape quickly and easily. Others are slower to straighten and slow to bend back. Those differences are crucial for neural firing, as we shall see below. Hormones and neurotransmitters. Many of the same chemicals in our bodies can have two different sources and functions, as either hormones or neurotransmitters. They are called hormones when they are secreted by a gland into the bloodstream and work at a distance from their source. They are called neurotransmitters when they are emitted by a neuron and work across a synapse. Examples include dopamine, epinephrine, serotonin, acetylcholine, glutamate, GABA, gamma-aminobutyric acid, and so on. Two types of transmembrane ion channels. The ion channels in neurons are central to the operation of the brain. There are two types of ion channels across cell membranes. The first, called chemical channels, contains receptors, molecules that chemically bind to other molecules called neurotransmitters. Neurotransmitters tend to be either excitatory or inhibitory, that is, they make receptor channels open to either positive excitatory ions, such as sodium, Na+, potassium, K+, and calcium, Ca++, or to negative inhibiting ions, such as chlorine, Cl-. Although there are dozens of neurotransmitters, the major ones are glutamate excitatory, GABA inhibitory, and acetylcholine, which can be either excitatory or inhibitory depending on the receptor molecules. The second type of transmembrane ion channel works by electric voltage. Such voltage channels have transmembrane proteins that are normally bent but straighten out and allow ions to pass through the membrane when there is a voltage surge nearby. The term synaptic strength refers to the capacity of a synapse to let ions into the cell body of a postsynaptic neuron. Synaptic strength depends on three factors. 1. The number of transmembrane proteins that allow positive ions to pass into the postsynaptic neuron. 2. The number of neurotransmitters of the right kind released by the presynaptic neuron. 3. The number of neurotransmitters of the right kind already in the synaptic fluid or introduced by other neurons. Synaptic strength is central to Hebbian learning, which was first pointed out by neuroscientist Donald Hebb 1972. Traditionally, Hebbian learning has been understood to work by the strengthening of synapses. Hebb hypothesized that when a presynaptic neuron fires shortly before a postsynaptic neuron fires, there is a causal connection between the presynaptic and postsynaptic firing. When such a causal connection occurs, Hebb hypothesized, the synaptic connection becomes stronger. The usual slogan for this phenomenon is neurons that fire together wire together. And the more firing there is across a synapse, Hebb suggested, the more the synapse is strengthened, and thus the more the synapse between the neurons resembles a hypothetical wire connecting the neurons. Correspondingly, when the two firing neurons do not fire together, close in time to each other and in the sequence presynaptic neuron before postsynaptic neuron, there is no causal relation between the two firings. When this regularly happens, Hebb claimed that the synaptic connection was weakened and might eventually be eliminated. The change in synaptic strength is called neural plasticity. Plasticity is a general term used to highlight the fact that neural systems constantly change, and they change at the synapses, which can either get stronger or, if unused, weaker. There are multiple types of plasticity in nervous systems, and they may induce short-term or long-term changes in synaptic strength. Plasticity is important medically in the case of stroke and brain injuries, where whole systems of neural circuits need to gain new functions via synaptic changes in order to promote healing. Multiple mechanisms of synaptic strengthening and weakening. There are several vital kinds of neural mechanisms in addition to the one we have discussed. The first concerns the role of genes. By processes metaphorically called transcription and translation, genes direct the formation of proteins. In every neuron, the transmembrane proteins are regularly absorbed into the cell body and are replaced by new transmembrane proteins formed by genetic transcription and translation processes. These genetic processes are controlled in complex ways that determine whether they create more or fewer transmembrane proteins. More transmembrane proteins means synaptic strengthening, since there will be more places for neurotransmitters to bind to and open channels for sodium ions to enter. Fewer transmembrane proteins means fewer such channels for sodium ions to enter. Genetic factors also affect the growth of nerve fibers for generating new dendrites and axon extensions, both of which result in increased strengthening, since 1. More dendrites mean more sites for neurotransmitters to bind to, and 2. More axon extensions mean more pods to open to release neurotransmitters. In both cases, new synapses are formed, and new synapses for a neuron mean overall synaptic strengthening. A second kind of neural mechanism for strengthening synapses is the chemical prolongation of the depolarization process. Any prolongation of depolarization means that more calcium++ channels remain open longer, and hence more vesicles get fused and more neurotransmitters are released. Another kind of prolongation of depolarization can occur when a type of neurotransmitter, e.g., glutamate, that is released in the firing of a presynaptic neuron may flow to the presynaptic axon and bind there to ion channel receptors for that neurotransmitter. Those ion channels can open and admit more sodium or calcium ions, which would prolong the firing and hence strengthen the synapse. A third mechanism involves neural back signaling in a postsynaptic neuron, which results in postsynaptic dendrites releasing endocannabinoids that can bind to presynaptic cannabinoid G protein-coupled receptors. The result can be prolonging depolarization, strengthening the synapse via the release of more neurotransmitters into the synapse. Another possibility is that this can influence, positively or negatively, the transcription and translation of genes that code for reuptake transporters. More reuptake transporters means fewer neurotransmitters left behind in the synapse and thus weakening. Fewer transporters means more neurotransmitters left behind in the synapse and thus strengthening. In short, there are no single simple mechanisms for the strengthening and weakening of synapses. They are all chemically complex. Neural recruitment. Even in the womb, babies move their arms and legs and suck their thumbs. That movement requires neural firing in the brain and neural firing down the spinal cord through the limbs to the muscles. Neural connections are strengthened through use. A neural circuit is a network of connections that have been used enough for their synapses to have become permanently strengthened, effectively hardwired. This is called recruitment. Neural recruitment is behind the acquisition of complex concepts. No thought of any complexity happens without it. Recruitment is neural natural selection. As your brain developed in the womb, the roughly 100 billion neurons and quadrillion neural connections were organized along various pathways, with a lot of redundancy. A lot. In order for a fetus in the womb to suck its thumb or move its legs to kick, all the many neural circuits for thumb sucking and leg kicking had to be in the right places through random organization the first time that thumb sucking and leg kicking worked, and for some time after that. Those connections that are in the right places to neurally allow thumb sucking or leg kicking could then be strengthened enough, naturally selected through use, to form permanent circuits, e.g., circuits for kicking one's legs and sucking one's thumb. Maps. Neuronal groups can occur as two-dimensional sheets called topographic maps, or just maps. They are thin, usually multi-layered, and cover small areas of the cortex. Neurons in one sheet have connections to each other and to neurons in layered sheets, or sheets that can be adjacent, nearby, or at a greater distance. What makes a map topographic? A topographic map preserves closeness of something, whether closeness in space, closeness of intensity, closeness of frequency, closeness of timing, and so on. Some maps are not topographic but instead have clumps of neurons, with each clump having different projections. The cortex is covered with maps. Neuronal maps can also form structures that function as what we might call map modules, where a sequence or collection of maps combine, via the connections between them, to do a job that cannot otherwise be done by the brain. The brain doesn't end with the head. The central nervous system of the body is an extension of the neural system of the brain. Neural maps are part of that extension. Neural maps occur throughout the brain and extend throughout the body into your arms, legs, and so on. As such, maps are crucial to the embodiment of the brain's neural system and the embodiment of concepts, that is, the way the concepts arise and continue to exist via bodily connections. Closeness in space. One of the best studied maps is the retinotopic map. The primary visual cortex, V1, contains a map of the retina. Neurons next to one another coming out of the retina have axons that project through the thalamus to neurons in V1 at the back of the brain that are correspondingly next to one another. This is not magic, it is a matter of chemical gradients. In the womb, axons grow from the retina through the midbrain to the opposite side of V1. As they exit the retina, two chemicals secreted nearby attach to each axon terminal. The attaching molecules are secreted along two independent dimensions, with secretions starting thicker and getting thinner as they spread out. Like points in a Cartesian plane defined by two numbers, axons coming from retinal neurons each have fixed amounts of each secreted chemical. How much of each depends on their location on the retina. Two axons that are close in position on the retina are indeed close but are not the same in their amounts of the two chemicals. The axons grow through the lateral geniculate nucleus (ELN) in the thalamic midbrain area to V1. When they reach V1, they encounter pairs of secreted chemicals that are receptors that bind to the original chemicals. Each axon lands and stays at the position where the receptors with the right concentrations of the two binding chemicals bind to the two chemicals on the axon terminal. Each axon stays exactly where the right pair of chemical bindings keep it in place. As a result, each two neurons that are next to one another coming out of the retina connect to neurons that are next to one another in V1. V1 is therefore a topographic map of the retina that preserves closeness in space. Maps of this sort that preserve closeness occur throughout the brain and the body. It is worth stopping for a moment to consider how remarkable it is that such topographic maps in one part of the brain can correspond to topographic maps in another part of the brain. Other topographic maps. The primary motor cortex is a two-dimensional topographic map of the three-dimensional distributions of muscles in the body. For example, neurons projecting to muscles in two adjacent fingers are adjacent to one another in the primary motor cortex of the brain. The somatosensory cortex of the brain is a topographic map of the skin and of places that we can feel in the body. The somatosensory cortex also preserves closeness of spatial location. Think of how remarkable this is. For example, places on your arm that feel close to one another are connected to places in the brain that are close to one another. The acoustic cortex is a tonotopic map of sound waves entering the ear. Hairs in the fluid of the inner ear vibrate at different frequencies and intensities. Neurons connect the hairs to the acoustic cortex, making the acoustic cortex a map of frequency and intensity of sound waves. There is actually more to it. The sound makes the stirrup bone of the ear, called the stapes, vibrate. The stirrup vibrates against a round membrane, inside of which is the liquid of the tympanic canal of the cochlea, which is a spiral structure, thin on one end and wide on the other. Along the spiral of the cochlea is the basilar membrane, along which 12,000 to 20,000 hair cells are distributed evenly. The hair cells go through the organ of Corti, which is wrapped around the cochlea between the basilar membrane and the fluid of the tympanic canal. Along the tympanic canal is the tectoral membrane, a physical structure that vibrates with the sound waves in the canal. The hair cells extend into the fluid. They are stiffer near the narrow end and wavier near the wide end. The stiffer ones vibrate to higher frequency sound waves, and the wavier ones vibrate to lower frequency sound waves. The vibrations trigger ion gates to open in the hair cells. Ions in the fluid rush through the gates, sending action potentials to the basilar membrane. The membrane has neural projections from the locations of the hair cells to locations in the acoustic cortex. These neural projections preserve spatial closeness to the locations on the membrane. The locations on the membrane correspond to the frequency of the sound waves, stimulating the hair cells. As a result, the acoustic cortex is a spatial map preserving the frequency of the sound waves stimulating the hair cells. And those sound waves are a direct reflection of the external sound waves vibrating the stirrup, which vibrates the round membrane. Thus, the acoustic cortex is a tonotopic spatial map of sound waves hitting the inner ear. The insula is a viscerotopic map of the visceral organs, the lungs, heart, liver, stomach, sexual organs, colon, and kidneys. This is not a topographic map but rather a discrete map. Neural projections from these organs go to specific spots on the insula and in the opposite direction from those spots on the insula to the organs. Connections from the prefrontal cortex to the insula allow for the monitoring and control of important aspects of these organs. The middle temporal, MT, region in the parietal cortex detects motion. How? The mount region has topographic maps that receive projections from V1. There are mount maps that have neurons that are connected to adjacent neurons. As adjacent neurons in V1 are activated, they send activation to mount neurons. As activation spreads from neuron to neuron in MT, the connections among adjacent neurons create a path of activated neurons. Via this path, we perceive a corresponding path of motion in the external world. What do topographic maps demonstrate? They are maps of how the neural system of the brain connects to the body. In other words, maps in the brain constitute an internal embodiment of the brain's external connections in the body. Such neural maps are one of the major forms of embodiment circuitry, that is, circuitry that allows us to conceptualize what our bodies are doing. The what and where pathways. The V1 region is in the occipital lobe at the rear of the brain. V1 is farther to the rear than any other brain region. In perception, neural activation flows from V1 along various pathways to parts of the brain that are farther toward the front. Within V1, there is a pathway split between the dorsal stream, toward the top central areas of the brain, and the ventral stream, toward the bottom and side areas. The dorsal stream goes from the V1 region to the V2 secondary visual cortex, region just in front of it, then to the dorsomedial area, central toward the top, and to the V5 region, also called the mount region, which is active in motion perception. The dorsal stream, also called the where pathway and the how pathway, functions in location and motion, using topographic maps, and in control of the eyes and arms when they use visual information to guide reaching with the limbs or movements of the eyes, saccades. The ventral stream goes from V1 to V2 and then goes forward and sideways to third visual cortex, V3, and the fourth visual cortex, V4, to the inferior temporal cortex, inferior for underneath and temporal for the side where the temples are. This is sometimes called the what pathway, since it is active in characterizing the structure of objects and other forms, such as letters and faces. Partly overlapping with the hippocampus, the ventral stream is also active in memory. The what and where pathways appear to have a profound effect on our conceptual system and language. Spatial relations make use of what is called the trajector-landmark relation with the trajector, what is located or moving, characterized via the what pathway, and with the landmark, what the trajector is located or moving with respect to, characterized via the where pathway. Thus, in a sentence such as Sarah is in the cafe is called the landmark, and Sarah is the trajector. The trajector-landmark relation is central to all human conceptual systems and appears to arise because of the what-where-pathway relationship. Why early childhood education is vitally important. By mid to late childhood, about half of the quadrillion connections that we are born with die off, the ones that are least used. That still leaves hundreds of trillions of connections available to form future circuits through use. Many of those early childhood connections have formed fixed circuits that will be there for life. That is why early childhood education is so important. Debates on the politics of early childhood education usually miss this crucial fact about the die-off of neural connections in mid to late childhood. The politics of early childhood education is rarely informed by neuroscience, though the neuroscience is crucial to the politics. All of the circuitry that characterizes fixed concepts is acquired in this way. But we do not start with a blank slate. We exit the womb with embodied circuitry, which imposes a considerable amount of neural pathway structure on both possible thoughts and possible linguistic forms. We all also start life in the same world with basically the same kinds of bodies with neural circuitry not just in the brain but also throughout the body and connected to the brain. Human beings share a great deal of common neural structure and common real-world experience in a gravitational field, moving our bodies, perceiving, eating, and so on. Part of what we share is a mechanism for forming circuitry, neural recruitment via neural natural selection that operates via the strengthening and weakening of synapses. The body is neural. We normally think of the body as flesh and blood, bone and muscle, and heart, stomach, guts, and other internal organs. When we think of the body, we think of how the body looks and what normal and special physical things bodies can accomplish and what our particular bodies may or may not be able to do or be. Beauty and looks are seen as facets of the physical body. Being an athlete is seen as having a special body, more muscular, lithe, and controllable than an ordinary body. Old age is seen as the deterioration of those aspects of the body, in the extreme being unable to feed, dress, and bathe ourselves. Infanthood is seen as occurring before such bodily capacities develop. The accomplishments and character of the body are seen as separate from those of the mind and the brain. To be a paraplegic is seen as a loss of embodiment, as limited to a separable, separated, and separate mind. All of this leaves out the fact that the body is neural and that the brain has been structured through evolution to run and be an implicit part of the body. The premotor and supplementary motor areas choreograph the motor actions that the body performs and send instructions in the form of neural signals to the motor cortex. The motor cortex sends neural signals to, and receives them from, the whole of the body via the spine and connections to the face. The signals to the body go to motor synergies, finely structured complex circuits that connect to the motor neurons that are connected physically to the muscles, either activating and hence tensing muscles or inhibiting and hence relaxing muscles. There are between 400 million and 600 million neurons in the gut, from the esophagus to the anus, which is up to 3 times as many neurons than in the brain of a rat. You're not conscious of your gut thinking, but the gut system produces about 95% of the serotonin and 50% of the dopamine found in your body. This system of neurons lining the walls of the alimentary canal is often called the second brain, or the enteric nervous system. Each muscle in the body has an equal and opposite muscle, that is, each tensor muscle, whose activation makes the muscle tense, has a corresponding extensor muscle, whose activation makes that corresponding tensor muscle relax, and the motor neurons attached to those muscles are connected to each other by mutual inhibition. Thus, tensing a tensor muscle sends an inhibition signal to its extensor muscle, which releases the extensor muscle. Each extensor muscle, when activated, sends an inhibition signal to its tensor muscle, releasing the tensor muscle. Thus, the muscle system is thoroughly connected to the neural system. In addition, the motor cortex is a two-dimensional topographic map of the body. For example, the muscles in each finger are connected to the brain's motor cortex in such a way that fingers next to each other are connected to cortical regions next to each other in the brain's motor cortex. Circuitry at the base of the skull inhibits connections to the body during sleep so that the body doesn't move in response to dreams. There is an exception. Some people have a disease of this area, allowing signals during dreaming to get through to the body. Such people are called thrashers, since they may move their legs while dreaming of running, for example. Some otherwise normal people may react to powerful dreams by screaming out loud what they are screaming in their dreams. In such cases, it appears that especially strong brain activations may override inhibition at the base of the skull. Furthermore, the somatosensory cortex of the brain is also a topographic map of the body, extending to one's skin and whatever parts of the body you can feel. Again, connections from bodily regions next to one another extend to the regions next to one another in the somatosensory cortex of the brain. And pain that is felt in the body is actually registered physically in the brain via neural connections from the body. And finally, internal organs are connected to the insula, a structure in the midbrain. In short, the body is neural, made up of neural connections to brain regions every bit as much as it is made up of bone and muscle. And the brain is structured to connect to the body optimally, with connections to the body located more toward peripheral brain regions, while attentional and control circuitry is located more toward the front of the brain, the prefrontal cortex. Dual models. Neural mind research studies how neural circuits can constitute ideas. What got our research started was the observation by Jerome Feldman that there is an important shared property, the Gestalt property, between frames and certain circuit types called Gestalt circuits. The Gestalt property is that the activation of one or more parts activates the whole. Bear in mind that a frame is an abstract theoretical device that we, as cognitive scientists, use as a tool to analyze human concepts. Such scientific tools are needed to study the nature of ideas, they are not the ideas themselves. But when we claim that a tool such as a particular frame is adequate for characterizing the structure of the idea we are studying, it is common scientific practice to attribute the conceptual tool for analysis to the idea itself, speaking of the idea itself as having the inherent structure that the frame attributes to it. For example, consider the typical understanding of the concept of surgery. As cognitive scientists, we analyze that concept in terms of a surgery frame. The surgery frame is a whole that has a number of parts, or roles: a surgeon, a patient, an operating room, an operating table, an anesthesiologist, a nurse, possibly other surgeons, and tools such as scalpels, needles and thread, and clamps. The roles also include various actions. The anesthesiologist anesthetizes the patient, the surgeon operates on the patient, the nurse assists the surgeon including passing tools to the surgeon uses a scalpel to cut into the patient, and so on. Here we are attributing the analytic structure of the surgery frame that we use to analyze the concept of surgery to the inherent structure of the concept of surgery itself. The idea is that if the analysis is adequate given the evidence, then the analysis reflects reality. This is how routine science tends to operate, attributing to reality the technical analysis based on the evidence. The entire surgery frame can be activated by hearing various parts. He's been wheeled into the operating room activates the surgery frame and tells you that he is the patient, that a surgeon will be operating on him, that he will be anesthetized, and so on. He's about to be anesthetized tells you that he is the patient and that the operation hasn't started. In short, the activation of one or more parts of the frame can activate the whole frame and with it all the typical parts. This is the Gestalt property. All schemas and frames have the Gestalt property. Feldman observed that a neural circuit for a concept that is adequately analyzed in terms of a frame must have the same Gestalt property. That is, a circuit with the Gestalt property must have a part-whole structure, and the activation of one or more parts of the circuit can activate the whole circuit and with it the rest of the parts of the circuit. Such a circuit is called a Gestalt circuit. 5. A simple computational model of a Gestalt structure. Feldman showed that mental structures with the Gestalt property can be modeled computationally. The computational model operates on a graph with at least 3 nodes. One node is labeled the Gestalt node, and the other nodes are labeled roll nodes. Lines, or edges, of the graph connect each roll node to the Gestalt node. Each node has a number assigned to each of 2 parameters, threshold level and activation level. A node is activated if its activation level number is equal to or greater than the threshold level number. Activation is taken as flowing along the lines edges of the graph from node to node. Thus, the activation of each roll node flows to the Gestalt node, and the activation of the Gestalt node flows to each roll node. This computational model applies to both neural circuits with the Gestalt property and to analytic tools used to study ideas such as schemas and frames that have the Gestalt property. Here is how computational modeling works. The properties of the computational model are attributed to what is modeled. The computational model applied to neural circuitry is seen as characterizing what neural computation means. Applied to cognitive analysis, the computational model is seen as characterizing cognitive computation, that is, computation done by thought mechanisms. Attributing the specific computational properties of a model to what is modeled is commonplace in the field of computational modeling. Frames are general theoretical mechanisms for adequately analyzing the structure of thoughts. The Gestalt property is a general property of frames. The computational model for frames to adequately model frames must therefore also have the Gestalt property. The neural circuitry that constitutes each frame must therefore also have the Gestalt property. And the computational model that models the neural circuitry for frames must also have the Gestalt property. Dual models, the bridge. A dual model is a single computational structure that can accurately model two different kinds of things at once, both the structure of an idea as analyzed by cognitive scientists, and a plausible neural circuit hypothesis that constitutes the idea physically in the brain. If the idea structure and the neural circuitry characterizing the idea share a property, then the dual model must also share that property. The dual model we will be using is based on the following hypothesis. Thoughts are structured as activations of generalized neural circuits. These neural circuits are generalizations of neural functions for controlling the body and acting in the world. Thoughts are carried out by specific kinds of embodiment, sensory, motor, emotional, social, by the way that neural circuits carrying out those thoughts are embodied in those ways. For example, thoughts of movement are carried out by neural circuitry governing the motor system without any necessary bodily movement, that is, actual movement may be inhibited, while movement is mentally simulated. Thinking a specific thought corresponds to the activation of the circuits that constitute that thought. Mental connections between thoughts are neural connections between circuits. Generalized neural circuits constitute general cognitive mechanisms, such as frames, conceptual metaphors, action schemas, and image schemas. The neural mind theory that we are presenting relies on dual models to form a bridge between neural circuitry and the ideas that the circuitry embodies. The general strategy we followed in constructing the theory we are presenting was not to theorize idea by idea, one at a time, but rather to theorize at the level of the hypothesized general mechanisms for generating all ideas, mechanisms such as frames and conceptual metaphors. There has to be a match across 1. General mechanisms, 2. Their neural circuitry, and 3. The dual computational models linking them, with the same general properties for 1 applying to all. This is a match across things of different kinds. The general mechanisms come from cognitive science, which studies ideas. The neural circuitry is the real locus of ideas as constituting the ideas. What we call thinking is what those neural circuits do. And the dual computational models reveal both the computational properties of the neural circuitry with the general mechanisms of computational analysis, forming a bridge between the neural circuitry and the computational models of that circuitry. The power of the theory arises from converging constraints from its multiple sources, the extensive and deep research into conceptual systems within the field of cognitive linguistics, the remarkable knowledge gained from neuroscience, and the advances made in artificial intelligence as applied to structured neural computation. By showing how they fit together, the theory draws on the scientific knowledge gained in all. The active brain and simulation. The brain is always active. Even when we appear to not be attending to an external stimulus, our default network is working away. The default network is a structure consisting of connected brain regions including the ventral medial prefrontal cortex, the posterior cingulate cortex, the inferior parietal lobule, the lateral temporal cortex, the dorsal medial prefrontal cortex, and the hippocampal formation, Buckner et al. 2008. A primary function of the default network is the imaginative simulation of hypothetical scenarios of various kinds, imagining what other people think, envisioning acting in future situations, remembering one's own life, and constructing what you should have said or done. We may not be thinking consciously about anything in particular, but the default network is working away. In addition to the default network, there is also a task-related simulation that engages in ongoing active simulations, instant-by-instant simulations as you walk down a busy street trying not to bump into people, or millisecond-by-millisecond simulations as you drive on a freeway looking forward, to the sides, in the mirrors, and over your shoulder, deciding unconsciously and automatically via the default network whether to speed up or slow down, pass or drop back, or change lanes while reading signs or listening to the radio. 6. Of course, we also perform and attend consciously to specific actions, see the actions of others, and plan future actions. and we conceptualize these actions and reason about them. Physical actions are carried out and understood via the neural circuitry in our motor systems. In an important recent account, Bozaki 2019 argues that the inherent, active, and self-organizing dynamics of the brain guides both action and perception. The same neural circuitry used to perform actions can be used to perceive and understand the goals and intentions of others when they perform them or to imagine those actions. Conceptualizations of actions are thoughts, idea circuitry applied to action concepts. Carrying out a planned action is fitting a simulation of that planned action in real time with real movements. Practicing a musical instrument, an action in a sport, a dance routine requires carrying out simulated actions. Even the ideas of static objects involve active simulation. Recognizing an object as a cup typically involves a simulation of picking it up with the particular grip, depending on whether there is a handle. Mimes can make you imagine physical objects that are not there by simulating the movements of using the object. Imagine a mime picking up and drinking a cup of tea. Thinking is an action performed by the neural system. Understanding a passive experience, for example, sitting in the passenger seat of a car being driven by someone else, requires actively simulating it by the neural system even though it is barely active. Neural simulation goes on constantly in everyday life and in everyday thought. Language and the coordination of actions. There is a rich history of treating language and communication as action going back to the work of John L. Austin and Paul Grayson, followed by work on speech acts by John Searle and others. Building and extending this hypothesis, there is an emerging view of language as a social act of joint action and coordination. This is exemplified in recent books by the evolutionary psychologist Michael Tomasello 2022 and the social linguist Nick Enfield 2022. Tomasello argues through evidence from evolutionary characteristics and behavior that early humans had to evolve a cooperatively rational agency and joint action primarily for survival. Enfield posits that language is irreducibly social and hypothesizes language as the interface between individuals that enables joint action and coordination. Language can be viewed as providing knobs in an interface between speakers and hearers. Words and constructions set these knobs to create and reinforce shared values and goals and to initiate and maintain joint action. Language thus acts on the hearer to persuade, move the hearer into action, and form affiliations and social bonds. In this sense, language is less about communicating facts and more about social coordination. The precision and details inherent in language are geared toward enabling joint action and not so much about communicating detailed facts about the world. Actions of any complexity at all require coordination. Whether you are tying your shoes, playing a game, playing the piano, or cracking an egg, the coordination of arms, hands, fingers, and body orientation is required. There are a number of general types of coordination, and they each require specialized neural circuitry. There are computational models of that circuitry. The computational models with circuit diagrams will be discussed in detail in Chapter 3. But for now, we at least need a sense of the most common and general types of coordinated circuits that are used in everyday life and what they mean for the theory we are proposing. Sequencing circuits. Playing the piano requires precise sequences of coordinated actions by your hands, fingers, and feet. Dance movements also require precise sequences, as does Tai Chi and turning a double play as a second baseman or shortstop. Control circuits of various types. Iteration. In Tai Chi, you might repeat the cloud hand sequence 4 times. In drumming, a beat is created by iteration. In football, the offense lines up to start each play. In making an omelet, you beat eggs, repeating fast rotations of a fork or whisk. Suspension/resumption/cessation. In a complex process that requires iteration, you often have to test to see if you are done. So, you suspend what you are doing, and if not done, you resume and repeat until you are done, and then you stop. Concurrent circuits. Many actions require doing 2 things at the same time. To pick up a glass of water to take a drink, you have to reach your arm toward the glass while opening your hand until you get close enough to the glass to close your hand around the glass. Conditional circuits. Many actions depend on other actions. In cooking wild rice, you bring the water to a boil, and when it starts boiling, you turn the heat down to a simmer. Shifter circuits. This is a combination of a conditional circuit with 2 different sequence circuits. While sequence 1 is active, a condition may be met that results in inhibiting sequence 1 and shifting to the activation of sequence 2. An example is sautéing a fillet of salmon with the skin on. After oiling both sides of the fillet and heating the pan, you lower the heat and put the salmon, skin side down, in the pan, and then you keep lifting the skin side, checking how brown the skin has become. If the skin is brown enough, you flip the salmon over and repeatedly check to see how well it is cooked on the inside by looking at the side. When done enough, you remove the salmon from the pan. Here you are shifting from a sequence of checking skin brownness to a sequence of checking interior doneness. Substitution circuits. A regular routine is a default way to accomplish a goal. But if something gets in your way at some point, you may have to substitute a new action for a default action in order to accomplish the goal. For example, you might regularly plug a space heater into a wall outlet behind a standing lamp, putting the plug in from the side. But if a pile of boxes of books has been placed around the lamp, you may have to plug the heater in by putting your arm above and behind the boxes of books. Priming circuits. Priming involves activating a node in a circuit to a significant extent but keeping it below the threshold level so that very little more activation will result in the threshold being met. Why these coordination types matter. Each of these types of circuits characterizes a type of action and a type of action concept. Many actions are coordinated in some way or another. The coordination may be sequencing, iterating, suspending with resumption and cessation, concurrency, conditionality, shifting, substitution, or priming. For each type of coordination, there must be a type of neural circuit that can perform that type of coordination. And there must be a form of neural computation that can provide a dual model of that type of coordination for both the neural circuitry carrying out the action and the action as we understand it by thinking about it. Circuit hypotheses for such neural circuity and the computational models for that circuitry are provided in Chapter 3. Each circuit type is a property of both the dual model that uses it and the neural circuitry being modeled. In dual modeling, the same computational model must be able to model that property in both the neural circuit and the conceptualization of the action. In short, those computational circuits allow the dual models to carry out coordinated actions by modeling and simulating the hypothesized neural circuitry. When we think about actions, we conceptualize them, that is, we form action concepts. Each type of coordinated action concept has the properties that distinguish one type of coordinated action from another. That is, we distinguish sequencing from concurrency, concurrency from substitution, and so on. Those circuits are the computational models that simulate those distinctions and allow us to reason accurately about each type of coordinated action. The takeaway. Dual computational modeling in our theory provides the link between neural circuitry and the ideas that we have when that circuitry is activated. Functional neural generalizations such as coordination circuits for acting in the world and controlling the body, including social and emotional functions, constitute the neural embodiment of cognitive theoretical constructs structuring human ideas such as frames, metaphors, and schemas. As such, coordination circuits provide a clear example of how dual modeling works in the theory we are proposing and why the theory takes the form it does. Generalizations. The brain has evolved to control the body interacting with the physical and social development. The more peripheral parts of the brain have relatively direct connections to the body. For example, the visual cortex at the rear has connections to the eyes. The acoustic cortex, near the temples, has connections to the ears. The motor cortex across the top in the middle has connections to the muscles via subcortical, underneath the cortex, and brainstem structures to the spinal cord and from there to the muscles. The somatosensory cortex, just in front of the motor cortex, has connections to the skin and wherever on the body you can feel. The insula, a ring-like structure in the center below the cortex, has connections to the internal organs e.g., heart, lungs, liver, kidneys. These brain-body connections go in both directions, with the body providing constant feedback to the brain. This is part of the neural structure we are all born with. As we shall see, these all require control circuitry elsewhere in the brain. Where would such control circuitry be located? What would we expect? We would expect the control circuitry to be located in the prefrontal cortex, the most frontal area of the brain. We would expect this because the prefrontal cortex fits so economically to the connections to the body, which are far back to the sides, above, and below. What is remarkable is that superb research by neuroscientists Mark Despacito, David Bader, and their co-workers has actually shown this experimentally for certain kinds of behavioral rules. Moreover, they went a step further. They showed via functional magnetic resonance imaging, FRE, research that circuitry carrying out rules governing the operation of the body are structured hierarchically within the prefrontal cortex, with the most general toward the front, rostral, the more specific in the middle, and the most specific toward the back, caudal, a rostral to caudal, front to back organization within the prefrontal cortex. 7. They have shown that this works for 4 types of cases: general versus specific. 1. Behavioral rules. 2. Conceptual relationships. 3. Goals. And 4. Policies that govern goals. In addition, more recent work by Bader et al. 2009 and Bhandari and Bader 2020 at Brown University show that abstract task structure involves circuits connecting midlateral prefrontal cortex with inferior parietal cortex. The inevitability of generalization. Human concepts come with a general case. That is, they are mostly about general ideas such as cup rather than specific cases such as the antique cup in your cupboard inherited from your great-grandmother. Indeed, to understand the specific cases, you need to understand general cases. Concepts arise via neural recruitment. In order to be learned via synaptic strengthening, the networks of connections must be in place and functioning correctly before the strengthening takes place. Remember, you can only kick in the womb if the right networks of neurons required for kicking are in place. As you kick, they are gradually strengthened, forming circuits used in further kicking. Embodied primitives and generalization. Neural circuits for physical object concepts are recruited on the basis of experience with specific examples. Why should there be a general versus specific divide in recruitment? Our hypothesis concerns embodied primitives that are universally learned via universal experiences very early in life. They include concepts such as containment, motion, control of bodily movement, purposeful action, force exertion, force resistance, undergoing force, contact, adjacency, front back, up down, near far, center periphery, and so on, as well as combinations of these to form complexes, frames, conceptual metaphor, conceptual integrations, etc. Consider houses. They are all containers with interiors, exteriors, and portals to move between the exteriors and interiors. They all have solid walls and doors that exert a resistant force, protecting those inside from weather and other factors outside. They all have places to prepare and eat food, rooms to sleep in, and locations for commonplace, everyday embodied activities. The concept of a house is general. The particular houses tend to have different specific details, different shapes, materials, furniture, decorations, etc., which are not part of the general house. What a house is will differ from culture to culture. If there are houses and if not, there will be general concepts for teepees, igloos, yurts, apartments, and so on. But in each case the concept is general and learned via recruitment. The specifics and the general. There are many kinds of houses: ranch houses, Mediterranean houses, Victorian houses, Cape Cod houses, duplexes, mansions, cabins, and so on. The concept of a house fits them all. When you learn them, the general concept is activated plus other details that are added, subtracted, or modified. When you activate your concept of a Victorian house, you activate your general concept of a house and add details, different details than those for a ranch house. Of course, there has to be circuitry linking such specifics to the general case. For example, there must be neural bindings between the general roof and the Victorian roof, between the general door and the Victorian door, and so on. To get an overall concept of a Victorian house, all those bindings must fit together at once. That is, there must be a Victorian integration circuit with activation links to all those Victorian bindings. In certain forms of modern architecture, there is a large common area containing the kitchen, dining area, and living area. To conceptualize this common area as such, there would presumably be neural bindings linking the understanding of the common area of the specific house to the general roles kitchen, dining room, and living room of our understanding of the general house. Integration and generalization. Bader, Despacito, and their co-workers have shown that degrees of generalization fit a hierarchy in the brain, with activation of the most general concepts being more frontal, rostral, which rhymes with nostril, and the most specific concepts being least frontal, caudal. Moreover, general concepts are used in more specific concepts, with the specific concepts adding specific details to the more general concepts. We take this to mean that there must be neural circuitry linking the added specific details to the neural circuitry for the general concepts. That circuitry linking the specific additions to the general circuitry may extend from more frontal, rostral, locations to less frontal, caudal, locations. Our hypothesis suggests that the general to specific additive circuitry must do the following. Activate the circuitry of the general schema with all of its roles, and bind the circuitry for each specific detail to the circuitry for the corresponding role of the general schema. The anatomy of generalization. The brain is always active, monitoring the environment and acting, projecting, and predicting the consequences of actions. Generalization helps this process in a fairly natural way. Indeed, if large sequences of actions produce desirable results reliably, the brain can package them into general rules and habits. The brain is always seeking to strengthen, and therefore make more permanent, meaningful, repeated, prototypical experiences and routines. Once strengthened enough to become permanent, these routines, such as speaking a language, become largely unconscious and automatic. Of course, situations that are exceptions to these rules would require additional processing, that is, additional control to inhibit the rules in exceptional situations. Conceptual frames, scripts, are habits and are examples of such packaged circuitry. This makes anatomical sense. Since the most general rules are more rostral, located neurally toward the front of the brain, those rules that are less general will, of course, have more specific content and will therefore have connections to more embodied areas toward the rear and outside areas of the brain, that is, those areas that are less frontal, less rostral and more caudal. 8. This also has a functional explanation based on how the neural system works. In fact, using neurally motivated learning rules such as Hebbian learning, of which spike timing-dependent plasticity is a temporally asymmetric form, it is possible to predict how the system learns to associate and package these stable and familiar patterns reliably and automatically. Chapter 3 goes into more detail on this process and how it also may play a role in language learning. Embodiment and path-dependent learning. The brain is a physical system. As such, it is subject to the law of conservation of energy and appears to work by the principle of least energy. When there is more than one possibility for recruitment, the circuit that uses the least energy is presumably the one recruited. As a result, generalizations arise naturally. It takes less overall energy to use a single general circuit in understanding many specifics than to characterize each specific case neurally. If this is true, as it appears to be, then embodiment, how thought is embodied neurally, plays a major role in recruitment and generalization. What are called primary concepts, concepts used throughout our conceptual systems, are embodied. Primary concepts such as motion, containment, and force are all present in the neural circuits all of us acquire early, perhaps as early as in the womb. For example, a container schema has an interior, an exterior, a boundary, portals, and contents. Every instance of a house is also an instance of a container. But the container schema may be there before the conception of a house is learned. When you learn what a house is, you have known for some time what a container is. Containment is also an integral part of the concept of a bottle or a sippy cup. That is, when you are learning a concept that makes use of the general schema for a primary concept, you don't learn the primary concept anew. You use the one that is already there in your brain circuitry. This means that there are fewer synapses to change in acquiring such a concept and presumably less energy needed. In short, it is easier to learn concepts that make use of already learned concepts, a principle that psychologists have long observed. In a human conceptual system, this would result in concepts defined via complex networks with more general to less general branchings, and less general to more general chains terminating in embodied schemas. Such networks and chains of circuits are what we have called integration circuits. Integration circuits optimize the overall flow of neural activation. Unconscious neural integration. What we consciously perceive, what we see, hear, or feel is often not exactly what comes to us through our sense organs. The brain makes changes in sensory input, unconsciously fitting pre-established neural patterns before vision, hearing, and touch become conscious. These changes usually take about 80 to 100 milliseconds, a twelfth to a tenth of a second, although sometimes as much as 500 milliseconds, half a second. Why should unconscious neural integration to fit existing circuitry occur? A possible answer is neural optimization, that is, least energy use. It may take less energy to make small changes to fit a pre-existing circuit than to recruit an entirely new circuit. Multimodality and conceptual integration. Much of thought is multimodal, bringing together embodied circuitry from different modalities: vision, motor control, touch, hearing, communicating, and thinking. Multimodal integration, the formation of consistent, integrated circuits across different modalities in different brain regions, is central to consciousness. Non-conscious thought, a small part of all thought, tends to be integrated into a consistent whole, while much of unconscious thought is fragmented. Multimodality brings two or more embodied regions of the brain together, allowing fixed circuitry in one region to use fixed circuitry in another region. It is common for experiments that show what might be called multimodal integration dominance, in which circuitry in one modality adjusts the circuitry in another modality. Examples will be discussed in the section Creating Perception, Seeing, Feeling, and Hearing below, with examples coming from vision with motion, touch with motion, and sound with vision. But an everyday example is useful. When you are driving, you adjust your steering, acceleration, and braking, control of movement, to what you see, and you adjust the force of your touch on the accelerator and brakes, to what steering, acceleration, and braking require. We should bear in mind that multimodality is anything but an accident of evolutionary history. Multimodality contributes to neural optimization, since it enables the brain to exploit both redundancy across modalities and complementarity in information from different modalities, that is, the ways in which information from different modalities fit together to provide an integrated understanding. The what and where pathways define this multimodality. The takeaway, the physical logic of neural learning. This section is a first pass on many issues discussed in this book. The neural basics just listed fit together according to what might be called a physical logic. This section began with the connection metaphor. Neurons don't touch, they don't literally connect. The connection metaphor and the circuit metaphor allow neuroscientists to use knowledge about electric circuits to model with great accuracy the way networks of neurons function in the brain and the body. The use of metaphorical models to describe with mathematical precision the functioning of physical systems is at the heart of the physical sciences. The metaphor's firing and connection strength allow neuroscientists to use the circuit metaphor to model neural learning, the acquisition of new skill and knowledge via change in the strength of connections between neurons. Such models contain learning rules that specify the change in strength of connections between neurons when an incoming neuron to the connection fires. The idea of such a rule is of course metaphorical, using the familiar notion of a rule to characterize what a complex neural structure does. An important rule is Hebbian learning: neurons that fire together wire together. This creates circuits on the basis of neural firing close in time and space. Reward-based reinforcement and other Hebbian paradigms such as spike timing-dependent plasticity will be discussed in later sections as rules that model the creation and maintenance of circuits where firing goes in one direction. The idea of recruitment allows neuroscientists to use the concept of connection strengthening to explain how hundreds of trillions of partly random connections can lead, beginning in the womb, to the learning of functional neural circuits via strengthening. The recruitment metaphor leads to the concept of neural natural selection, a version of Darwin's central insight applied to neural learning. Recruitment has the consequence that you cannot learn something from nothing. The neurons have to be in just the right place in advance before strengthening, and hence learning, can take place. Just as in evolution, species have to be in the right ecological niches before selection can take place, with selection being the optimization of the fit of species to ecological niches. The fittest are those that best fit the niches they happen to be in. Survival of the fittest means that those species that best fit niches where they are will be the most likely to survive. The insight that new learning depends on prior learning is crucial. We have circuits that have already been learned, that is, that have already become fixed via recruitment and strengthening through use. Newly acquired circuits can be thought of as changing the neural ecology of the neural system. New learning is easier if already existing circuits are used with minimal additions, that is, with minimal new recruitment via strengthening. This is the idea of best fit or, in other words, neural optimization. The theory that neural optimization happens via least energy use allows for an explanation, not just a description. The principle of conservation of energy in physics automatically chooses least energy use to explain neural optimization and cases of best fit. By the time a child is 5 years old, a vast amount of neural circuitry has become fixed in both the brain and the body. What a child learns before the age of 5 is crucial. And neural learning, the strengthening of synapses, happens all the time, everywhere. Neural learning, which is more than just learning subject matter and is mostly unconscious, includes learning cultural attitudes, interpersonal relationships, and understanding of the self, food preferences, and negatives such as trauma, social awkwardness, and resistances of all sorts. That's why early childhood is so important. Early learning sets the stage for later learning by providing constraints on what neural circuitry and how much energy are required for later learning. Neural learning naturally leads to generalization. There are 3 factors. 1. From early childhood we have learned embodied primitives including motion, containment, force, and many others. A house is a container, its walls are solid and resist force, and the motion is from outside to inside and back. We get a general understanding of a house using those primitives. 2. Different houses have different specifics. We learn those specifics by repeated experience. When the details are different and not repeated, those specifics are not learned. 3. Our neural anatomy links the periphery of the brain to the body. This leaves the prefrontal cortex as a potential control center, and it has been discovered that our more general circuits occur closer to the front of the prefrontal cortex. Thus, our anatomy makes generalization inevitable. Cognitively, every detail of a specific structure must fit a semantic role in the general structure. For example, a highly detailed Victorian roof must fit the semantic role roof in the general conceptual structure for a house. What we have just discussed is largely unconscious, simply because we have no direct conscious access to our neural circuitry. Most ideas are not just unconscious, they are complex as well and make use of circuitry extending across multiple brain regions. Unconscious circuitry operates on a millisecond timescale. It takes 80 to 100 milliseconds, a 1/12 to a 1/10 of a second, for unconscious percepts, sight, sound, touch, etc. to become conscious. This is so fast that we cannot be consciously aware of what is happening. Consciousness is integrated. Those unconscious circuits have to fit together in a way that makes sense if they are to become conscious. In Chapter 3, we show examples of some simple kinds of integration circuits. Integration circuitry fits together other circuitry so that it makes sense and so prepares the integrated circuitry for conscious understanding. The scientific study of integration circuits and their neural realization is at very early stages, and making progress to uncover these circuits is a central open task for the neural mind. This book represents only the first step of what we hope will be a productive direction for the field. In short, we don't just understand what we are conscious of. Understanding is always complex. There is circuitry linking and integrating various modalities, for example, vision, motor control, and touch. We regularly use such multiply connected brain regions. These are brought together by integration circuitry that allows them to function as integrated wholes. Our normal understanding of the world is thus unconscious, fragmented, and distributed across various brain regions, while conscious thought is unified and arises via the integration of unconscious fragments across multiply connected brain regions. The what and where pathways extend across multiply connected, multimodal regions. Different conceptual work is done in these regions, with the what pathway characterizing trajectors, entities located or moving, and the where pathway characterizing landmarks, where the trajectors are located or what they are moving with respect to. The conceptual systems and grammars of all languages make use of the what and where pathways, and human anatomy shapes how we think and communicate via trajectors and landmarks. In short, the basic neural traits that we began by just listing, recruitment, strengthening, integration, circuit formation, and so on, fit together via physical logic that characterizes the most basic integrated mechanisms of thought, with the least energy principle naturally giving rise to generalizations, neural circuitry shared by circuitry for specific cases. Functional generalization. This book presents the first steps toward a theory of the neural mind, that is, a theory of how ideas can arise from and be constituted by neural circuitry. In other words, it is a theory of how it is possible for physical brains to think, how thought can be physical in nature, and what configurations of neural circuitry can physically constitute corresponding thoughts. Ideas and the language that expresses them are relatively stable. That is why communication, imperfect in certain cases, is possible in most everyday interactions. At the neuron-by-neuron level, neural systems vary considerably from person to person and from time to time. Yet, neural systems function to produce the relative stability of ideas and language. A functional neural theory claims that there are real functional generalizations over the neuron-by-neuron details, that is, the neuron-by-neuron circuits actually work according to those physical generalizations, and such physical generalizations accurately characterize what is sufficiently stable in ideas and language to permit ordinary, everyday thought and communication. Why should this be true? Why should there be physical generalizations over neural structures that characterize stable details of thought and language? Human beings have to communicate. Communication requires memory, stable, remembered structures of thought and language. The great stability of ordinary concepts and language in everyday communication requires our complex neural systems to accommodate to the real-world stability of language and thought. The fact that stable ideas and language are constituted by our neural systems means that our neural systems really do function at a level of generalization to produce that stability. In short, functional generalization at the neural level produces stability in thought and language. What are neural functions? To control the body, the brain needs neural circuitry that integrates sensory information from many sources, vision, sound, touch, smell, in order to move the body so as to function physically in the world. Functional control of the body requires at least the following. Keeping bodily functions within a reasonable range: temperature, heartbeat, breathing, eating, and so on, which is known as homeostasis. Interacting with the world, including other beings, physical objects, physical locations, and so on. Sensing one's physical and social environment. Monitoring internal well-being and ill-being and one's emotions. Predicting the effects of one's actions and those of others. Choosing actions that enhance well-being, both yours and those of others, and coordinating movements and interactions on the basis of all of the above. To achieve such things, the brain has to integrate many different sources of information, e.g., vision, hearing, smell, touch, appetite, and internal state sensors such as temperature, to maintain homeostasis, to make predictions about the environment, social as well as physical, to estimate their impact on well-being, your own and others, and make decisions, that is, to select actions and carry them out to achieve purposes. Doing this requires fine-tuned connections between different parts of the brain, connections among parts of the brain that sense the world, sense the internal bodily state, make predictions about future states of the world and estimate their impact on well-being, make decisions, carry out actions, and correlate the consequences of those actions with those predictions. Such connections form systems that we call functional circuits. Functional fixed neural circuits. A functional circuit comes into existence when it is recruited to carry out some function that is required of all human beings in everyday life. That function may be an action that one performs regularly, such as washing your hands or frying an egg. The circuit becomes fixed when, through regular use, its synaptic strengths get so strong as to become permanent. Because neurons function in groups, circuits tend to be made up of a network of nodes. Each node is a neural ensemble, with pathways from node to node, that is, from ensemble to ensemble. An ensemble can be one, just a group of neurons, or two, a group of neurons with local connections performing some localized function. Thus, a node can be anything from a single neuron, rare, a group of unconnected neurons, or a locally functioning ensemble with a complex structure. Such an ensemble does more than just pass input from neural firings along to the next node. The ensemble systematically changes input firings to different output firings. Networks have connections from node to node. Circuits are networks in which the synapses linking the connected neurons in the network have connection strengths strong enough to make them effectively permanent. The network becomes a circuit when the network is activated often enough to permanently strengthen its connections. Additionally, trauma may create such strong firings in the network as to strengthen the connections enough to turn the network into a permanent circuit, one in which the neural effects of the trauma can be repeated when the trauma circuitry is activated. Ideas. The theory of ideas that we are presenting in this book presupposes functional generalization. The idea of functional generalization is based on the basic knowledge about 1. Ideas and the language expressing those ideas, and 2. The neural circuitry that constitutes those ideas and the language expressing them. An overwhelming part of the vocabulary and basic grammar of a language and the ideas they express are the same from speaker to speaker in everyday experiences. In general, English speakers will have no trouble understanding sentences such as these: he knocked on the door. She has long hair. I'm eating an apple. Sarah walked into the cafe. The details of low-level neural circuitry are constantly changing from time to time and vary widely across speakers of the same language. There are hundreds of millions of English speakers and millions of such common everyday sentences. Although the low-level neural details in the brain circuits of those hundreds of millions of speakers are wildly different, they must function in pretty much the same way to understand those millions of sentences. In other words, there must be neural generalizations over the hundreds of millions of wildly different low-level neural details that will function in the brains of millions of speakers to understand those millions of sentences. There is nothing mysterious about this. We saw above that there are circuits carrying out functional generalizations about the way we act in the world. Our hypothesis is that ideas, thought, and language use the same generalizations about everyday experience. The point is that although there is no way to study either the hundreds of millions of speakers or millions of sentences, we can nevertheless study the shared conceptual system and language of those speakers. We and many others have studied the semantics of English in general and the cognitive mechanisms in general that generate the ideas expressed in those sentences, that is, embodied schemas, conceptual frames, conceptual metaphors, and conceptual integration. Those general and widespread mechanisms for generating ideas characterize the millions of ideas understood by speakers of the language. Although we cannot study the functional neural circuitry required by the millions of ideas one by one, we can study the functional neural circuitry required by the small number of cognitive mechanisms that generate those ideas. That is what we will be doing in chapters 2 and 3. In chapter 4, we take up a way to extend this theory from ideas to language that expresses those ideas, looking at the case of English. Cascades. The computational bridge is designed to model flows of neural activation across the brain, flows that we call cascades. We will be using the word cascade in two senses. Active cascade, a flow of activation in the functional circuitry in the brain that goes across brain areas. In typical cases, there is a bidirectional flow of activation extending from one embodied brain region to another. In an active cascade, many fixed circuits across diverse brain regions will be activated. In addition, spreading activation from those fixed circuits will usually activate further circuits required by those fixed circuits, adding to the cascade flow. Cascade circuitry, a network that goes across areas in the brain and is made up of fixed circuits that regularly take part in active cascades and define where the flow of activation goes in an active cascade. A simple cascade. Let us consider a simple cascade from the domain of perception, described by the neuroscientist Stanislas Dehaene 2009 in his book Reading in the Brain. Dehaene took up an important question: we did not evolve as reading creatures. Animals don't read. Our brains did not evolve to read. How, then, is reading possible and how does reading work? Dehaene's account is called repurposing, or recycling. We did evolve circuitry to recognize the shape and form of objects. We have adapted that circuitry to the relatively new purpose of reading. Here is Dehaene's account. No specs for BQS. Set 9.5/14, justified, indented 1p left and right, 28bb above and below. The primary visual area, V1, appears to be largely dedicated to the detection of thin lines and object contours. By the secondary visual area, V2, neurons are already sensitive to combinations of lines with well-defined inclinations or curves. Farther up, in the posterior part of the inferior temporal cortex, an area called TAO, they are tuned to simple combinations of curves. Neuron selective response to, say, the shape of an F can be reduced to the detection of a simple conjunction of elementary curves, each placed at a relatively fixed location, the top bar, the upper left angle, the middle bar, and so on. In brief, the same scheme seems to be repeated at each hierarchical level. Neuronal selectivity results from a conjunction of the more elementary features coded by neurons at lower levels. Dehaene 2009, p. 136. The phenomenon described by Dehaene is deep and important. The next questions to be answered are, how is this done and what kind of circuitry does it and on what timescale? A reading cascade. Here is our more detailed hypothetical reconstruction, an educated guess of how the brain carries out letter recognition. The recognition mechanism for letters and other shapes makes use of layers of topographic maps of the visual field, connected in sequence. Each map is a layer of neurons with closest connections to neurons in the next layer. Consider the letter F. We know a lot about the shape of the letter. It has 3 lines, 1 vertical and 2 horizontal. The horizontals are shorter than the vertical. Each line is made up of a sequence of points. The vertical is to the left of the horizontals. The point at the left end of one horizontal connects to the point at the top of the vertical. The point at the left end of the other horizontal connects to about the midpoint of the vertical. That is a lot of information, but we perceive it as a whole all at once. Here is how an F is recognized as an F, a whole letter and not just a bunch of activated nodes. The proposed connections are center-surround cells, receptive fields, and orientation-sensitive cells. Center-surround cells. The ganglion cells of the retina are connected to neurons at the retina in just the right way to form center-surround receptive fields. Here's how: ganglion cell centers activate the closest neurons emerging from the retina. Ganglion cells surrounding those centers inhibit those central retinal neurons activated by the ganglion centers. The retinal centers are maximally activated when they are not inhibited by any surrounding ganglion cells. That is, when there is, say, a black center with a white surround, a white center with a black surround, a red center with a green surround, or a green center with a red surround, and so on. Those retinal neurons connect one-to-one, via the elon in the brain's central region, to neurons in the primary visual cortex, V1. Connections from each eye go to the opposite region in V1, right eye to left half of V1, left eye to right half of V1. From this point on we will speak of nodes, or neural ensembles. In short, each node in the first layer of V1 is connected to a center-surround receptive field in the ganglion cells of the retina. That is how they are embodied via body parts, in this case the eyes. The connections are not one-way. There are far more connections going in the opposite direction, providing continual feedback between the eyes and the brain. Receptive fields. The concept of a receptive field is somewhat complex. It is a relationship between a neuron and some area in which the presence of a given stimulus will result in the firing of the neuron. The idea is that the neuron, or neuronal group, receives input enough to make it fire on the basis of the presence of something in a given area, or field. The term receptive comes from the idea of the neuron receiving input from an external stimulus. Technically, as we have seen, that input consists of ions flowing in as a result of neurotransmitters or voltage changing the shape of transmembrane proteins. The idea was introduced by experimentalists who were concerned with finding out what kind of stimulus in what places would cause a given neuron to fire or inhibit it. The field was the set of places where the presence of the stimulus caused neural firing. The idea is general. First, it can apply to a region of bodily input, an area on the skin, a region in the retina, groups of rods and cones, or a range of hairs in the cochlea, or equivalently a range of sound frequencies that would activate those hairs. But a receptive field can also be a place, or places, in the brain such that neural activation there results in the activation of a neuron, or neural ensemble elsewhere. The idea is important because it helps us understand functioning in the brain. For example, Hubel and Wiesel 1962 discovered that in the retina there are center-surround receptive fields, that is, regions of rods and cones where activation of those in the center provides firing input to ganglion cells, while activation of those in the surround tend to inhibit the firing of those ganglion cells. The result is to make a spot that you see tend to stand out against a different background. Hubel and Wiesel also found that the centers of adjacent ganglion cells overlap significantly. Moreover, when a short line, or bar, was presented to a region of the retina, the line covered the centers of adjacent ganglion cells, activating a linear sequence of ganglion cells. But the line was perceived as a whole. How? 1. The ganglion cells connect to neurons in layer 1 of the primary visual cortex, V1. The result is that each V1 neuron has the same receptive field in the retina as the corresponding group of ganglion cells. 2. Adjacent neurons in layer 1 of V1 have overlapping receptive fields in the retina with overlapping centers. 3. A short linear sequence of neurons next to one another in layer 1 of V1 has a short linear sequence of overlapping centers in the retina. 4. A short straight line, or bar, presented to those overlapping centers in the retina will therefore result in the activation in layer 1 of V1 of a short sequence of neurons, or neural ensembles, next to one another. 5. The neurons in layer 2 of V1 form a topographic map of the neurons in layer 1 of V1 in such a way that an adjacent sequence of activated layer 1 neurons will activate a single neuron or neural ensemble in layer 2. Thus, in the case of an F, there are 3 straight lines and hence 3 activated neurons or nodes in layer 2. Now assume that there are connections from layer 1 to layer 3 in V1 such that layer 3 neurons only fire if they take input from 2 or more layer 2 neurons. This means that the points in the F where there are line overlaps, namely the 2 points on the left line at the top and middle, will result in the firing of the corresponding neurons in layer 3 maps. Now assume that there are connections from layers 2 and 3 to layer 4 and that unique neurons or neural ensembles fire in layer 4 depending on the patterns of firings in layers 2 and 3. What constitutes an F is firing of that pattern of neurons across layers 1, 2, and 3. This is oversimplified, of course. It leaves out the variations in shape and size on the letter F, but the point is that we comprehend, that is, we consciously recognize the F by virtue of a cascade consisting of all of those layers at once. Each layer and its inputs do something simple, but the combined simplicities yield the integrated complex pattern. This is how a simple cascade is formed. Orientation-sensitive cells. There are many further complexities that arise out of simple cross-map connections. For example, short lines in a given region in layer 1 can be perceived in layer 2 as being in one of 16 orientations, horizontal, vertical, at 45 degrees, and so on. Those oriented line nodes form columns of adjacent orientations in layer 2. A. In layer 2, there are 3 active nodes for F, one connected to the vertically oriented overlapping receptive field centers, which we see as the vertical line, plus 2 active nodes connected to each of the 2 horizontally oriented overlaps of receptive field centers, which we see as the 2 horizontal lines. B. In layer 3, there are 2 active nodes for F, those indicating the 2 points of overlaps between the vertical and horizontal lines. C. In layer 4, there will be a single node indicating F. That node will be active when the nodes in A and B are active. The activity of that node will indicate the visual perception of F. D. The connections between layers 4 and layers 2 and 3 go in both directions. Activating the node in layer 4 corresponds to imagining an F. That node will activate the corresponding nodes in layers 2 and 3. Which will in turn activate the overlapping centers around receptive fields in layer 1 that form the lines. When all these connections across all of the layers are firing together, we recognize all at once the prominent center surround nodes, the short lines, the longer lines, the orientations, the line intersections, and the patterns of line intersection. When they all fire together, the result is a cascade of neural firing. Recognizing all of these at once by a neural cascade constitutes recognizing a whole shape, that is, the visual gestalt structure, whether it is a letter, an object, or a face. Imagining the F happens when we begin with the layer 4 node and activate the nodes in layers 3, 2, and 1. All of these connections anatomically go in both directions, linking the retina, which is embodied in the eye, to and from brain internal layers. The F cascade can thus be triggered in 2 ways: in perception by an embodied region, the retina or V1, or in imagination by an internal region. Whether we are recognizing a perceived letter, object, or face or imagining it, the activations flow back and forth between the interior of the brain and the embodied region all at once, putting together the entire visual structure. For all of the neurons in these layers to be active at once, the 2-way connections between layers must be active along the cascade long enough for the whole gestalt to be perceived or imagined. The layer-to-layer activations happen much faster than we can consciously perceive. It takes only a small number of milliseconds to establish a whole layer-to-layer-to-layer cascade going in both directions at once. Once established, all the parts are active at once. In such a cascade, the connections from one layer to the next do only one tiny thing. But as more layers are added, the tiny contributions add up, forming new structures. Then those structures gradually add up. When they are activated all at once, the structural totality is created. Alone a single neuron can be in one location, e.g., the V1 map can have connections to other neurons, and can either fire or not. That's all that an isolated neuron can do. It is the cascades of neurons that allow the formation of complex structures that we understand. That is the fundamental idea behind the theory of cascades. General features of cascades. From this simple cascade, we can see several features that we use throughout our formulation of cascade theory. Cascades are grounded in embodied circuitry. 1. For thought, the embodiment is part of the emotional, conceptual, social cognition, and sensory motor systems. 2. For the form of a language, it is the sensory motor system for phonology, that is, for speech and sound, for signing and perceiving signs in signed languages, for reading and writing, and for ordering phonological elements and perceiving the order and the ordering hierarchies. 3. The lexicon and grammar link phonological and conceptual cascades to create meaningful language. Connections in cascades can be bidirectional. You can perceive an image or language or create it. The component parts of a cascade can be perceived together all at once as parts of the whole. Or with different timing, the parts can be perceived sequentially. Individual circuits in the cascade can be activating, inhibiting, disinhibiting, or modulating. A node in a cascade can trigger an integration circuit that integrates information elsewhere in the brain. Cascades are learned via normal neural learning mechanisms, recruitment, synaptic strengthening, and natural neural change mechanisms. Cascades can be externally triggered in the case of perception and internally triggered in the case of imagination and understanding. Cascades can be combined, coordinated, and sequentially activated over time to form more complex cascades. The theory of cascades is an important part of our approach to understanding how thought and language work systemically and globally in the brain. This is the opposite of the view that all brain processes are localized in isolated modules. Timing is an important constraint. Each neural firing takes on the order of a few milliseconds, where a millisecond is 1/1000th of a second. The time elapsed between one firing and the next is a small number of milliseconds. The chaining in cascades cannot be all that long in milliseconds. The maps and connections hypothesized are constrained by embodiment, by anatomical connections, by the types of connections, by the timing of neural processes, and by the time constraints on consciousness. Visual perception takes between 80 and 100 milliseconds to become conscious and sometimes as much as 500 milliseconds. That has a possible implication for a theory of cascades. When we point out that in the above cascade all of the map-to-map activations have to be perceived all at once, we mean that any real-world time differences have to be so small that we cannot consciously perceive the difference. In other words, we consciously perceive the timing of neural events as simultaneous if we cannot consciously perceive any time difference between them. This puts a very real-time constraint on hypothesized cascades. 2 types of simultaneity. There is a big difference between what we consciously perceive as being all at once and what a neural system reacts to as all at once. Consider 2 nodes, N1 and N2. When the rest of the brain cannot tell the difference in timing between the firing patterns of N1 and N2, those firing patterns are considered simultaneous even though there might be real-time differences between them. As we shall see, this notion of brain-based simultaneity plays an important role in the theory of neural language and concepts. The phenomenon of neural binding between nodes A and B requires that the rest of the brain not be able to tell the difference between the firing of node A and the firing of node B. In other words, 2 nodes are understood as the same node if the rest of the brain cannot tell the difference between the firing or lack of firing of one and the firing or lack of firing of the other. Convergence-divergence zones. One of the early inspirations for the ideas in this book came from the remarkable neuroscience research on convergence-divergence zones (CDZS) by Antonio and Hannah Damasio in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Their work has greatly matured since then. 11. One of the most interesting things about their seeds hypothesis is that it fits fundamental results about conceptual structure so well that it could be an important element in a common framework for bridging cognitive semantics with neural systems. Before explaining why, however, we must first say a few things about what CDZS are. A seeds is a hypothesized neural control structure, a neural ensemble that integrates operations performed elsewhere in a number of different locations. The integration is done via temporal neural binding, control over the time-locked activation of neural patterns in those locations. Such temporal binding permits the integration of features computed in various other places into a single gestalt, a collection of circuits activated at once. CDZS with the same neural architecture can control different functions depending on where in the brain they are located, that is, what they are connected to. CDZS can be hierarchically and heterarchically linked. That is, hierarchical linkage means that neural ensembles in the seeds can characterize general cases linked to more specific cases controlled elsewhere and can also characterize specific cases linked to more general cases controlled elsewhere. That is, CDZS are bidirectional. Heterarchical linkage is non-hierarchical linkage. The early work on CDZS hypothesized that certain cognitive deficits associated with brain damage arise because lesions damage CDZS or connections between them, and early research established that this is correct. We will begin with that early research. To get a feel for CDZS, consider what it takes to name a familiar face. 1. The face must be perceived as a whole with various features, eyes, nose, mouth, chin, hair, integrated in just the right way, i.e., brought together to form a single gestalt. There are patients who have difficulty integrating parts of a figure into a whole. For such patients, the SEEDS hypothesis says that the CDZS integrating, i.e., bringing together, low-level facial features detected elsewhere are disrupted. 2. Let us call the face perceived as a whole a face gestalt. The face gestalt must then activate knowledge about a particular person. There are patients who can perceive a face as a whole visually but cannot connect it with knowledge about the person, although they can identify the face when either voice or gait is added. In this case, the SEEDS provides only priming activation, which is at too low a level in itself to activate recognition, but the addition of voice or gait adds sufficient activation for recognition. There are other patients for whom voice or gait perception does not help face recognition. Here the SEEDS hypothesis says that the CDZS connecting the face gestalt with knowledge are disrupted. 3. Having processed the face as a gestalt and activated knowledge to know whose face it is, one must then be able to assign a name to the face as recognized. There are patients who can recognize a familiar face and give lots of information about the person, who may be a close relative or a celebrity, but cannot supply the name. Here the SEEDS hypothesis says that the SEEDS integrating proper names with recognized faces is disrupted or, in ordinary naming problems, requires additional activation from other knowledge. In each case, there are CDZS integrating information computed in or controlled from other places. The CDZS form hierarchies. The face gestalt CDZS are linked to knowledge about a particular person, voice perception, and gait perception via person recognition SEEDS. And the person recognition CDZS, SEEDS person, are linked to knowledge of proper names via person naming CDZS, naming CDZS. These CDZS thus form a hierarchical chain, face to person to name. There are also some heterarchical, non-hierarchical, connections in this case. SEEDS person is linked with a voice recognition SEEDS, voice SEEDS, and a gait recognition SEEDS, gait SEEDS. Face gestalt CDZS, voice CDZS, and gait CDZS are heterarchically, not hierarchically, linked. That is, they are on the same level, there is no hierarchical activation flow or chain. The architecture of each SEEDS is roughly the same. Connections to lower-level features or other CDZS go in both directions, forming feedback loops. Consider, for example, face gestalt CDZS. In perception, activation is initiated by the lower-level features and passed up the hierarchy to face gestalt CDZS. In memory, the reverse is the case. Activation initiates at a higher level, person SEEDS or higher, and is passed to the face gestalt SEEDS and then to lower-level features. Antonio and Hannah Damasio refer to connections that go to CDZS higher in a hierarchy or sideways as feed-forward connections. The CDZS themselves do not contain any representations. There are no representations of whole faces in a face gestalt SEEDS, no representations of recognized persons in a person SEEDS, and no representations of names or persons in a naming SEEDS. The CDZS do not represent, they only control the activations of neural ensembles elsewhere. According to the SEEDS hypothesis, this control is exercised through neural binding. For example, consider the face gestalt SEEDS, which controls face gestalts. The face gestalt SEEDS integrates particular facial features, eyes, hair, nose, mouth, wrinkles, with what might be thought of as slots in a general schema of the human face. The association of the particular eyes with the eye slots, the particular mouth with the mouth slot, and so on is an instance of neural integration controlled by the face gestalt SEEDS. In the Damasio SEEDS hypothesis, the proposed mechanism through which neural binding is hypothesized to take place is by a time-locked activation of the various lower-level features that are bound together to form a particular face, a neural integration. The SEEDS controls the firing of those lower-level activation patterns so that the patterns to be integrated fire in sync, producing an integrated whole. In the case of a hierarchy of CDZS, one seeds would control the firing in other CDZS, which control the firing in other CDZS, and so on until the lower level parts of the brain where the component features are computed is reached. These circuits are the cascades. In the late 1980s, when the Damagios formulated their hypothesis, they were using positron emission tomography, PET, scan data. The seeds hypothesis made sense of commonplace PET scan data. When a person is performing a single relatively simple task, it was common for PET scans to reveal activation not just in one portion of the brain but also in many portions. On the seeds hypothesis, the parts of the brain activated are linked via CDZS that are organized hierarchically and heterarchically. The idea is that a task of any complexity at all is not performed in just one place but instead involves a cascade of activation from the higher association cortex to low-level regions in the visual, somatosensory, auditory, or other cortices. Convergence-divergence zones and basic level categories. One of the most striking discoveries by the Damagios and their co-workers was that there are patients with face agnosia, the inability to recognize faces, who also cannot recognize certain basic level categories. 12. These are patients with lesions in the inferior temporal lobes who cannot integrate a percept of a particular face with the information that goes with that face, information that would permit recognition. Some of the same patients also cannot distinguish among prototypical basic level animal concepts. That is, they cannot tell a raccoon from a wolf or a fox and refer to them as just animals, though they can recognize non-prototypical animals such as elephants and giraffes. Such patients can, however, recognize basic level categories for artifacts and implements, knives, forks, chairs, tables, and so on. Why should an inability to recognize particular faces accompany an inability to recognize categories of animals with prototypical shapes? The answer the Damagios give is that both involve the ability to make fine distinctions among images that involve the complex integration of visual features and b. the ability to pair such distinctions with specific knowledge. In the seeds hypothesis, both disabilities involve disruptions of CDZS that integrate visual images with other knowledge and that consequently would be located in the same region of the brain. And what about the fact that such patients can recognize other basic level categories, those for implements and artifacts? According to the Damagios, those categories involve the information of not only visual images and specific information but also somatosensory, tactile, and motor information. Thus, knowledge of those categories would have to be accessed via CDZS controlling somatosensory and/or motor information, which would have to be located elsewhere in the brain in a place where inferior temporal lesions would not affect them. Examples of such locations include the posterior and lateral temporal cortex, some parietal cortices, and frontal cortices. But if this is so, there should be patients with lesions in those areas who cannot recognize implements and artifacts but can recognize faces and prototypical animals. Indeed, there are such patients as the Damagios report. That is, there is a double dissociation. Inferior temporal lesions but not more dorsal temporal or parietal lesions correspond to a loss of face recognition and prototypical basic level animal categories. Dorsal temporal or parietal lesions can do the reverse. In all cases, superordinate categories animal object are retained. Motor program animals. There is one more remarkable finding in this data. Consider the case of cats and dogs, prototypical animals that most of us have motor programs for, e.g., petting, and horses that many people, especially in rural areas, have motor programs for, e.g., petting, feeding, and riding. With the patients tested, these motor program animals pattern just like implements, not like other animals. Patients with inferior temporal lesions did not lose the ability to recognize these animals. In brief, if categories are defined by just the integration of visual images and other knowledge, they will be accessed via CDZS in one sector of cortex. If categories are defined by the integration of visual images, other knowledge, and motor programs, they will be accessed via CDZS in another sector of cortex. Naming. There is a common belief among linguists that human beings have a lexical component in their brains, a single location where all words and their meanings are stored. Using a word means just retrieving it from storage, a kind of warehouse for meaningful words. One can imagine an alternative. The forms of words, sound, speech, writing, show connections in the brain to different brain areas depending on how word meaning is embodied. Then, there would be no storehouse, no lexical component in the brain, no single place where all words and their meanings are stored. Evidence from brain lesion data. The Damagios and their colleagues found a way to compare these opposite hypotheses using data on the naming of objects from patients who had brain lesions. Here is what they found. Category recognition is distinct from category naming. Damasio and Tranel 1993. Two of the patients and 1033 and KJ 1360 have no problem with category recognition but only have naming deficits. The third patient, Boswell, has both recognition and naming deficits. Recall also that concepts involving tactile and motor activities, implement concepts, physical actions, are accessed via regions related to somatosensory and motor processing. On the other hand, concepts involving only visual images and other knowledge but not motor activity are accessed via the inferior temporal lobes. Recall as well that the language areas, which provide access to phonological forms, are located in the left hemisphere. One would therefore expect that CDZS for naming objects where concepts depend on visual images but not motor involvement would be in the left inferior temporal cortex. On the other hand, one would expect CDZS for naming manipulable objects to be in the posterior temporal and inferior parietal cortices. The reason is that in those regions CDZS can access not only visual knowledge but also somatosensory knowledge and, indirectly, motor patterns of the hand. What about the locations of CDZS for naming fruits? We would expect them to vary with the particular fruit, depending on how much visual, tactile, or motor pattern knowledge characterizes our interactions with that fruit. For example, consider a banana. It is a fruit that we learn a special motor program for, a program involving the hands. The seeds hypothesis would lead us to expect that the banana concept would be stored in a seeds with access to not only visual knowledge but also somatosensory and hand-based but not full-body motor knowledge. Finally, we would expect concepts for physical actions such as running and swimming to be accessed through still other seed sites, since the knowledge characterizing such actions involves both visuomotor and somatosensory patterns of whole-body actions, not just hand actions. The hypothesis also generates a further expectation. Lesions are not strictly demarcated. Serious damage in one zone typically entails at least some lesser damage in nearby zones. Thus, where there is major damage to the inferior temporal lobes, it would not be at all strange to find lesser damage to such a nearby area as the posterior temporal region. Such differing amounts of damage would lead us to expect corresponding differences in deficits. On this line of reasoning, we might expect KJ 1360, who has left premotor damage, to have a naming deficit for physical actions involving motor activity over the whole body, swimming, running. But we would not expect KJ 1360 to have a naming deficit for objects and other concrete entities such as animals, since they involve visual and tactile information but not whole-body motor information. On the other hand, Boswell and 1033, who have left inferior temporal lesions, would be expected to have deficits in naming animals but not in naming physical actions. It would not be surprising for them to have lesser damage in the nearby posterior temporal region and hence a lesser deficit in naming tools and implements. This is essentially what Damasio and Tranel 1993 report. Boswell successfully named 92% of the physical actions but only 24% of animals and 25% of fruits and vegetables, which is consistent with his expected deficit. He named 76% of tools and utensils, a minor deficit that is consistent with a lesser degree of damage in the nearby posterior temporal region. Incidentally, despite his problems with other fruits, he had no problem naming bananas. Now consider KJ 1360. He got only 53% of the physical action names, an expected deficit given his premotor damage. His uniformly high scores otherwise are consistent with his lack of damage in other areas. And 1033 also fits the theory. He has the expected deficit in the non-motor involved animal and fruit vegetable categories, 51% and 54%, respectively, which indicates less serious damage than Boswell but significant nonetheless. And 1033 has the expected lack of a deficit in the motor-involved physical action category, 96%. And his 70% performance on tools and utensils is, like Boswell's 76%, consistent with lesser damage in nearby areas. And like Boswell, though in 1033 had severe problems naming other fruits, he had no problem with bananas. Goodbye to the warehouse theory. What do these results mean? They support the seeds hypothesis and show that the warehouse theory is false. There is no lexical component in the brain, no single location where all words and their meanings are stored. Words in the brain have connections to different brain areas depending on how word meaning is embodied. Moreover, the connections go through CDZS and branch out to diverse regions in the brain hierarchically and sideways at various points in the hierarchy. Indeed, the very idea of storage is disconfirmed by seeds research. Memories are not stored in any particular place. They can be triggered or controlled from a particular brain location, but the conceptual, visual, or motor content of the memories requires the activation of circuitry in multiple brain regions via different CDZS. Moreover, CDZS unite memory and perception into a single theory. Overall perception occurs via the piecing together of separate perceptual features via the seeds system. Memories occurs via the activation of one or more CDZS and are pieced together via the seeds system, activating perceptual and cognitive neural circuitry, often fragmentary, involving mechanisms of constructive simulation, which will be discussed in Chapter 3. Memories are typically unconscious and only occasionally come to consciousness. A common framework. The Damasio seeds hypothesis was first proposed over a quarter of a century ago. Yet, its main features seem to have held up as more research has been done and seem prescient, almost predicting many of the conclusions we have come to. There is embodiment via connections from the brain to various locations in the body. Circuitry that is not directly embodied connects across the brain to embodied circuitry. CDZS have both hierarchical and lateral structure in connectivity. There are two-way connections entering and leaving CDZS. CDZS are part of cascades of connections that branch out, diverge in one direction, with connections converging at the same points in the opposite direction. Neural binding works via two-way connections with synchronous firing of the bound nodes. The seeds hypothesis creates neural integration of information from multiple modalities across multiple regions in the brain. Seeds architecture could form the underpinning of grammar and language. We will see more in later sections. In addition, important discoveries of CDZS are continuing, especially in research on frontal striatal circuitry. 13. These results suggest the possibility of a cascade with convergent projections from multiple cortical areas, prefrontal and parietal regions, to the striatum. This suggests an integration circuit of corticostriatal projections that combine reward, attention, and control during reward-based learning. The role of explanation. The theory of CDZS explains a great deal of neuroscience data correlating brain lesions and behavior. It also fits everything that we have found about neurally embodied cognition, which gives it even greater explanatory power. The theory of CDZS is also a transformative theory in that it eliminates commonplace warehouse and storage theories that claim that memories and complex knowledge such as knowledge of language are stored at certain brain locations. There is a big difference between local storage and local triggering or control, which can explain high Fourier readings correlating with triggered memories and controlled behavior. There is no lack of cognitive phenomena requiring a neural explanation. We now turn to several examples where deep explanations can be offered in the form of hypotheses but where rich experimental data is not available, at least not at present. Explaining basic level concepts. Active embodiment. Embodiment is active in every sense, dynamically changing, situated in context, connected to the physical and social world, purposeful and aesthetically attuned to what is awesome and pleasurable, or not, and with some personal sense of right and wrong. As John L. Austin 1962, and John Searle 1979, Chap. 1, have observed, communicating is acting, informing, convincing, requesting, making commitments, establishing norms, and creating new situations in the world, as the U.S. Supreme Court and Congress do. Embodied action, whether in thinking alone or in communication, involves at least the following causal capacities, which commonly occur together, enabling possibilities, creating probabilities, causing effects, and bringing about consequences. And embodied action in part defines the logics of those possibilities, probabilities, causes, effects, and consequences. Active neural circuits also structure purposes. Purposes are constituted structurally by desires, resources, courses of action, difficulties, and goals, with successes and failures characterized by a so-called reward circuitry, the neurally controlled release of hormones for pleasure, satisfaction, and dissatisfaction, as well as circuitry controlling emotions. Active circuits coordinate actions, ordering them in sequence or performing them in parallel, structured hierarchically by the internal complexities of desire, types of resources, e.g. energy, strength, body structure, imagination, kinds of actions, and what it means to have purposes and satisfy them or not. Basic level embodied concepts. Even in the womb, we perform complex actions, kicking, turning over, and sucking our thumbs. Think of what a fetus's neural system, via integrated control over the body, has to perform for the fetus to suck its thumb. In one motion, the fetus has to make a fist with thumb up, lift the shoulder, bend the elbow, open the mouth, put the thumb into the mouth, suck on the thumb repeatedly, and then stop sucking, loosening the mouth's grip on the thumb and moving the thumb out of the mouth by opening the elbow and lowering the shoulder. Bit by bit it is complex, but overall the movement sequence forms a single naturally integrated schema, as natural as they come, what we will call a basic level embodied schema. After birth during childhood, we form categories of naturally embodied schemas: eating small pieces of food, sipping out of sippy cups, crawling, putting objects into containers, taking objects out of containers, throwing graspable objects, and grasping, holding, and carrying around a favorite object, a toy, a doll, a blanket. These develop into what are called basic level categories of actions and objects, defined by motor programs, mental images, and gestal perceptions: chairs, balls, cars, dolls, running, walking, jumping, throwing, dancing, and so on. These also have cognitively special properties. They have shorter names and are named earlier, recognized faster, and remembered more easily than higher-level superordinate categories: vehicles, furniture, exercises, and movements, as well as lower-level subordinate categories: sports cars, barber chairs, bobblehead dolls, bowling, pitching, waltzing, and so on. 14. It is particularly interesting that natural embodied schemas, like basic-level categories, are multimodal, that is, they link together different kinds of bodily movements and perceptions, controlled via multiple brain areas. Given our bodies and how they function in the world, it is simpler, or more natural, or takes less energy to perform certain combinations of neural activity than their separate parts. Even with monkeys, mirror neuron researchers found that certain neuronal groups fire when the monkey picks up a real object but do not fire when the monkey performs the corresponding hand action without the object. 15. Certain neural circuits are tuned to more complex cases but not less complex cases. Why? Explaining basic level phenomena. There are two neural phenomena that explain why basic level phenomena exist, that is, why certain complexes are more natural than their simpler parts. The unity of imagination and experience, and the neural linkage of action and perception. Imagination and experience. Martha Farah 1989 showed that much of the same neural circuitry used in seeing an object is also used in imagining seeing an object, all the way down from higher cortex to the primary visual cortex. This result has had enormous implications, especially since connections are bidirectional. Perception is not just getting sense impressions from sensory organs. An image is not just a bunch of pixels, isolated neurons activated one by one. A visual perception has the same kind of structuring as an imagined mental image, which is never fully specified pixel by pixel but has an internal structure. Correspondingly, mental images are not disembodied, formed by some wholly separate capacity or independent module, as in the old theory of faculty psychology in which perception and imagination were assumed to be simply separate faculties. Since then it has been shown that in the brain, much of the same is true of real and imagined actions. Imagined kicking activates much of the same brain circuitry as real kicking. More recently, studies have shown that mental imagery and perception may use the same cascades with reverse information flows in the brain. Researchers at the University of Wisconsin, Madison, 16 used electrical activity to identify directions of information flow when subjects were asked to imagine a scene or watch a video of the scene. They found that during imagination there was an increase in information flow from more upstream, parietal cortex, areas to visual areas in the occipital lobe. The converse is true for the visual signal, which travels from the retina through the occipital lobe to parietal and other frontal regions. In other words, imagination results in an internal triggering of visual regions in the brain in a top-down manner, from imagining, top, to seeing, down. Such internal triggering of neural cascades is an important part of connecting abstract reasoning and understanding neurally to embodied sensory motor and emotional circuits. Action and perception. Mirror neuron phenomena, first discovered at the University of Parma in Italy, showed that when you see someone perform an action, some of the same neurons are firing as when you actually perform the same action. 17. Those neurons are partly in brain regions controlling action sequences and partly in brain regions integrating perception. For this to happen, there have to be two-way multimodal connections linking those distinct regions. There are various hypotheses as to what the exact circuitry is, but the phenomenon is real. There are multimodal action perception neural links in the brain. They occur together in the brain. The neural unity of imagination and experience and the neural linkage of action and perception are not separate phenomena. Gestalt perception circuitry is involved in both action perception and imagination perception circuits. When the appropriate circuitry overlaps, we get basic-level phenomena, defined by motor programs, mental imagery and gestalt perception occurring together. Under what circumstances would they not occur together, where, for example, one would perform a grasping action with nothing there to grasp or a kicking action while not kicking anything? For natural grasping or kicking to occur in such cases, one would need circuitry for detailed imagination beyond the naturally used circuitry. Such circuitry can be and is learned, consciously by mimes, dancers, and athletes practicing, but also unconsciously and naturally in cases governed by metonymy, or symbolic action, which occurs naturally in spontaneous gesture, such as thrusting a fist upward to indicate a victory in sports, and the meaningful gestures built into signed languages. The basic level cases are normal and natural, because in the brain action perception and imagination perception circuits do overlap naturally. The fact that mental imagery and physical experience use the same neural circuitry suggests that the same circuitry is used in conceptualizing experience and, moreover, that active neural circuitry is central to any account of conceptual thought. A possible explanation for lateral prefrontal data. Basic-level concepts are not just defined by the convergence of mental imagery, gestalt perception, and motor programs. They are also defined as being in the middle between more general superordinate concepts and more specific subordinate concepts. Table 2. Table 2. Superordinate basic subordinate concepts. Superordinate. Basic level. Subordinate. Furniture. Chair. Rocking chair. Mammal. Dog. Poodle. The lateral prefrontal cortex is organized front, rostral, to back, caudal. Early results by Bader et al. 2009 demonstrated that rostral areas showed more general control of behavior, while caudal areas showed more specific control of behavior. Bader et al. Posited a front-to-back, rostral to caudal, hierarchy, general to specific, of control. But research by Ney and Despacito 2016 showed a more subtle result. Here is how Ney and Despacito describe their findings. Higher-level cognition depends on the lateral prefrontal cortex, LPFC, but its functional organization has remained elusive. An influential proposal is that the LPFC is organized hierarchically, whereby progressively rostral areas of the LPFC process represent increasingly abstract information, facilitating efficient and flexible cognition. However, support for this theory has been limited. Here, human-free data revealed rostral-caudal gradients of abstraction in the LPFC. Dynamic causal modeling revealed asymmetrical LPFC interactions indicative of hierarchical processing. Contrary to dominant assumptions, the relative strength of efferent versus afferent connections positioned mid-LPFC as the apex of the hierarchy. Furthermore, cognitive demands induced connectivity modulations towards mid-LPFC consistent with a role in integrating information for control operations. Moreover, the strengths of these dynamics were related to trait-measured higher-level cognitive ability. Collectively, these results suggest that the LPFC is hierarchically organized with the mid-LPFC position to synthesize abstract and concrete information to control behavior. Ney and Despacito 2016. In short, Ney and Despacito found that the mid-LPFC has a special status between the more general front, rostral, and more specific rear, caudal. Integrates information and controls operations. Has stronger efferent, outward-going, connections than afferent, inward-coming, connections. Is correlated with higher-level cognitive ability, and synthesizes abstract, more general, and concrete, more specific, information to control behavior. One possible consequence of this finding is that the midlateral prefrontal cortex is the locus of control for basic-level concepts that integrate mental imagery, gestalt perception, and motor control and lie between superordinate and subordinate concepts, not just conceptually but also anatomically in the brain. At this writing, this hypothesis, linking basic level concepts with the mid-LPFC apex of the LPFC anatomical hierarchy, has not been researched and remains only a suggestive hypothesis. Sound symbolism. Primary embodied schemas are real in experience. We consciously perceive generalized containment in a wide variety of containers, drawers, windows, rooms, buildings, doorways, cups, pots, bottles, bushes, caves, valleys, and city squares, allowing the use of the words in and into. How the brain accomplishes this is a deep problem for neuroscience. Unconscious neural integration, as we have just seen, is also real. Some remarkable experiments link the study of unconscious integration in language and conceptual systems to a further question for neuroscience, an extension of the question of how primary embodied schemas work. These phenomena seem to work together to produce a linguistic phenomenon, sound symbolism. What is high about high tones? As early as the 1930s, C.C. Pratt 1930 and O.C. Timball 1934 studied the spatial character of high versus low tones. Literally, such tones arise from higher versus lower frequencies of sound, that is, more versus fewer sound waves per unit of time. There is no literal height involved. Yet, actual height correlated with high tones does show up in a set of remarkable experiments done in recent years, such as one experiment by Mita, Kanai, and Shimojo 2004. Their experiment used what vision scientists call gratings. Imagine a computer-generated sine wave moving left to right on a computer screen. Now imagine such a sine wave moving right to left. Next, imagine the computer superimposing these two waves moving in opposite directions at the same speed. There is no preferred direction. That is a grating. Take this as a visual stimulus. Now turn it 90 degrees so that it is oriented vertically, not horizontally. Again, there is no preferred direction. If subjects are asked to make a forced choice, is their motion up or down, their responses are random, as one would expect. What would happen if a rising tone, greater frequency, more sound waves per second, or a falling tone, lesser frequency, fewer sound waves per second, were presented with the motion-neutral grating either at same time, a 0 millisecond delay, or with a delay of 100 milliseconds, a time within which unconscious neural integration takes place? When the grating was presented at those times with an ascending, progressively greater frequency, tone, subjects perceived, that is, they consciously saw the neutral grating moving upward. The maximal effect was slightly after the grating was shown but within the 100 millisecond range that allows for conscious neural integration. In such cases, their brains encountered the motion-neutral grating first and then heard the sound a bit later within 100 milliseconds. The slightly later encounter with the sound affected the perception of the slightly earlier visual onset of the grating, adding motion that was not there in the external world. Similarly, when subjects were presented with a descending tone, they saw, that is, their brains created a perception of, the motion-neutral grating moving downward. This also worked with rising and falling intonations of various types of sound. To test whether linguistic semantics was involved, they used, with Japanese subjects, the Japanese words yui meaning up and shida meaning down in place of the rising and falling tones. This time there was no significant difference between the two groups within 100 milliseconds, the meanings of the words had no effect within the 100 millisecond unconscious integration range. But when the words were presented after a 400 millisecond gap, known to allow a semantic understanding of the word, not just a perception of their sound, then the different meanings of the words had a slight positive effect. That is, when the words were perceived as just sounds without meaning, there was no perceived tone difference, and no motion was perceived. Incidentally, when the grating was gradually rotated from vertical to horizontal position, the effect decreased, disappearing at the horizontal position. The dramatic conclusion: rising and falling tones in sound within the time range of unconscious neural integration causally affects visual perception in space in the corresponding rising and falling directions even when presented. The sounds are presented slightly later than the visual presentation. Attention shift. Rocco and Rich 2012 showed that high and low tones induce attention shifts to upper or lower locations p339, depending on the degree of pitch height. As the pitch was raised, there was greater attention shift. There was no effect on horizontal attention shift. Not surprisingly, cognition, consciously deciding to look at a certain location, can override such automatic attentional effects of rising versus falling tone. Prelinguistic infants show the effect. Walker et al. 2010, and Dolsk et al. 2014, have shown that this effect occurs in prelinguistic infants. The Dolst et al. Studies were done with Dutch 4-month-olds. The infants, with no prior looking preference in the experiment, look upward significantly longer when presented with high tones and downward significantly longer when presented with low tones. In short, the cross-modal correlation between high tone and attention upward versus low tone and attention downward is there at 4 months, well before language. The motor correlation. Berkeley phonetician Keith Johnson made an interesting suggestion. 18 When one is speaking in a high or rising tone, the glottis moves up. When speaking in a low tone, the glottis moves down. Prelinguistic infants make rising and falling sounds with their glottises moving up and down. Of course, neither the prelinguistic infants nor most adults are consciously aware of the glottal motion, just as they are unaware of the attentional effects. But Johnson has suggested that the upward versus downward motion of the glottis may account for the difference between the perception of the tones as being high or low. Is there a spatialization of the mouth? For glottal motion to be the explanation, there would have to be a perceived spatialization of the mouth. Our observations about the primary embodied schemas would have to apply to not just external objects, cups, windows, buildings, etc., but also one's own body, to one's own mouth. The McGurk effect suggested that this might be true. The perceived "z" is pronounced in the mouth along a continuum between the seen "ga" and the sounded "ba." Are there other phenomena that suggest that we unconsciously spatialize our mouths? The answer is yes. 19. Blips and bloopers, clips and sips and strips. Richard Rhodes and John Lawler 1981 in their classic paper A Thematic Metaphor cite a comment in the Oxford English Dictionary by James Murray, who originated that monumental work. Murray was working on words beginning with bl such as blow in an effort to find Indo-European roots for them. In frustration he gave up, writing that none of them could be found earlier than the development of Germanic from Indo-European. Murray had come up against sound symbolic words, words that arise at a given point in time because of sound symbolic effects. Syllables are divided naturally into two parts, onsets and rhymes. The onset is the initial consonant or consonant cluster, such as the bl in blow, blip, bleep, blab, blurb, blur, blush, blob, blot, blotch, blister, blast, bladder, blather, bluster, and blubber. The rhyme is ip as in clip, nip, drip, trip, rip, dip, flip, whip, slip, and sip. The bl words have an expanding outward motion, as when pronounced in the mouth, the ip words have a short path to a sudden stop, which is what happens in the mouth. Blip is a word that came into existence with radar in the 1940s. A blip was the track of an airplane on a radar screen, a barely visible small burst of light that lit up, getting wider and lighter for a second and then dissipating. Bl plus ip was a natural word for it, a widening burst of light, bl minus extending for a short time ip. Then there are AP words, pronounced flatter in the mouth. The AP words have the meaning of something coming in contact with a flat surface, rap, tap, clap, snap, flap, slap and so on. CL words are pronounced with an opening and then coming together of the top and bottom of the mouth. CL words fit that mouth shape, clap, clip, clasp, clump, cleats, cluster, cloister, close, cleave, cleavage, claw, clench, clot, clutch, and so on. CL plus AP is a perfect sound symbolic word, the flat surfaces of the hands coming together. The STR words have been cited by grammarians since the 17th century and have the meaning of long and thin, string, strip, strap, stripe, streak, stroke, straight, stretch, strew, stride, striation, stray, strafe, strop, strum, and so on. STR plus AP refers to an object that is long and thin and is flat, pressed or hitting against a flat surface. Strap is a perfect sound symbolic word. We could go on as Rhodes and Lawler do, with example after example of cases of either onsets or rhymes whose meaning fits an image schema that structures the mouth. Then there are the phonese themes, sounds that fit a certain content associated with their pronunciation. Bergen 2001 includes the following lists, based on the Brown University corpus and Webster's 7th New Collegiate Dictionary. Light, vision, glimmer, glisten, glitter, gleam, glow, glint, glance, glare, glass, blaze, glower, and so on, and nose, mouth, snore, snack, snout, snot, snarl, snort, sniff, sneeze, sneer, snicker, snippy, sniveling, snorkel, snuff, and so on. As any linguist can tell you, these glend SN sounds are not compositional, as with the over of overdue and the re of redo, which combine with the meaning of do. Bergen showed experimentally that these glend SN sounds are indeed real meaning components. He demonstrated that phonemes, despite being non-compositional in nature, displayed priming effects much like those that have been reported for compositional morphemes. These effects could not be explained as the result of semantic or phonological priming either alone or in combination. Bergen 2001, 2004. Phonemes, like sound symbolic onsets and rhymes, have meaning, partial meaning within the meaning of the word. They do not characterize the whole meaning of the word. BL+IP says nothing about radar or the metaphorical meanings that have evolved since radar. They do not predict the meaning of the word, but they have general meanings that fit the meaning. The meanings are motivated, not predictable. A motivated meaning for a word means that there is a reason why the meaning fits the word. Sound symbolic words fit a pattern. The pattern is learned, and the parts are well known and embodied, making new sound symbolic words not only easy to learn but also natural. Rhodes and Lawler point to the combination of the phonemes theme doctor minus water, drink, drown, drain, drizzle, drought, dry, drop, drag, stretch, and so on. Doctor plus ip, a watery short movement to a sudden stop. Another excellent sound symbolic word. Given that embodied image schemas can structure visual perception, imagination, and motor control, it is not at all surprising that such image schemas could also structure the mouth. The point. Sound symbolism is embodied, cross-modal, and unconscious and uses embodied schemas that occur in visual perception, imagination, and motor control. Sound symbolism is part of the structure of language. As we shall see throughout this book, those are normal properties of conceptual thought and language. 20. Creating perception, seeing, feeling, and hearing. We began this book with a fact that is not known to the general public, though it is well known in the brain and cognitive sciences. Most thought is unconscious. The ballpark estimate extends to around 98%, according to neuroscientist Michael Gazzaniga, as cited in Rock 2005. The neuroscientist Stanislas Dehaene 2014 in Consciousness in the Brain reviews experimental evidence for the overwhelming role of unconscious thought versus conscious thought. Nobel Prize winner Daniel Kahneman 2013 in Thinking, Fast and Slow documents massive experimental data showing how people make decisions unconsciously on the basis of fast, automatic, effortless, unconscious thinking. Kahneman's book, like this book, seeks to make us conscious of the extent and power of unconscious thought so that we can at least notice it and possibly not be misled by it. And Ezekiel Marcella and colleagues 2016 in Homing in Unconsciousness in the Nervous System, an action-based synthesis argue that the primary function of consciousness is well circumscribed, serving the somatic nervous system P1. In short, most of what we do is directed unconsciously, with consciousness playing a crucial but limited function. This assessment is very much in line with the results of cognitive linguistics. Most conceptual understanding is unconscious, as is most of the structure and use of meaningful language. Conscious thought makes use of unconscious thought but not in a direct way. The brain integrates unconscious thought on its way to consciousness, often changing it significantly, even backward in time, often to fit existing patterns, and that the process of integration and even the fact of integration are not consciously noticed. Only the result becomes conscious. To illustrate this, we begin with 3 experiments from perceptual research, brought to our attention by vision scientist Professor Shinsuke Shimojo 2014 of Caltech. Our point is to show that such processes are normal. Moreover, they apply not just to vision and not just to perception but also to everything you can be conscious of. Experiment 1, Beeps and Flashes. Subjects are shown a very short flash of light at the same time as they hear a beep. Later they are shown the same single flash of light accompanied by 2 beeps, 50 milliseconds, 1/20th of a second, apart. Subjects see 2 flashes accompanying the 2 beeps even if they are told there is going to be only 1 flash. This only works for very short periods of time, such as 50 milliseconds. The brain has unconsciously made 1 flash of light into the 2 that are consciously perceived. This is a case of unconscious neural integration, with the single flash integrated with each of the 2 beeps even though the flash occurred before the second beep. It doesn't work in the opposite direction. 50 milliseconds is not enough time for the visual system to distinguish 1 flash from 2 flashes. Moreover, the beep is presented to the acoustic cortex, which is in a very different brain region than the visual cortex, where the brain reacts to the light. In order for the flash to be bound to both beeps in the acoustic cortex, there must be an activated neural connection linking the visual cortex to the acoustic cortex, a neural binding. The neural binding must last at least 50 milliseconds for the single flash to be bound to both beeps. What do we learn from this? There is multimodality, neural connections from one sensory modality, vision, to another, sound. Thus, there must be a visual to acoustic cortex binding circuit. Vision is neurally linked to sound. The binding must last at least 50 milliseconds. And the unconscious integration must take more than 50 milliseconds. Experiment 2, backward filling in. Subjects were briefly shown an oval black and white finely checked pattern. Using transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, a focused magnetic field is then applied very briefly to the subject's primary visual cortex. This results in a small oval mask where the perception is inhibited within the large patterned oval in the input. The subjects consciously perceived the large checked oval containing a small, darkened oval region. The masked region is called a scotoma where the TMS is applied. The scotoma appeared like a small dark hole in the larger oval. This is repeated several times. Then for 5 seconds a large red oval is shown. Subjects consciously perceive the small oval scotoma, the hole, as being red even though the large red oval is shown after the scotoma TMS was shut off. The large red oval, shown for 5 seconds, was not consciously perceived at all. The red region was entirely integrated backward in time to fill in the small oval hole made by the TMS and otherwise was not present in consciousness. In this case of unconscious neural integration, the brain unconsciously used the large red oval to fill in the scotoma hole backward in time. The 80 milliseconds was enough time for the subjects to perceive the large striped oval containing the scotoma, but after the 80 milliseconds, the brain neurally bound the red of the red oval to the scotoma hole. The red of the hole appeared consciously to subjects as if it were filling in the scotoma hole at the same time the hole appeared. What do we learn? First, since the color red is activated in a somewhat different brain region than the shape of the scotoma hole, there must be a neural binding between the color region and the shape region. Such color-to-shape bindings have been known for some time. Second, the unconscious neural integration leading to consciousness must take more than the 80 milliseconds that the striped oval was shown, more like 100 milliseconds. Experiment 3, the cutaneous jumping rabbit. An apparatus 1 touches a spot on the forearm of the subject. Then after a short time 4200 milliseconds, the apparatus 2 touches the same spot. After the same short time, the apparatus then 3 touches the forearm a short distance away. The subject consciously experiences the second touch as being in space, not time. Between the first and the third touch and not at the same spot as the first touch. It is as if the second touched spot had jumped to a location on a straight line between the first and third spots. We learn from this that 1, the unconscious neural integration can take up to 200 milliseconds, 2, the real second tap is inhibited from being registered in the brain in its real location, 3, the straight line pattern determines that the second tap will be on that line, 4, the time difference determines the location of the tap as if the tap location were moving at a constant speed, and 5, the third tap determined the final location of the second tap, so the second tap is moved to its new location backward in time after the third tap. This is akin to the well-known McGurk effect. In the classic experiment carried out by Harry McGurk and John MacDonald 1976, the sound input to the subject is a sequence ba 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 and the simultaneous visual input is the video of that person saying ga ga ga. What the subject hears is da da da. The b and ba is pronounced at the front of the mouth with the lips, the g and ga is pronounced at the back of the mouth, and the d and da is pronounced in between. The brain creates a sound that is not said but is heard between what is said, ba, and what is seen, ga. A slightly different version was performed by Lawrence Rosenblum 2005 and colleagues and is illustrated in a BBC video on YouTube at. In this version, the subject is again present with a speaker who is saying ba ba ba, but this time the subject is shown a video of the speaker saying fa fa fa. In this case, the subject hears not the spoken ba 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 but rather the seen fa fa fa. The explanation given is that F is pronounced with the lower teeth seen against the upper lip and that this is so noticeable, salient, that it overrides and changes the actual sound. Note that in the Shimojo beeps and flashes case, the number of seen flashes is determined by the sound of the beeps. In the Rosenblum version of the McGurk effect, the reverse occurs, the sound is determined by what is seen. In the original McGurk case and in the Shimojo jumping rabbit case, the result is intermediate, fitting a linear order pattern. The point. We are going to be discussing complex thought and language, not just flashes of light, filled in colors, taps on the arm, and McGurk cases. But many of the same phenomena occur with thought and language. It takes time for the brain's neural circuitry to activate a complex word meaning once a word is heard. There has to be circuitry connecting the word sound, or spelling, to the meaning, and if the meaning is complex, the circuitry will have to branch to different brain regions. Yet, the meaning will commonly be consciously understood all at once, as if no signal passed to distant complex branches over time. The time course will be somewhere in the 100 millisecond range. But to conscious perception, it is as if there were no process and no time course. The result of the activation and the changes is all that is consciously perceived. Consciousness is a product of unconscious integration. There is no general theory of what consciousness is. And we don't offer any in this book. In fact, first-person subjective experience still poses considerable mysteries to current neuroscience. But from results cited above and what we hypothesize below, there seem to be some extremely basic conclusions about some of the properties of consciousness despite the lack of a general theory. Consciousness is highly structured, by its unconscious structure before, during, and after integration. Consciousness is unconsciously integrated, its structure and integration mechanisms are not consciously experienced. Conscious thought, like much unconscious thought, is in the result of an integration process that extends across multiple, often widely separated areas of the brain, linking multiple areas of embodied circuitry. This clearly includes the cortex but also importantly many subcortical, brainstem, and peripheral regions. Thus, there is no single brain location for a conscious thought. Rather, maximal activation showing up in ephemeres may be integration points where complex circuitry converges, sometimes called convergence zones. There are time constraints on what can be conscious. Minimal conscious experiences seem to be at or around the 100 millisecond range. Some unconscious integration can take up to 400 to 500 milliseconds to become conscious. The most radical experiments on the time difference are in the domain of intention and action. Using free, Baudet et al. 2011 tracked the unconscious generation of free decisions using ultra-high field free. They were able to decode the outcome of free decisions several seconds 2 to 4 seconds before the subjects were consciously aware of the decision. The point of these examples is that unconscious neural integration exists. Although we don't model these particular visual phenomena in this book, the idea of unconscious neural integration is central to all of our hypothesized neural cascades for thought and language. The creation of a reality. Thought, both unconscious and conscious thought, is real, physically real in the neural systems of our brains and experientially real in that we really do have conscious experiences of thinking. Conscious experience in itself matters enormously. What we consciously experience affects much of what we do, and so conscious experience can bring about real events. That is, conscious thought is causal, just as unconscious thought is causal. Because conscious experience is an integrated form of the neural unconscious, the functioning of the neural unconscious regularly has a causal effect on how our behavior changes the world. 21. The neural unconscious is thus powerful in its ability to change reality to fit a pattern. Understanding how neural systems think is a deep scientific enterprise. But it is also urgent, because the neural unconscious, working socially and politically, is constantly creating a reality that can be very scary and needs to be understood. This book is about science, but its ramifications are about power. Language has power. Qualitative experience has power. The cognitive unconscious has power. These are real sources of power whose effects in the world are underappreciated. The detailed mechanisms of thought are important in creating our reality, and they influence the social and political world we live in. Please keep that in mind as you read this book, especially in the more technically detailed sections. These technical results are crucial in order to understand the relationship between the mechanisms of mind and the sources of social and political power. The takeaways. Embodiment, a transformative idea. It is worth stopping at this point to integrate and make sense of the basic points of this chapter. The results we have just cited fly in the face of a huge amount that most of us have been taught about thought and language, taught by our public culture, reinforced by popular ideas, and officially taught in our schools and research universities. To make total sense of the embodiment of thought and language is to greatly transform our understanding of ourselves and our cultural and intellectual institutions. To begin to see why, Let us review some of the new ideas in small steps. The body is neural. We generally think of the body as flesh and blood, bone and muscle, heart, stomach, guts, and so on. Yet, the body is neural through and through, with connections between the somatosensory cortex and all of your skin and every place you can feel, between motor cortex and every muscle in the body, between each flexor and its corresponding extensor muscle, between the pain center of your brain and every place where you can feel pain, and between the insula and your visceral organs. The idea of neural embodiment starts with these basic facts about the vast network of neural connections between brain and body. Thought cannot be localized in the brain alone. If all thought just occurred in the brain without connections to the body, there would be nothing to think about. Without connections to the eyes, there could be no seeing. Without connections to the ears and mouth, there would be no speech or hearing. Without connections to the muscles, there would be no movement. Without connections to the somatosensory cortex, there would be no feeling. And without anything in the external world to think about, there could be no concepts. A brain isolated in a vat could not think, because it would have nothing to think about. The body structures the brain. The brain is structured to optimize connections to the body. The attentional and control centers are toward the front, the prefrontal cortex, and the connections to the body are peripheral, extending outward from the front of the brain to the periphery. Topographic maps. Topographic maps are an example of neural embodiment. A topographic map in the brain is a two-dimensional region whose neurons receive connections from other regions of the body, some of which are three-dimensional. What makes the regions topographic is that they preserve closeness of something, often physical closeness. The primary visual cortex, V1, is a topographic map of the retina. Two adjacent connections leaving the retina are adjacent in V1. The motor cortex is a topographic map of the body, with adjacent cortical locations connected to adjacent muscles. For example, the neurons controlling two adjacent fingers are adjacent in the motor cortex. The somatosensory cortex is a topographical map of connections to the skin. If adjacent spots on the skin are touched, adjacent positions in the somatosensory cortex are activated. Those are large extended maps. There are also small two-dimensional regions that are topographic maps of motion that is seen, where adjacent points on the path of motion are adjacent in the cortical map. Studies of phantom limbs have revealed that there are topographic maps along the arms and legs. Someone who has lost part of an arm and still has feelings as if he had fingers have been shown to have topographic maps in the arm linking the brain to fingers. Their role, we hypothesize, is to make sure the adjacent brain regions connect to the corresponding adjacent fingers. Repurposing through evolution. Human neural circuitry has been inherited from animals via evolution and repurposed for thought. Human thought and language use the same basic circuitry types that are used in the perceptual motor systems of both humans and other animals. Learning equals neural recruitment plus synaptic strengthening. We are born with between 85 billion and 100 billion neurons in our brains and with between 1,000 and 10,000 connections for each neuron. That translates into hundreds of trillions of connections, with each connection between neurons actually being realized not as a physical connection but rather a chemical connection established in the chemical flow between neurons. Many of those connections in chemical flow are randomly distributed throughout the neural system, throughout the body and the brain. What we conceptualize as a circuit comes into being when that random fluid distribution allows for a meaningful action, such as kicking, turning over, and thumb sucking in the womb. When those occur and are repeated, synaptic strengthening occurs and circuits form through use. When this happens, we say that a useful random circuit has been recruited to perform a meaningful action, and that repeated use results in synaptic strengthening, which occurs via chemical action. If sufficiently repeated, a fixed circuit will be formed. All neural learning works like this, including the learning of systems of thought and language. This is a natural selection mechanism, sometimes referred to as neural Darwinism. Why are there conceptual and linguistic generalizations? Because of the similarities in human bodies, human neural processes, and human environments around the world, the same general types of conceptual systems and types of linguistic systems have evolved. We hypothesize that complexes of embodied primitive concepts, containment, goal-oriented motion, etc., form the basis for the formation of general concepts. Because neural circuitry is hierarchical and optimized, general, higher-level circuits branch into multiple other, special case circuits. Each special case circuit makes use of the general circuit and adds specific constraints to that general circuit. In neural recruitment and learning, it takes less energy and shorter connections to extend an existing general circuit via branching to special case circuits than to form entirely new circuits from scratch for each special case. The optimization of energy use is why we have generalizations in thought and language. The brain is multimodal. A modality is a way to interact with the world. Our modalities include vision, movement, touch, hearing, imagining, emotions, etc. The brain has connections across modalities so that you can move on the basis of what you see, and your emotions, your feelings, are tied to embodied experiences such as hot and cold, fine motor control or the lack of it, clear or unclear vision, undergoing or exerting force, visceral sensations, and so on. Much of thought has a multimodal basis. What are called basic-level concepts are defined relative to three modalities: mental imagery, gestal perception, and motor programs, as we shall see below. Multimodal concepts require neural circuits that extend across the brain from one area to another. They cannot all be located in any one area. This is true of the range of human ideas and meaningful language in general. In short, multimodality is normal in the human brain. Thus, reason, conceptual thought, is not located in any one region in the brain. There can be no such thing as a local region, a module, in the brain responsible for all human reason. Basic-level concepts. Basic-level concepts are defined by the correlation of mental imagery, gestal perception, and motor control. Why should there be such a correlation? As Martha Farah 1989 discovered, mental imagery uses the entire visual system down to V1. There is a common circuitry for gestal perception and mental imagery. Mirror neuron experiments show that there is common circuitry linking the visual and motor systems. When you see someone else move, neural regions in the brain mirror those movements by providing neural correlations to the corresponding regions in your brain. In short, mental imagery, gestal perception, and motor control use common circuitry. That is why they come together in basic-level concepts. Basic-level concepts also occur at a level of generality midway between the superordinate, higher-level, concepts and the subordinate, lower-level, concepts. Research on the LPFC indicates that the most general concepts occur toward the front, rostral, with the more specific concepts toward the back, caudal, with the apex of a hierarchy in between the front and back in the mid-LPFC. This suggests that the mid-LPFC may be the locus of basic-level concepts. Globality, no warehouse theory. The neural mind is global, not local. The old warehouse theory that ideas are localized in brain modules is false. That is, the neural circuitry for an idea does not reside in one place in the brain that lights up on infrared when you have that idea. Although neural control for an idea may be localized, just about every idea of any complexity is characterized by complex circuitry that extends across brain regions beyond the locus of control. We see this in neural binding, where two neural ensembles separated by a distance fire in sync. The effect is that the synchronously firing ensembles are taken as characterizing the same entity. The reason is that other circuitry in the brain cannot tell the difference between the firing of one and the firing of the other. Synchronous firing can only occur when there are connections going in both directions linking the two ensembles so that the firing of each tends to make the other fire. Such neural binding requires a gating node, that, when activated, turns the flow of activation between the ensembles on or off. Other neural circuits have control nodes that determine whether the whole circuit, often extending across the brain, is turned on or off. Those gating nodes and control nodes can themselves be turned on or off via cascade circuits that extend across brain regions. Gating, controlling, and cascading are all global neural phenomena. Convergence zones. Convergence zones are where cascade circuits crisscross as they extend across the brain. There is a large amount of evidence from patients with brain lesions for a great number of convergence zones in the brain. This evidence destroys the warehouse metaphor for memory and thought. Under the extremely common warehouse metaphor, memories are stored in the brain in some local region. In another version of the warehouse metaphor, each bit of knowledge is stored in some specific location in the brain. In still another version, the lexicon and the grammar of a language are each stored in some brain location. and free activation is commonly thought of as indicating the place in the brain where a memory or piece of knowledge is stored. The brain does not work according to the warehouse metaphor. Sound symbolism. Now consider sound symbolism, where image schemas, types of universal embodied primitive concepts, such as containment and motion toward a goal. In sound symbolism, minimally meaningful sounds have semantic content, structuring the mouth as it pronounces sound sequences. For that to happen, there must be cascade circuits linking the relevant parts of the mouth with circuitry for image schemas. Only then can an image schema impose its structure on the mouth. A common example is the STR sound for long, thin things, such as straight lines, strings, strips, strips of paper, air strips at airports, etc. Stripes, the process of extruding, and so on. Another example is the IP sound for short paths to a sudden end, as in drip, slip, clip, sip, blip, grip, dip, whip, snip, tip, and so on. What does neuroplasticity depend on? Neuroplasticity is the capacity for neural change that leads to a change of function. The degree and kind of plasticity depends on the number of synapses to be changed, the connectivity among the synapses to be changed, the physical distance between one synapse and another that is undergoing changes, the chemical composition, proteins, neurotransmitters, ions of a synapse, the sum of the changes needed per synapse, and the regularity of the firing of those synapses. First, an existing circuit can become part of a new network, hence, we tend to use what we already know. Why, in terms of the physics of neural networks? Because of conservation of energy. It takes less overall energy to use existing knowledge for many purposes than to create new neural circuitry for each new purpose. Second, the closer the new network is to the already existing network, the more likely recruitment will occur, because there will be fewer synapses to change. Third, the more the network has been used, the greater its overall synaptic strength will be already, and the less there will be to change in that direction. And fourth, the less inhibition encountered by the network to be changed, the more the regularity of its firing, and the more likely the change will be. The what and where pathways. In the primary visual cortex at the rear of the brain, there is a pathway split with information about entities, e.g., color, shape, solidity, being computed along the what pathway in one direction, to the side and down. Information about motion, location, etc. is computed along the where pathway, a pathway up and to the middle. Both pathways go to the front of the brain, the prefrontal cortex. There are interconnections between the two pathways along the way as well. Dual modeling, the bridge. Modeling of neural systems by computational researchers is done with formal mathematical structures computing with numbers. These numerical structures map onto important aspects of what is being modeled. Take, for example, computational weather modeling. It begins with prior meteorological weather modeling that theorized that the important sequences of numbers in a weather model are sequences for temperature, barometric pressure, humidity, wind velocity, and wind direction for given times and local areas. Beyond the dual model, neuroanatomy and the use of thought and language. Neurosciences, of course, concerned with neuroanatomy. Here we depend on the expertise of neuroscientists who investigate and discover the anatomical and functional connectivity of the brain. The neuroanatomy supplements the bridging theory in important ways. It matters where the prefrontal cortex is located in the brain relative to peripheral brain connections to the body. For example, we are guided in our modeling by the discovery in neuroscience that more general circuitry is more to the front, rostral area of the brain, while the details of special cases, caudal, are in the details of corticothalamic loops and the basal ganglia. In the links between the acoustic cortex and the articulatory cortex in phonetics, and in the existence and nature of convergence zones. We believe that neuroanatomical research into such details must fit with our bridging theory to yield an account of how thought and language are carried out anatomically. Research in both areas, neuroscience and corresponding thought, is necessary but is rarely done at present. A neural understanding of thought and language matters for social and political reasons. George Lakoff for 2 decades has been applying versions of the neural mind theory to social and political issues, charting the details of the two worldviews now dividing America and many other nations. The issue is this: are generalizations about social and political views reflected in generalizations about neural circuitry? For example, are there generalizable brain differences between liberals and conservatives? It's an important and interesting empirical question. The creation of our experience of reality. We started this chapter where embodied cognition is most powerful, with the role that our neural systems play in the creation of our experience of reality and hence our understanding of what reality is. We saw a result that is initially shocking to many people, that there is no color in the external world. Objects reflect multiple isolated wavelengths of light, and those wavelengths are converted into what we see as color via color cones in the retina attached to neural circuitry in our brains. We also saw that the operation of color cones is affected by X chromosomes and that since typically, females have 2 X chromosomes and males have 1 X chromosome, fine differences in color creation in the body and the brain often vary with gender. In other words, men and women looking at the same object may actually see different colors because the chromosomal differences in their color cones create colors differently for them. And even more dramatically, some women have 4 color cones and can distinguish roughly 1 million more shades of color than men can. We ended the chapter with Shinsuke Shimojo's remarkable survey of experiments where perceptual inputs to vision, touch, and hearing are systematically changed by our neural systems so as to fit existing neural structures. This is not simply the creation of otherwise non-existing external reality, as with color, but rather the change of the perception of existing external reality to fit neural reality. Neurophilosophy. Much of the passion for the research in this book was inspired by Patricia Churchland's 1986 great book Neurophilosophy, Toward a Unified Science of the Mind-Brain. Churchland pointed out that taking neuroscience seriously would utterly change not just professional academic philosophy but also our ordinary folk theories of the mind, pp. 481-82. She presciently observed that political and entrepreneurial abuses of scientific knowledge have led to a catastrophic disregard for humanistic principles p. 482, which has unfortunately become all too obvious over time. Churchland also observed that taking up such philosophical issues as the nature of thought is necessary for the development of neuroscience because ongoing research must have a synoptic vision within which the immediate research goals make sense. 1986, p. 482. Churchland pointed out that neuroscience may even teach us a substantial thing or two about how science and mathematics are possible for our species. 1986, p. 482. That idea was followed up on and significantly realized in Where Mathematics Comes From, Lakoff and Nunez 2000, which took inspiration from neuroscience research by Stanislas Dehaene 1997 in the number sense. As Churchland concludes, so it is that the brain investigates the brain, theorizing about what brains do when they theorize, finding out what brains do when they find out, and being changed forever by the knowledge. 1986, p. 482. 2. How thought works. From motor control to thought. Motor control is as embodied as any human neural mechanism. It controls everything we can do by moving a body part. The discovery that motor control is central to thought was not unexpected, given other evidence of the embodiment of mind, but it was certainly dramatic. The neural circuitry for human motor control, especially the goal-directed coordination of complex motor actions, is like that of other higher animals. Via evolution, human beings have repurposed, exapted, the neural circuitry for motor control. It now serves 2 human purposes. Understanding actions and events in the world conceptually in terms of what we can do with our bodies and allowing us to reason and structure arguments and to provide a structure for language. These ideas have come out of the Neural Theory of Language (NTL) project at the International Computer Science Institute at the University of California, Berkeley, over the past 2.5 decades. Both of the present authors were members of this research group originally founded by George Lakoff and Jerome Feldman. The idea of using computation to study the relation of sensory motor control to thought and language came from Feldman 2006. Feldman and his then graduate students in the NTL group wanted to construct a computational neural learning program that could learn the verbs of basic hand motion from a model of how people moved their hands in performing certain tasks. They worked with a computational model of the body with the bones, joints, and muscles. The model was named Jack and was designed at the University of Pennsylvania by Norm Badler and his group. Unfortunately, Jack didn't come with a program to make it move via verbal interaction, and one was needed. The problem was formidable. Here is what the NTL group had to consider. First, there are lots of verbs of one-hand motion: seize, snatch, grab, grasp, pick up, hold, grip, clutch, put, place, lay, drop, release, pull, push, shove, yank, slide, flick, tug, nudge, lift, raise, lower, lob, toss, fling, tap, rap, slap, press, poke, punch, rub, shake, pry, turn, flip, rotate, pin, twirl, squeeze, pinch, twist, bounce, stroke, wave, caress, tack, salute, and many, many more. Second, languages differ. In Tamil, the terms thalu and ilu correspond to the English terms push and pull, except that they connote a sudden action as opposed to a smooth continuous force. The continuous reading can be obtained by adding a directional suffix, but there is no purely lexical way to indicate smooth pushing or pulling in an arbitrary direction. In Farsi, the term zaidan refers to a large number of object manipulations involving quick motions. The prototypical term zaidan is a hitting action, although it can also mean to snatch, gap zaidan, or to strum a guitar or play any other musical instrument. In Cantonese, the term meet covers both pinching and tearing and connotes forceful manipulation using the two-finger posture, but is also acceptable for tearing larger items when two full grasps are used. Cantonese has no distinct word equivalent to the English term drop. There is a word meaning release, but it applies whether or not the object is supported. In Spanish, there are two separate words for different senses of the English verb push. The Spanish word pulsar corresponds to pushing a button, and presionar covers most of the other uses. The meanings of these verbs are concepts of hand action based on those aspects of hand action that can be conceptualized. There are 6 dimensions to take into account. There are parameters that we can be or become aware of, such as which body part is moving and how, e.g., shoulder, arm, elbow, whole hand, fingers, its degree of force, its direction of motion, its speed, whether it is instantaneous or prolonged, one's body posture, whether a motion is repeated or not, and so on. There are sequencing of parts of a complete action, preconditions to be met, beginning, middle, ending, final state, changes of parameters at a given stage, e.g., whether the degree of force changes, whether movements are concurrent, e.g., in grasping, the arm moves to the object as the hand sequentially forms a grip, etc. Moreover, movements can be paused and resumed or abandoned mid-course. Some movements are short and instantaneous, such as flick and punch. Others are iterative, such as shake. Still others are continuous, such as slide. Most are purposeful, but drop is typically not purposeful, although it can be purposeful in a wide range of contexts. Some movements are directional relative to the body, such as push, away from the body, and pull, toward the body. Some involve rotating motions such as turn, flip, rotate, spin, twirl, and twist. Some are forceful such as yank and tug. Others are gentle, such as caress. In short, there are lots of parameters to consider. You need to take account of the kind of context Jack is in. For instance, what objects in the world around Jack that might be in the way and what Jack's current arm position is. There are aspects of actual hand actions that do not form part of a hand action concept. These are subtle muscular neural mechanisms that are triggered by the above considerations but are not subject to awareness even by experts such as professional athletes. In the motor control literature, they are called functional muscle synergies, defined as patterns of coactivation recruited by a single neural command signal. One muscle can be part of multiple synergies, and one synergy can activate multiple muscles. Individual synergies are controlled by the primary motor cortex. When they are simple, such as opening and closing the hand, opening and closing the elbow, raising and lowering the shoulder, and so on. To perform a hand action, synergies have to be choreographed, that is, smoothly combined in sequence and in parallel, and parameters and contexts must be brought in. Such choreography is performed by the premotor and supplementary motor cortices via neural connections to the motor cortex. The program for Jack's movements could not use a global clock, such as standard sequential programs on a computer. Because the program was a model of neural functioning, it had to be dependent on distributed and semi-autonomous techniques for local control of limbs and joints based on neural firing or spiking. In 1992, we undertook the job of creating a neural computational modeling program that could perform simple hand actions. It had to meet the above specifications plus one more: it had to be biologically plausible, that is, consistent with known biology. Results from biological motor control theory suggest that motor control is hierarchical and has the following features. Specific motor actions are carried out by functional circuits that integrate sensory and motor information to achieve specific goals. In the literature, These functional circuits are referred to as motor schemas. Examples include basic actions such as pushing and pulling, and also more complex actions such as stacking blocks and pouring liquids. One way to think about this is to imagine what a mime would do to suggest such actions. Complex motor control schemas form a hierarchy. The schemas in the hierarchy bring together primitive motor schemas, or functional motor synergies. The internal action structure of those synergies is not available for direct control by the higher schemas. An individual synergy may, however, have parameters whose values result in specific behavior. For example, the action of reaching is a motor synergy, but reaching can be made fast or slow. The choice of speed can affect the synergies used. There is a distributed network of brain regions including prefrontal, motor, premotor, and parietal areas that, acting together, may implement a single motor schema. Motor schemas are constituted and carried out by neural circuits that occur distributed over various regions in the brain. Many motor schemas may be active at any given time. The triggering and activation of motor schemas takes place without a centralized clock or controller, and only via the amount of accumulated neural activation controlling each motor schema. Multiple schemas may be triggered for achieving a single goal. Often there is a dynamic interaction between schemas, including competing schemas mediated by what are called winner-takes-all networks. Schemas perform complex coordination and control functions. Some types of coordination mechanisms include central pattern generators, homeostatic control circuits, and complex action sequencing. Higher-level motor schemas that put together lower-level schemas are learned via neural learning mechanisms, such as reward-modulated reinforcement, Hebbian learning, and spike timing-dependent plasticity, STDP. In constructing a biologically plausible system for controlling Jack's movements, these were some of the constraints the NTL group had to meet. The task of control was to build coordination networks that could combine synergies in complex hierarchical and temporal arrangements to achieve specific goals with given resources. The NTL group succeeded in building a program that could model and learn verbs in various languages, which resulted in the PhD thesis of David Bailey. Bailey did fieldwork comparing the outputs of his program to the judgments of native speakers of a number of languages. The program did relatively well, and the results are described in Bailey 1997. Details. When building the action models, we noticed something that surprised us. The neural computational models for all the diverse cases of hand action in various languages and for such leg actions as walking, running, stumbling, falling, and so on all looked essentially the same at the highest level in the action hierarchy. The neural computational structures we discovered in modeling motor control are called executing networks, XNets. XNets have the structure of purposeful actions in general. The elements of XNets are actions and states, shown in Table 3. Each action sequence has a structure, preconditions, action, and relevant consequence. Table 3. The structure of actions. Precondition. Action. Consequence state. Activate. Prepare. Ready. Ready. Start. Started. Started. Act. Ongoing. Ongoing and goal realized. Finish. Done and goal satisfied. Ongoing and goal not realized. Continue act. Ongoing. For example, to take a drink, the usual precondition is that you are thirsty and near a container of liquid, say, a glass. The starting action is to reach out, grasp the glass, and raise it to your mouth. The central action is to take a drink of the liquid. The test for achieved purpose is whether you are still thirsty. If so, keeping drinking; if not, put the glass down. The relevant consequence afterward would be that you are no longer thirsty. There are variations. At any point, there can be a pause and resumption, or one can quit. Moreover, there are additional variations. If the action does not have a purpose, there is no purpose satisfaction test. If the action goes on and does not end, there is no final state. This structure is given by the names listed. They are names for phases of an action that we can understand. The motor program has a network structure and operates in time, doing things. Computer scientists use the term execute for carrying out an action, hence XNets. The XNets themselves just model the flow of activation in a neural circuit. The XNet structure is general and could apply to any action or can be adapted to structure any understood event. The result is a two-stage model: 1. The general structure given above, and 2. Lower-level particular actions carrying out the general structure. The particular structures consist of the hierarchies and sequences of synergies with parameters needed to carry out particular actions. The big surprise aspect is motor control. When we presented these results at the regular NTL meeting, linguists in the room pointed out that at the highest level of the motor hierarchy, there was a general structure that was essentially the same for all cases and that characterized a familiar linguistic structure known as aspect in linguistics. Aspect, conceptually, refers to the common conceptual structures of all actions and events in every known language in the world, although aspect is expressed differently in linguistic form from language to language. The grammar of aspect is defined relative to XNets. In English, aspect is marked by about to, the stage after precondition, just before start to, the start stage, be plusing, as in she is sipping the wine, the central action, the purpose test stage for purposeful actions, e.g., drinking enough to be satisfied or drinking all the wine, if purpose is unsatisfied, iterate as in she sipped and sipped, the finishing up stage, e.g., putting down the wine glass, the final state as in she is no longer sipping the wine, and the relevant consequence, as in she has sipped the wine. At the time of this discovery, the logic of aspect had never been accurately worked out by logicians. After realizing that aspect has the structure of motor control, we could then demonstrate that for each typical physical action, the hypothesized XNet correctly computed the logic of aspect for physical action and event cases, namely at any given point in an event or action, what happened earlier is logically inferred, and what happens later is not yet logically inferred. This works for physical events. But what about abstract events? The subsequent work reported by Srini Narayanan 1997 in his PhD dissertation showed how XNets characterized the logic of abstract events. The computational model used the Lakoff-Johnson theory of conceptual metaphor to characterize abstract concepts, using metaphors mapping from physical events to abstract events, metaphorical structures such as understanding reasoning to a conclusion in terms of moving to a goal. The metaphor as actions are motions, with purposes as destinations. In doing so, we were able to create a computational neural theory of conceptual metaphor. Narayanan's dissertation demonstrated that the resulting theory of both physical and abstract actions and their inferences worked for a variety of simple and complex range of cases. Subsequent experimental work by Tini Matlock 2002 at the University of California, Merced, and Ben Bergen 2001 at the University of California, San Diego, demonstrated the validity of the model and its predictions on multiple abstract domains of human discourse, including politics, criminal justice, and economics. Structured neural computation and the bridge. Structured neural computation was developed by Jerome Feldman in the 1980s and formed the basis of research in the NTL group at Berkeley's International Computer Science Institute. The development of XNets, that is, networks that carried out actions, took structured neural computation to a new level of sophistication. In the decades since then, structured neural computation using XNets has been developed so much further that it now functions as the bridge in our theory, as discussed in the section Dual Models in Chapter 1 above and in detail in Chapter 3. Properties of XNets. XNets are structured neural computational models of processes in general. There are various specific types of XNet activations that are relevant to linguistic aspect. Completed processes have final states and relevant consequences, which are called perfective in the field of linguistics. Uncompleted processes are those that continue, but no completion is indicated. These are called imperfective. Each event in an XNet action can be either instantaneous, durative, i.e., extended, or iterative. This corresponds to the internal aspect of what has been called the actionsart of a verb, as discussed by Zeno Vendler 1957 and David Doughty 1979. At each stage in an XNet there can be either a brief pause, a wait and a continuation, or a stop with no continuation. At each stage, there can be a branch into two or more coordinated processes, which can be coordinated actions, experiences, or processes in general. XNets can be combined to form sequences, to form embeddings, each with a whole XNet embedded within a single stage of a higher-level XNet, or can be interspersed, with the stages of one XNet occurring at the pauses of another XNet. XNets have a sequential part-whole structure, with the stages as parts forming a whole. XNets can combine with other sequential part-whole structures, for example, the purpose schema with a desirer, a desired state, resources, an action sequence, possible difficulties, and an achieved state. In a failure, the XNet ends with difficulties, and no achieved state is reached. A general XNet thus has the structure of a schema, which can be made specific in various ways by choosing among the above choices of properties. The general XNet schema has no filled-in specific properties. One can imagine or perceive a specific XNet as a simulation of the entailed action with the choices among its properties filled in, sometimes with default values and other times with specific knowledge of the action and objects acted upon. Purpose. Importantly, the general concept of a purposeful action is characterized via XNets. Purposes have the following structure. There is a desirer and a desired state or object. The desirer has resources, e.g., energy, instruments, other people or animals, institutions. The desirer acts with the intention of bringing the desired state or object into being. There can be difficulties, e.g., blockages, features of the terrain such as mountains or swamps, strong opponents. The resources are used in the face of difficulties. The difficulties must be overcome or avoided for the desired state to come into being. In the XNet model, there is a test for the desired state right after the central action. If the purpose is satisfied, the XNet goes on to the finishing action. If not, more of the central action is performed either by iteration or by extended action. If the difficulty cannot be overcome or avoided, then the desired state cannot be reached. This is failure. More complex cases have been worked out, for example, the logic of putting together time and aspect as well as the composition of multiple aspectual schemas and context. 2. What is remarkable is that the same neural circuitry used to run our bodies physically can also structure our reasoning processes about all events and actions, not just physical ones but abstract actions and events as well. Moreover, these structures are represented as types of aspect in the grammars of languages throughout the world. This neural computational model of hierarchical motor control appears to characterize motor control for animals as well as human beings. In order to characterize motor concepts, inferences, aspect, purpose and causation, we hypothesize that the neural circuitry for motor control in humans has been exapted, that is, repurposed over the course of evolution from the circuitry used for purposeful movement by animals. Moreover, results by Martha Farah 1989 and a subsequent study by Graybiel and Smith 2014 show that the same circuitry is used for both acting and imagining acting. We conclude that the same circuit types, XNets, are used for both actual physically carried out motor control and a conceptual understanding of actions and events. That is, imagining moving uses neural circuits involved in actually moving. In short, if our hypothesis holds up, XNets play a major role in thought, especially about ideas of events with consequences and purposeful actions. First, XNets structure and carry out mental inferences for all action and event concepts, both physical and abstract. Second, XNets are used in simulations to carry out the action of reasoning itself. This is important. Reasoning is an action that has the same general conceptual structure as other actions. Physical action requires movement. Thinking is a kind of mental movement, understood via the metaphor thinking as moving. Thinking, like movement, is done sequentially in time. Examples of the common conceptual metaphor of thinking as moving include I'm stuck, you've gone off on a tangent, I'm not getting anywhere on this problem, and so on. It would not be surprising if the neural circuitry for guiding physical movement were to be used as well for the action of thinking. Image schemas, starting with Kant. There are types of triangles. They differ in angle size and the length of their sides. Right triangle, a 90-degree angle. Acute triangle, all angles less than 90 degrees. Obtuse triangle, one angle more than 90 degrees. Equilateral triangle, all sides the same length. Isosceles triangle, two sides the same length. Scalene triangle, no sides the same length. Examples of each type can be drawn, and the drawings can be perceived. What makes them all triangles is what Immanuel Kant called a triangle schema. The schema generalizes over all types but cannot be drawn. Each drawing constitutes an image. But the general case is not an image. It is an image schema. It is understood but cannot be perceived or even explicitly formed in mental imagery. As Kant 1965 writes in Critique of Pure Reason, no image could ever be adequate to the concept of a triangle in general. It would never attain the universality of the concept which renders it valid of all triangles, whether right angles, acute angles, or obtuse angles. It would always be limited to a part only of this sphere. The schema of the triangle can exist nowhere but in thought. p. 182. The schema consists of 3 points, not in a line, and 3 lines each connecting 2 of the points. The points are vertices. 2 lines, the sides, or rays, extend from each point, forming an angle. You can think of this as a rule or program for forming a triangle. First pick 3 points, then draw the connecting lines in sequence. Or you can think of it as a static part-whole structure, a gestalt in which the whole is the triangle and the parts are the points, the lines, and the relations between them. We are concerned in this book with certain details, in particular with the detailed nature and structure of ideas and with the functional neural circuitry needed to characterize the nature and structure of those ideas. In order to point out the details that have to be accounted for, we have adopted the following notation commonplace in cognitive science for spelling out such details. We have started using this notation with the example of a triangle schema simply because the details of the triangle schema are easy to understand, and so the notation should be easy to understand as well. Schema, triangle. Parts. Vertex 1 is a point. Vertex 2 is a point. Vertex 3 is a point. Side 1 is a line. Side 2 is a line. Side 3 is a line. Relations. Side 1 connects vertices 1 and 2. Side 2 connects vertices 2 and 3. Side 3 connects vertices 3 and 1. Angle 1 is formed at vertex 1 by sides 3 and 1. Angle 2 is formed at vertex 2 by sides 1 and 2. Angle 3 is formed at vertex 3 by sides 2 and 3. The special cases of triangle types can be characterized by adding conditions to the triangle schema. Right triangle, angle 1 equals 90 degrees. Acute triangle, all angles are less than 90 degrees. Obtuse triangle, angle 1 is more than 90 degrees. Equilateral triangle, length of line 1 equals length of line 2 equals length of line 3. Isosceles triangle, length of line 1 equals length of line 2. Scalene triangle, no lines have the same length. Here you can see precisely how image schemas form generalizations over their special case images and how the special case images contain the schema within them and add properties to the schema to form each image. This property of schemas is important. Schemas are general, so general they cannot be made concrete at that level of generality. The specific cases all activate the general schema and add properties or relations. This means that if you activate the circuitry for any specific schema, you will also activate the circuitry for the general schema. But the general schema does not necessarily activate any specific schema. This characterizes an internal logic of schemas. The specific cases imply the general case, but the general case does not necessarily imply any specific case. Proportionality. The triangle schema has a further logic. For any triangle in a flat plane, the ratio between the lengths of each 2 sides is the same as the ratio between sizes of the corresponding angles for those 2 sides. Triangles may be bigger or smaller, but once the overall size is fixed, the side-to-opposite angle ratio is fixed. This also holds for triangles on the surface of a sphere. Given this, further consequences hold. Consider the lines that bisect each angle and its opposite side. Those 3 lines will intersect at a single point inside the triangle. And each such bisecting line will divide the triangle into 2 equal areas. These inferences arise from the general triangle schema independent of any specific triangle. What is interesting is that these inferences occur even though you can never perceive the general triangle schema. These inferences are invariants that apply to all triangles by virtue of arising from the general schema, which exists even though you cannot perceive it. The takeaways. The triangle schema has 2 kinds of logics. There is a general case that holds for every specific case. There are entailments that hold for all cases. As we shall see, this is true not just for the triangle schema but also for many other schemas. On schemas. Primary schemas. The general triangle schema is an instance of what we call a primary schema. Primary schemas are relatively simple schemas that, so far as we know, are common to all human beings. They are all embodied. General X nets are primary schemas, as are at least two other common types: image schemas and force schemas. Gestalt circuits and part-whole schemas. Some simple circuits arise readily via neural recruitment. One of the simplest is the Gestalt circuit, which characterizes a whole structure, the Gestalt, and the parts, elements that play roles in the Gestalt. The Gestalt circuit has 3 or more nodes, a Gestalt node and at least 2 role nodes. For example, a movement schema has a source of movement, a path, and a goal, the endpoint of the movement. A Gestalt circuit for a movement would have a Gestalt node for the whole movement and 3 role nodes for the source, the path, and the goal of the movement. The key properties of Gestalt circuits are as follows. Connectivity: the Gestalt node is connected to each role node. Each role node is connected to the Gestalt node. Thresholds and input activation: each node has a firing threshold. If the input activation is above threshold, the node fires. Otherwise, it doesn't. The details as to how this works will be discussed in Chapter 3. Gestalt circuits are so simple that they should form randomly in relatively large numbers and should be easily recruited. The reason is that the constraints on the connectivity, activation, inhibition, and threshold values should be relatively easy to meet when there are hundreds of trillions of neurons in the brain. As we shall see, Gestalt circuits play a major role in our theory of the neural mind. They provide the neural infrastructure for schemas and frames. Image schema compositionality. In the 1970s, linguist Leonard Talmy at the University of California, Berkeley, made a remarkable discovery. He was studying the language of spatial relations in various languages and found that even closely related languages had very different words or morphemes for spatial relations. But he also found that each word or morpheme could be decomposed into primitive schemas, primitives in the sense that they could not be further decomposed. In addition, he discovered that the primitives were the same across the languages he studied. Talmy's primitives were mostly what we now call image schemas. In the 1980s, Talmy studied types of force interactions in the semantics of various languages. Again, he found that they could all be decomposed into primitives that are the same across languages, and those primitives are all schemas, force schemas. As Talmy observed, force schemas and image schemas operate together. As a linguist looking at various languages, Talmy studied words and morphemes, and to find their meanings, their semantic structures, he decomposed, that is, analyzed into components, the meanings of the individual words and morphemes. For example, Talmy observed that the English word on in the cup is on the table can be decomposed into the components above, contact, and support. In the lamp is on the wall, on just has the components contact and support. But if you understand what support means, you know that it requires contact, and if you know how tables provide support, you know that the cup has to be above and in contact with the table. Above, contact, and support are all primitive image schemas, but above and contact in these examples can be inferred from support plus contextual knowledge. One can see the centrality of support in the meaning of on in sentences such as Harry depends on his brother. This occurrence of on makes use of the widespread conceptual metaphor in which emotional support is understood metaphorically in terms of physical support, as in sentences such as lean on me, which can be an offer of emotional support. Talmy decomposed other spatial terms as well. He pointed out that a cross decomposes into a side schema and a motion schema. The side schema has 2 region sides, separated by a boundary. The motion schema has a mover and a source, a path, an endpoint of motion, and distance traveled. It can apply to the motion of the whole body from one place to another or to any motion, a movement of the arm, a turning of the head, or the falling of a leaf from a tree. The meaning of a cross is formed by bindings of these schemas. The source of the motion is bound to one of the regions of the side schema. The endpoint of the motion is bound to the other region of the side schema. The boundary of the side schemas is bound to some portion of the path of the motion schema. In the sentence "the quarterback dove a yard and a half across the goal line," the goal line is the boundary between 2 regions, goal territory, the end zone, and non-goal territory. The quarterback is the mover in the motion schema and begins his dive in the non-goal region and ends his dive in the goal region. The distance traveled in the motion schema is a yard and a half. These 2 schemas are integrated by 3 bindings. The first identifies the source of the diving motion with a location in the non-goal region, the second identifies a point on the path of motion within the goal line, the boundary in the side schema, and the third identifies the endpoint of motion with a location in the goal region. From the perspective of the linguistic analyst, this is a decomposition of a cross into two schemas and three bindings. From the perspective of a thinker, this sentence involves compositionality, integrating the side schema and the motion schema, which together provide structure to the meaning of dove across through the use of three bindings. Such examples also work metaphorically, as we will see in more detail below. Here's a simple example. It's still 2 weeks before the election, and the leading candidate is within sight of a touchdown but still has to move the ball a short distance across the goal line. The conceptual metaphor is achieving a purpose is reaching a destination. The purpose is winning the election. In the football metaphor, winning the election is scoring a touchdown, which requires moving the ball the required distance across the goal line. Or take the academic metaphor, he's close to finishing his dissertation and should be across the finish line in another week. The viewpoint schema. The master of viewpoint studies was the great linguist Charles Fillmore. The classic text is Fillmore 1977. Fillmore called the study of viewpoint in language deixis. The deixis schema consists of a viewer located at a viewpoint, called a deictic center, a region, and entities in that region. The come-go distinction is based on the deixis schema. Come refers to motion to the deictic center, while go refers to motion in other directions. For example, upon seeing the bus approaching you, you could report, "The bus is coming here but not the bus is going here." Suppose a friend rings your doorbell. From your viewpoint you can say "Please come in," with you being in control of her entrance. If you say "Please go in," you are taking her viewpoint outside the house with her in control of whether she enters or not. Goals that one is trying to reach are often conceptualized as deictic centers. Suppose you are driving somewhere and you have to stop at an intersection that you didn't know in advance was there. You might report that by saying "I came to an intersection," not "I went to an intersection," which can be used only if you knew the intersection was there and purposely drove there. If you are applying the brakes of the car with the goal of stopping, you could say "I came to a stop" with the goal of the action as the deictic center, and not "I went to a stop." The same is true of metaphorical uses of come and go. The deictic center is shifted from the state you are in to the state you want to be in or naturally would be in. As you are finishing an argument, you can say "I'm coming to my main point," not "I'm going to my main point." This is also true of natural states, as in come to your senses, not go to your senses. It also works for natural states of development. As I grew older, I came to appreciate my parents, not as I grew older, I went to appreciate my parents. The force schema. In the 1980s, Leonard Talmy made another advance in the study of schemas, force and force dynamics. A force schema consists of an exerter of force, an object of force, what the force is applied to, a force, a degree of force, an instrument of force, and a result. A force dynamic schema is a force interaction between two exerters of force on each other with a single result. It can be written as the composition of two force schemas as defined by three neural bindings. Exerter 1 equals object 2. Exerter 2 equals object 1. Result 1 equals result 2. A common conceptual metaphor for force is that a force is an object transfer, with the exerter as transferer and the object as transferee. For example, if a punch is conceptualized metaphorically as an object that is transferred, the exerter can give the object a punch, with the object taking the punch. The punch example is an instantaneous transfer with the force as an object, but there can also be a metaphorical durative transfer of force as a fluid. Thus, the exerter can pour it on, and the object can be inundated and overwhelmed. Further metaphors can apply. Thus, you can be inundated by verbal attacks or can turn up the heat in your criticisms with force of the criticism as metaphorical heat. The durative and repetitive versions of the force schema extend over time via the process schema, carried out by an X-net. The release of force occurs when the degree of force is reduced, perhaps to zero, in which the exerter eases up on or lets go of the object. A supporting force is durative and keeps the object up. Metaphorical emotional support can come from below, you lift someone up, or from above, someone is hanging on to you. Metaphorical support is released when you let someone down. An interesting example of the force dynamic schema is the expression "to hang in there." It uses the metaphor that states are locations. To stay in the same state is to stay in the same location. For example, when there is a force to be resisted by exerting a force to hang onto a source of support to keep you in the same location, metaphorically, the same state. Talmy, in his discussion of force dynamics, pointed out one of the most important conceptual metaphors: causes are forces where the result of force application is the effect of a cause. The reason why this is important is that each specific force application has a different logic with different inferences. The causes are forces metaphor shows that there is no one logic of causation but rather many depending on the specific force. The causes are forces metaphor is thus a metaphor schema whose metaphorical source is the force schema. Different types of forces, e.g., supporting, pushing, pulling, releasing, instantaneous, durative, are mapped by the causes are forces metaphor schema onto correspondingly different types of causes. This analysis fits together with the X-net metaphor for causation, an X-net that carries out a complex action in which the X-net controls bodily movements that exert forces. The fact that schemas are experienced in the body brings together X-nets, forces, and causes, as we have seen. The neural mechanisms for this will be covered below in our discussion of how conceptual metaphors are acquired naturally and mostly unconsciously. Very basic schemas. The very basic schemas are as follows. Trajector landmark schema. Trajectors are entities that are located or are moving. Landmarks are entities that they are located or moving with respect to. There is a tree, trajector, in front of the house, landmark. This sentence looks simple, but there is a complexity. The landmark, the house, defines a region in front of the house, and the trajector is bound to a location in that region. There is a region extending from the front of the house, and the tree is located in that region. In a sentence such as under the bed is where I keep my slippers, the bed is a landmark, and under the bed refers to a region under the bed. That region is an entity and functions like an entity grammatically in sentences such as under the bed is known to be where he keeps his cash. Here the region under the bed is an entity, and moreover it is the subject of the sentence. Event schema, carried out by X-nets. The parts of the schema are an event, a time, a place, circumstances, and impediments. The plane arrived, event, at O'Hare Place at midnight, time, despite a thunderstorm, impediment, when we thought it would be late, circumstance. Negating the place, time, or circumstance indicates that the event did not happen. Negating time, never have I been to Paris, I haven't been there. Negating place, nowhere could I find him, I couldn't find him. Negating circumstances, under no circumstances would I accept a ride from Count Dracula, I would not accept a ride from Count Dracula. Action schema. The parts of the action schema are an agent, an action, a patient, and other roles. Harry, agent, sent, action, the book, patient, to me, recipient, as a present, benefit. Embodied reversals. Many embodied schemas have structures with reversals. Take the embodied schemas of forward motion versus reverse motion. Reverse motion is not just about walking or running or driving somewhere and then going back. You can move your arms in a forward direction or move them back. You can extend your fingers forward from a fist position and move them back into a fist. You can stick your tongue out, moving it forward, or retract it, moving it back. The general motor schema governing all of this is extension and retraction. It is a general schema applying to all such physical cases. The extension and retraction schema also works in metaphorical cases. You can put forth a claim and then retract it. You can make an offer and then take it back. You can make a plan and then reconsider it. You can reason to a conclusion and then backtrack to see how you got there. This is a case of repurposing motor control using metaphor, applying the same neural circuitry used in motor control to non-physical cases. Such cases support our views on exaptation. Via evolution, neural circuitry for motor control in animals has been repurposed for use in conceptual thought by human beings. Integrative bindings. The INTA schema is a composite embodied schema with three identity constraints, or what are called binding constraints. 1. The source of motion is exterior. 2. The goal of motion is interior. And 3. The path of motion crosses the boundary, typically overlapping a portal. Each binding constraint binds some part of the whole motion schema to some part of the whole container schema. We hypothesize that such bindings are carried out by part-to-part binding circuits across schemas and that all conceptual bindings in composite concepts are of this character. The three binding constraints, taken together, can occur as part of an integrating structure that creates a single concept into The composition mechanism of integrating multiple bindings creates an integrated composite structured experience of moving into some interior, or perceiving or imagining and into motion. Moreover, the into concept is general, fitting all sorts of motion and containers, walking, running, skipping and hopping into rooms, pouring coffee into cups, popcorn into a popper and sand into a cement mixer, and as putting sushi pieces into your mouth. Primary schemas and blindness. It appears that people who were born blind or who have gone blind nonetheless have image schemas. One such primary schema has been studied from this perspective, the rotation schema, which has been shown to exist in people who are blind, Carpenter and Eisenberg 1978. A reliable non-experimental observation has been made by Leonard Talmy, who first discovered the primary embodied schemas and many of their properties. Talmy, as a graduate student in linguistics and cognitive science at the University of California, Berkeley, was going blind and knew he would eventually be completely blind. He decided to prepare himself. He became the world's expert on the structuring of space across languages, that is, independently of any specific language. He did this through the linguistic study of primary schemas. Talmy 2000B has written extensively on the subject, has done keynote lectures at conferences around the world, and spent over 2 decades as chair of the cognitive science program at SUNY Buffalo. While in Berkeley, he spent time in the cognitive science research program and at the NTL lab at the University of California, Berkeley. The study of how primary schemas are retained despite blindness might be a good place to extend such neuroscience research beyond the rotation schema. But the question to ask is not just what primary schemas are retained but also what circuitry carries them out. Topological properties of embodied schemas. Many embodied schemas are topological in character, Talmy 2000B. Thus, the container schema is topological and hence independent of the geometrical properties of size, location, and shape. A container can be of any size. From an atom to the universe, an atom contains its nucleus and electrons, and the universe contains everything in the universe. Just as all containers are instances of the container schema, so too all motions are instances of the motion schema, all forms of contact are instances of the contact schema, and so on. An unanswered question remains, what kind of neural circuitry that can apply across modalities, e.g., vision and action, in a wide range of very different cases can constitute a topological property for a schema, say, the into schema. A reasonable first guess would be neural structures that are topological in character, topographic maps. These are two-dimensional arrays of neurons that have internal and external connections. Basic level categories are defined by mental imagery, motor programs, gestal perception, and maximal knowledge. Subordinate and superordinate categories deviate from these properties, with subordinate being special cases and superordinate being more general. Basic level categories tend to have shorter words, are easier to remember in psychological experiments, tend to be learned earlier by children, and tend to be used in neutral contexts. For example, there's a dog on the porch but less likely there's a corgi on the porch, not there's a mammal on the porch. What we have here is a scale defined by basicness, with basic highest and the others less high. Overlapping categories. There are well-known cases of neighboring categories that are mutually exclusive at their centers, membership value equals 1, but also have membership values lower on a scale and may overlap with neighboring categories at the extreme ends. Examples that have been studied are cups versus bowls and armchairs versus couches. Cases where you can't distinguish between a cup and a bowl are not cases that are best examples of cups or of bowls. The same is true for armchairs and couches. Frame clusters. A category that is defined by multiple frames that have been integrated via neural bindings is commonly multidimensional, with each of its component frames defining a dimension. Lakoff 1987b cites the case of the category mother, which is defined by 4 frames with bindings across them, the birth frame, the genetic frame, the marital frame, and the nurturance frame. In the simple case, when one says I visited my mother, you would assume that she visited the woman who gave birth to her, from whom she got half of her genes, who is, or was, married to her father and or who raised her. When one or more of these conditions are not met, there are special terms indicating a non-normal case: birth mother, she gave birth to you but gave you up for adoption; genetic mother, she donated the egg; and stepmother, she didn't give birth to you but is married to your father. The result is a radial category Lakoff 1987b, with a central case, the norm, defined by the component frames of birth, sources of genes, marriage, etc. The central case is the best example, with lesser examples failing to fit one or more of the central cases. Radial categories. The title of the book Women, Fire and Dangerous Things, Lakoff 1987b comes from the Australian Aboriginal language Dirbal as described by R. M. W. Dixon 1972. Dirbal has 4 classifiers, markers that divide all nouns into one of 4 categories. The first 2, Bala and Balan, have men and women as central categories. The categories are then extended on the basis of cultural frames, e.g., men hunt, women cook. In each case, the extension of the category is apparently extended via metonymic mapping from the central case, man or woman, to another frame element. For example, there is a significant Dirbal myth that the sun is the wife of the moon, which extends the woman category to the sun and the man category to the moon. Since the sun is hot, the sun gets extended to fire. Since fire is dangerous, fire gets extended to dangerous things, fighting spears, the sharp-toothed stonefish and garfish and the hairy Mary caterpillar, whose sting can burn painfully for a month or more. The book title itself, Women, Fire, and Dangerous Things, denotes a radial category. Other slightly different analyses have been proposed, but they are all radial. 13. Radial categories and frame variation. Radial categories come in 3 types: cluster-based, substitution-based, and mapping-based. Cluster-based, the classic example is mother, which is defined by a cluster of 4 frames with bindings across them: birth, marriage, nurturance, and genetics. In the prototypical case, your mother gave birth to you, is the wife of your father, and raised you, and you inherited half your genetic properties from her. The radial variation occurs with the inhibition of one or more of these frames. Your birth mother gave birth to you, but that may be all. Your genetic mother donated the egg. Your stepmother is the wife of your father but didn't give birth to you. Substitution-based, a dim sum restaurant is a Chinese restaurant where you may be choosing food from carts that are wheeled, and the check may be calculated by adding up the number of dishes the food comes on. Thus, compared to the prototypical restaurant, there are substitutions for food type, method of food choice, and method of tallying the bill. Mapping-based, these apply mostly to words, with conceptual metaphors and metonymies mapping the central meaning of a word onto non-central meanings. For example, up has a vertical height as its central meaning but a quantitative increase in turn the radio up and my stocks went up, via the more is up metaphor, and I'm feeling up today, via the happy is up metaphor. She bicycles to work extends the central sense of bicycle as an object to its use as an action verb, via the instrument for action metonymy. The same metonymy is at work in They Gunned Him Down, where the gun is the instrument and the shooting with the gun is the action. Metonymic categories. There are special cases that can stand metonymically for a whole category with respect to probability of occurrence. Daniel Kahneman, Personal Communication, called them salient exemplars, that is, well-known and easily recalled cases. Kahneman frequently cited the example of a DC-10 crash at O'Hare International Airport in Chicago that was shown over and over on television. People got the idea that DC-10s were likely to crash when they actually had an excellent safety record. Many people immediately after that refused to fly on DC-10s. Why? The TV viewer's neural circuitry for the crash was activated and reactivated over and over each time it was shown, each time making the circuitry stronger. The stronger the circuitry, the more likely the event seemed until the probability of a crash became high in people's minds. In the 2016 election campaign, Donald Trump kept citing 2 well-known examples of crimes by Mexican immigrants, one a rape and one a murder. He then claimed that Mexican immigrants were rapists and murderers. Salient, well-known and easy to recognize examples can stand metonymically for a whole category. From what to why, radial categories. We are concerned not just with descriptions governing what happens. Science has the deeper job of explaining why the phenomena described exist. The existence of radial categories has radically changed traditional ideas about categories. A radial category has the shape of a wheel with spokes. There is a central member with many kinds of variations on the radial category: metaphorical variations, frame-based variations, variations composed by bindings and integrations, and even shifts from 1 to 2 dimensions. The classical example is over, whose central sense combines above and across, as in the plane flew over the bay. Radial examples include, among others, the following. The tub overflowed. A fluid went above and across the top of a container. He overate. The amount he ate went above the amount he should have eaten. Do it over. Action is metaphorical motion, and redoing an action is metaphorically motion going over a path previously taken. The road goes over the mountain. Roads are seen metaphorically as entities traveling along a path, and here the road is spoken of as moving above and across the mountain. Put the board over the hole. Whereas a line across is one-dimensional, a board is two-dimensional. Adele Goldberg 1995 has taken a major step toward an explanation of radial category structure. She has observed that in a radial category, the center acts like a general case and the radial variations act like specific variations on the general case. Her observation, in effect, reduces the explanation for the existence of radical categories to the behavior of general and specific cases. Why categories are meaningful. Categories of all these kinds are meaningful for a reason. Their structures make use of all of the mechanisms of embodied thought, embodied primitives, conceptual frames, and conceptual metaphors, and mechanisms of combination, namely bindings and conceptual integrations. The meanings of categories of various types arise from the meanings of their parts and the way meaningful wholes are normally related to their meaningful parts. In short, the structure of categories arises from the basic mechanisms of thought. The takeaways. Now we have the fundamental mechanisms of thought. Hierarchical network of simple mechanisms. All of conceptual thought arises from a small number of basic conceptual mechanisms that combine to create more complex conceptual mechanisms, primary embodied schemas, frames that use primary embodied concepts, minimes that use frames, conceptual metaphors that map schemas to schemas and frames to frames, bindings that identify two semantic roles across schemas or frames as being identical, and conceptual integration that forms integrated composites of all of the above as well as control and gating nodes that activate or inhibit such circuits. Cascade circuits that extend across brain regions, and activating and inhibiting binding circuits and integration circuits to form complex ideas. X-nets. X-nets are networks that execute, that is, perform actions. Motor control is a well-understood example. There are neural networks that control how we move our bodies. X-net is a computer science term used in the present book for computational models of neural control systems. Motor control and thought. Motor control and thought involve aspect, causation, and purpose. Hierarchical motor control applies to the physical body. The fact that at the highest level the neural computational structure of motor control characterizes the concept of aspect, the structure of events and actions in general, in all natural languages brings embodiment front and center into conceptual thought. Motor control constitutes a claim that we understand all events and actions in terms of what our bodies can do using our neural systems. The hierarchical motor control system also characterizes the general structure of cause and effect and of purpose as they apply in the body. Exaptation repurposing. The human motor control system evolved from the motor control systems of animals. The use of this system in basic concepts of conceptual thought and in logic schemas is an example of the repurposing of motor circuitry over the course of evolution for use in thought in human beings. Primary embodied concepts. Primary embodied schemas provide structure to what we see and how we move. They provide the embodied content for primary embodied concepts. Primary embodied schemas have a structure in terms of wholes with related parts called roles. They are gestalt structures in that activating one or more parts activates the whole and activating the whole activates all the parts. Embodied schemas come with logic schemas that carry out inferences. Frames. Frames are very general conceptual structures that allow us to conceptualize types of experience in terms of compositions of embodied schemas. Frames come in hierarchies. There are lower-level subframes that are instances of higher-level frames. At the highest level, frames are embodied by primary schemas that can form composites. Most frames are cultural in nature, characterizing institutions, cultural practices, and so on. Frames have logics, that is, frame-specific inference patterns that derive from the logics of the primary schemas that are combined to form a frame. Roles in frames can be filled by individuals or types, or by individuals that fit types. Frames can combine to form more complex frames via bindings, in which roles in one frame are neurally bound to roles in other frames. Frame circuits. Every frame is characterized neurally by a frame circuit. Negating a frame activates that frame. For example, the sentence "don't think of an elephant" leads you to think of an elephant. Every time a frame circuit is activated, it is strengthened, and all the frame circuits above it in its hierarchy are also activated and strengthened. Thus, negating a frame activates the frame in people's brains. Donald Trump is the classic example of someone who exploited this fact. It doesn't matter to him if he is praised or attacked. In either case, he becomes more prominent in people's brains. The only way to avoid making him more prominent is not to mention him, to ignore him. Words defined in terms of frames. The great linguist Charles Fillmore 1976 discovered that all words and morphemes are defined in terms of frames and embodied schemas. The use of a word strengthens its frame circuit and all the frame circuits in its hierarchy. Conceptual metaphors as asymmetric frame-to-frame neural mappings. Neural mappings are circuits extending from one brain region, a source, to another, a target. These mappings are structured so that frame roles in the source brain region map to corresponding frame roles in the target brain region. As a consequence, the inference patterns of the source frames are imposed on the target frames. Metaphors can be neurally bound together to form more complex metaphors. Primary metaphors. From primary embodied metaphors, we learn that just functioning in the everyday world on this planet has profound effects on systems of human thought. Because it is common for pairs of embodied experiences to occur together, such as parental affection and parental warmth, a wide range of primary embodied metaphors are acquired just by normal neural learning processes such as STDP. Primary metaphors as circuits linking embodied circuits. There are hundreds of primary metaphors in the form of circuits crisscrossing the brain from one embodied circuit to another, imposing modes of inference from one brain region onto another brain region. Emotion metaphors. From emotion metaphors, we learn that a wide variety of physiological correlates of emotions can give rise to a correspondingly wide variety of embodied metaphors. Sweet talk. The sweet talk experiment shows that even the embodied neural circuitry for taste, the gustatory region, can play an active role in metaphorical thought. As Adele Goldberg showed, she talked to him sweetly activates the gustatory cortex even though the sweetness is metaphorical, not literal. Citrin and Goldberg 2014. Idioms, images, and knowledge. From idioms based on images, we learn that we have in our memories thousands of cultural images and knowledge about the images, and that general conceptual metaphors can apply to that image-based knowledge to provide the meaning of those idioms that have accompanying images. The words in those idioms often name what is in the image, although what is in the image may not be in the meaning of the idiom. A classic example is spinning your wheels, which can mean that one is using effort toward achieving a purpose without making any progress in achieving that purpose even though one is not literally talking about wheels. This is based on the conceptual metaphor that action is motion and that achieving a purpose is reaching a physical goal. Cultural images such as spinning one's wheels can thus play a crucial role in linking language to embodied meaning via conceptual metaphors. The point is that there is no clear separation between cultural images and linguistic meaning. The meanings of words can make use of cultural images, such as the mental image of a car spinning its wheels. Conceptual integration. Most unconscious thought is fragmented. Conceptual integration forms an integrated whole from unconscious fragmented parts. Conscious thought tends to be integrated, although there is also integrated unconscious thought. In many cases, unconscious thought arises from diverse unintegrated circuits across brain regions. Conceptual integration, operating unconsciously, changes unintegrated unconscious thought to make it integrated and a candidate for consciousness. Categories. Categories are complex and meaningful, since they make use of the full range of conceptual neural mechanisms listed above. The sequence of basic thought mechanisms presented in this chapter shows how these mechanisms build on one another to produce increasing complexity of thought, from embodied primitives, XNets, primary image schemas and force schemas to complex combinations of those to frames, metonymies that are based on frames, primary conceptual metaphors, mapping schemas to schemas, complex conceptual metaphors, mapping frames to frames, idioms using cultural images and knowledge to mediate between language and embodied meaning, and conceptual integrations that use all of the above mechanisms as well as to whole systems of thought such as philosophies and branches of mathematics and to imaginative literature, mythology, religion, and politics, human enterprises that let out all the stops and use a wide range of conceptual integrations of more basic ideas to create highly complex thought processes. 3. The neural mechanisms of thought. Scope and challenges. We began this book with Antonio Damasio's 1994 prescient observation in Descartes' error that the immune system, the hypothalamus, the ventromedial frontal cortex, and the Bill of Rights have the same root cause P262. What he meant and what we have seen is that contrary to Descartes, who saw ideas as abstract, non-physical entities, ideas are located in the neural systems of our brains and bodies, interact with the physical and social world, and are subject to the laws of biology, physics, and chemistry. As we noted in Chapter 1, brain research in neuroscience spans multiple levels, from the internal dynamics of a single cell and its biochemical interactions to neural circuits and networks performing specific sensory or motor tasks, and to entire pathways and brain systems integrating perception, intention, and behavior for a living and acting body. While all of these multiple levels contribute to thought and language, cognitive phenomena appear to emerge at the circuit and systems levels, whether they are individual ideas or systems of thought, individual words, or larger grammatical structures. Our computational models of how the brain functions are system-level models, although they are pieced together from smaller circuits that contribute to the overall functioning of the brain. At the outset, we must acknowledge that little is known from large neuroscience efforts to map the brain, such as the Connectum project, to show how specific neural networks create meaningful ideas and language. Our hypothesis is that the science of thought and language starts with neuroscience but, in addition, must include cognitive science, linguistics, and computational modeling. We have learned from cognitive science and linguistics that the cognitive mechanisms for ideas includes frames, conceptual metaphors, conceptual integration, image schemas, and force dynamic schemas. We have sought to understand as best we can how these cognitive mechanisms for ideas can be constituted by neural circuitry that functions to characterize those cognitive mechanisms. Our goal in this chapter is to provide a proposal for the general neural mechanisms capable of characterizing those cognitive mechanisms. The presentation is theoretical and computational and relies on a great deal of prior research in the neuroscience of perception and the control of behavior. However, our theoretical account is largely still to be validated with detailed experiments. We hope that this book spurs and accelerates such efforts. As this book shows, it is not yet easy to come up with a unified, scientifically accurate and specific understanding of human thought. The current chapter takes us even deeper than we have gone so far. We use all the facts and evidence presented in the first two chapters to come up with our hypothesis of what it takes for our neural systems to create and constitute thought, together with details of what kinds of computation may be involved. In the next section, we give a description of the detailed operation at the cell level. After that, we go through the basic firing sequence in detail. We then follow up with the basic mechanisms for learning based on synaptic changes and modulation. After that, we move from single cells to the formation and use of circuits and networks. The neural accounts motivate our hypothesis of the types of neural circuits and cascades that constitute the cognitive mechanisms discussed earlier. The next two sections outline our computational models of the basic neural components and circuits that are necessary for thought and language. Our account includes detailed neural mechanisms such as gestalt circuits, gates, binding circuits, cascades, integration circuits, and convergence-divergence zones. And we will show how the neural computational theory of dual modeling links the computational modeling of neural mechanisms with the computational modeling of cognitive mechanisms. This is not simple. We have tried to present the essential components of our modeling and hypotheses in a fairly approachable manner while pointing the reader to further details with specific references in the relevant sections. One source of difficulty is that the neural models of how thought might arise are strikingly different from our everyday understanding of thought. When we consider all the neural details required for human thought, it is an amazing feat of human biology that any human being can think at all. Neural firing, the basic steps. The actual firing of a neuron is more complex than we stated in Chapter 1. We are about to go through the 20 steps required for even one neuron to fire just once. Why does this level of detail matter? Recall that the brain contains about 86 billion neurons and between 1,000 and 10,000 connections per neuron. That's hundreds of trillions of neural firings. A neural firing occurs in about 5,000ths of a second, 5 milliseconds. That's 200 times a second. And to have any experience of anything interesting at all, there must be a huge number of neurons firing that fast a huge number of times, not randomly but instead in a pattern that characterizes exactly the right experience. But via our everyday conscious experience, We do not sense any of this. Given what little we can consciously sense, we just think and we just experience with no awareness of anything further, certainly no conscious awareness of what goes on in the vast neural universe in our brains. For even one neuron of the 86 billion in each of our brains to fire, it takes all of the following 20 steps. The firing process. Firing does not occur all at once. Before the firing process for a single neuron begins, there is a voltage difference between the inside and the outside of the neuron's cell body of about -70 millivolts, thousandths of a volt. The minus indicates that there is more negative charge inside the cell body than outside. The firing begins as neurotransmitters from the presynaptic input neuron begin to bind to the postsynaptic receptor neuron. When sodium neurotransmitters bind to receptors, inward transporting sodium channels, which are complex proteins with a channel structure, begin to open in the cell membrane, letting in positive sodium ions. As the sodium ions accumulate inside the cell, the inside voltage rises gradually by 15 millivolts from -70 millivolts until it reaches -55 millivolts, the threshold for neural firing. At -55 millivolts, inward transporting sodium channels along the axon open, letting in more sodium ions, which increases the voltage further, making the inside even more positive. As the sodium channels open step by step along the axon, progressively more sodium enters, creating a positive feedback loop, and the internal positive charge rises explosively along the axon. This change in charge moves along the axon and is called an action potential. This explosive increase in positive charge affects the sodium channels physically, and at around +40 millivolts the sodium channels reverse and start to let out sodium. Around then, outward transporting potassium, positive charge channels, and inward transporting chloride, negative charge channels open, moving positively charged potassium out and negatively charged chloride in, thus reducing the positive charge of action potential until it drops to the original level of -70 millivolts. Because the outward transporting potassium channels close more slowly than the sodium channels, the downward drop of the action potential continues for a short time past -70 millivolts, thus overshooting the original level. At that point a refractory period begins, during which the various channels are restored to their original state. Then the firing process can start again. The action potential, the change in positive charge produced in the firing process, thus has the shape rise, peak and reversal, drop, overshoot, and refractory period. This complex process can happen in each one of the 86 billion neurons in our brains. It is hard to conceive of all that neural activity going on in each thinking human brain containing nearly 100 billion neurons. We just think. We are not aware of the incredibly complex physical process needed for human thought. The physical process that allows each human being to think is that complicated, in 86 billion neurons. The Darwinian theory of human development is correct at Darwin's level of detail. But what lies behind it at the neural level is vastly more complex. Spiking and time gaps. Each commonplace neuron either does or does not produce an action potential during a short time period, and the action potential goes in one direction, down the axon. From the perspective of a somewhat longer time period, the action potential as measured by a voltmeter produces the picture that the voltmeter draws, a spike, rapidly rising and falling, figure 2. Most neurons generally produce a series of about 6 or 7 spikes and then stop for a while during a recovery period. From this longer perspective, each spike is drawn as a vertical line of a fixed length, where the time between spikes is a gap. The resulting spike plot is a sequence of such lines separated by gaps. The spiking models use both the time of each spike, time intervals between spikes, and the rate of the spikes, number of spikes per second, to encode information from a firing cell. Figure 2. A simplified depiction of the main events that go into the generation of an action potential, or spike. The figure shows the shape of the unfolding action potential, the change in positive charge produced. The shape has a characteristic rise, peak and reversal, drop, overshoot, and refractory period. An incoming stimulus from a synapse changes the resting potential, where the inside of the membrane is more negative, -70 millivolts, than the outside. The change makes the inside more positive, and when a threshold is reached, rapid polarization results through an influx of positive sodium, Na+ ions, reaching a peak of +40 millivolts. This triggers a set of cascades. See the text for further details, where potassium, K+ ions are pumped out in an episode of repolarization, which results in the inside temporarily becoming more negative than the resting potential, hyperpolarization, before reaching the steady state of the resting potential. The neural firing process usually focuses on the postsynaptic neuron. The process occurs in stages. The following account is a simplified description of the different stages of the firing process. This NL goes to 2 digits, so I set it as the NL alt as shown in low. 1. Neurotransmitter release. The presynaptic neuron releases neurotransmitters into the synapse. 2. Polarization. The initial state is polarization, at which there is a resting potential, a difference in charge between the inside and outside of the cell. 3. Neurotransmitter binding. Neurotransmitters in the synapse chemically bind to the sodium-gated transmembrane proteins, which then straighten out, opening the sodium-ion channels, also called gates and pores, in the dendrites and cell body. 4. Influx. Huge numbers of positive sodium, Na+ ions are attracted by the large negative internal charge of the cell -70 mV, and flood in through the open channels. 5. Depolarization. As more positive ions enter the cell, the internal negative charge becomes more positive, that is, less negative. The internal charge goes from -70 mV to -55 mV, a positive increase of 15 mV, about a 60th of a volt, an extremely large and fast change in voltage for something as small as a neuron and across something as narrow as a cell membrane. 6. Threshold. At -55 mV, a threshold is reached. The voltage gates for sodium ions in the axon hillock open. That is, bent sodium-gated transmembrane proteins in the axon hillock straighten out, allowing more sodium ions to rush in, increasing the internal positive charge both at each location and in the total positive charge inside the cell. 7. Sequential openings. The same types of transmembrane protein gates occur next to the axon hillock and all the way down the axon. As the positive charge increases at one location along the axon, the voltage-gated transmembrane proteins straighten out and open up at the next location, letting in more sodium ions there. This cycle occurs in sequence all the way down the axon. 8. Action potential. The result is called an action potential, a wave of increasing positive charge starting at the axon hillock and moving all the way down the axon to the axon terminals. Those who think of neurons as metaphorically communicating tend to call this powerful increasing positive charge a signal. 9. Sodium channels sequentially closing. As the interior charge becomes sufficiently positive overall, the sodium channels become inoperative since there is no longer a sufficiently strong internal negative charge to attract the external positively charged sodium. 10. Reaching a peak. After a while, the accumulated moving charge reaches a peak, with the internal positive voltage increasing along the way. At the turning point, the resting potential is reached and then exceeded, turning the interior of the cell positive to about 40 mV from -55 mV, a powerful 95 mV change in a couple of milliseconds across an extremely small membrane. 11. Calcium, Ca++ ion gates open. There are thousands of axon terminals at the end of each axon. Each terminal has a membrane with positive voltage-gated transmembrane protein structure to let in calcium ions when open. As the action potential wave reaches the terminals, the positive voltage causes the transmembrane proteins for calcium ions to open, letting in calcium ions at the terminal. 12. Vesicle opening. The axon terminals contain vesicles with neurotransmitters inside. When the calcium ions reach the vesicles, there is a chemical reaction in which the vesicles are fused to the cell membrane and open up. 13. Neurotransmitter release. As the vesicles open up, the neurotransmitters flow out into the synapse, starting the process all over again at the next neuron. 14. Potassium pumps open. In addition to the fast-opening sodium channels, the cell membrane along the axon also contains very complex transmembrane proteins that are straightened out and opened by positive voltage and that act as potassium, K+, pumps. They open slowly, gradually pumping positive potassium ions, K+, out of the axon, pumping 2 potassium ions out for every 3 sodium ions in. 15. Potassium ions pumped out. More slowly than the internal positive charge increased along the axon, the internal positive charge slowly decreases along the axon, lessening the internal charge as the pumping process proceeds. 16. Resting potential reached. As the positive potassium ions start to move out, pumping proceeds, and the interior of the cell becomes less positive, that is, more negative. At some point the original resting potential is reached, and then the negative voltage is exceeded as more positive potassium ions are pumped out. 17. Potassium pumps slowly close. The slow closing potassium pumps close gradually until they all close all the way down the axon. At this time, the negative voltage has fallen below the original resting potential. This is called hyperpolarization, and the time it lasts is called the refractory period. 18. Repolarization. Because of the negative internal charge that is lower than the resting potential, sodium attracted by the negative charge begins flowing in until the resting potential is reached. 19. Neurotransmitter release and reuptake. After a while, the neurotransmitters that were chemically bound to transmembrane proteins are released. The transmembrane proteins bend again, and the channels close. The neurotransmitters diffuse into the synaptic fluid. In reuptake, protein molecules called transporters at the presynaptic terminals bind to the neurotransmitters and move them back into the terminals, where chemical reactions locate them again in vesicles. Not all the neurotransmitters undergo reuptake after release from binding, and some of those subject to reuptake never binded to the receptors of the postsynaptic neuron and were stranded after being released by the presynaptic neuron. 20. The initial state is restored. This whole process takes only about 5 milliseconds, 5/1000ths of a second. This is a short enough time to allow about 200 such processes per second. Spiking. Each depolarization process is called spiking, and the action potential produced is called a spike because it appears as a sharp rise and fall on the apparatus for recording neural activity. Such recordings usually show 6 or 7 spikes in a row. 7 spikes in each event of spiking takes 7 multiplied by 20 equals 140 steps in about 35/1000ths of a second. Each such process is just one spiking event for just one neuron out of tens of billions that undergo this process. Spiking neurons produce activation through their axons on connected synapses. This activation leads to biochemical changes at the synapse, strengthening or weakening, that may lead to the shaping and formation of new circuits, which is the only way you can have new experiences or learn anything. Summary. The sequence of electrical and biochemical events responsible for the transmission of information within a cell, neuron, and between cells through synapses is critical to understanding how the brain-mind works. The bridging models we will be presenting in this chapter are even further simplified than the basic account here. We model the action potential as a single spike generated at a certain time instant and at a specific rate, number of spikes per second. We do not computationally model the dynamics of neurotransmitter release or the biochemical reactions both at the synapse. In addition, cross-membrane ion transport within the cell is not computationally modeled. We conjecture that these simplifications preserve the critical aspects of neural firing that are relevant to the system-level questions regarding thought and language. But the selection of the appropriate level of detail for a bridging model is an open and ongoing empirical question. Our hope is that this book will provide a starting point for more detailed investigations with more faithful and granular models of information propagation and learning. What we have presented is a simplified account of the processes involved in the generation of an action potential or a single spike emitted by a neuron. There are many fascinating and important details such as the biochemical models of neurotransmitters, the role of calcium channels, the complex processing in the dendrites of certain cells, and the biochemistry involved in learning and synaptic change, synaptic plasticity, that have been left out of this simplified account. Think for a moment about how remarkable this is. No one ever just learns anything or has any experiences at all without all of this happening, a very complex process for each of a vast number of neurons over a vast number of extremely short time periods. This vast complexity is required for anyone to learn anything at all. We are not and could not be consciously aware of all that is required for human beings to learn even the simplest thing. What is structured neural computational modeling? The reality and the functional model. Actual neural circuitry in human beings with real neurons is enormously complex, involving cells containing a universe of chemical and genomic complexity and an organization of nearly 100 billion cells each with thousands of connections, a total of hundreds of trillions of connections, a universe so large as to defy even supercomputers. A functional model of such circuitry seeks to use the theory of computation, together with real computers, to provide a relatively simple yet biologically plausible model limited to the crucial aspects of how human brains function to give rise to conceptual thought and language. We will call a structured neural computation model an SNC model, and we will call an SNC model that seeks to characterize the computational functions needed for human thought and language an FSNC model. The scientific contribution of the FSNC model. Throughout this book, it is crucial to distinguish what is real and what is modeled. Bear in mind as we proceed that one can model the flow of a river, but the model won't get you wet. All scientific research uses models, including neuroscience, cognitive linguistics, and experimental embodied cognition. But models of what happens in the brain are not the real physical aspects of the brain being modeled. What is assumed is that the models capture important features about the brain that is relevant to what is being studied. That is what scientific knowledge derived from modeling does, and it is assumed that it is accurate for relevant scientific results. The goal of FSNC modeling is to explain cognitive phenomena with neurally plausible computational models. The result is a bridging model, that is, a computational model that creates a bridge between what is known theoretically about neural circuitry and what is known theoretically about thought and language. But the theoretical models are not the thing itself. The approach taken is to construct computational simulations of the cognitive functions needed for thought and language using simplified models of neural circuits. We believe that the FSNC model we are using makes valid, relevant, useful, and sufficient scientific contributions to the three sciences it links: neuroscience, cognitive linguistics, and experimental embodied cognition. What does it mean for an FSNC model to work? An FSNC model cannot work in isolation. It depends on adequately capturing scientific results in three other fields. The FSNC model has to link the neuroscience and the cognitive linguistics, which studies what conceptual systems are from a neural perspective and how they fit language. There is a further scientifically constraining source of results. Conceptual thought and language make use of not just the brain alone but also the embodied brain, the brain neurally linked to the body, as the body-brain combination functions in the physical and social world. Such functional behavior is studied in the field of experimental embodied cognition. The job of the FSNC model is to provide a precise computational model of what it means for the body and brain neural system to manifest the functional properties of thought and language on the basis of the functional properties of the brain and body neural system. Of course, our account is just a computational model and is thus theoretical and speculative. Indeed, a central motivation of such modeling is to suggest targeted experiments for cognitive and brain science. In Chapter 2, we already saw an instance of this kind to collaboration in the modeling and experimental work on metaphor. In this chapter, we will see another very productive collaboration on the notion of simulation semantics, the use of imaginative simulation for understanding. But to get there, we will need to establish the foundational framework and models of the FSNC model. One further caveat is in order here. The mechanisms of thought discussed in this book are to a large extent carried out unconsciously, and there is a huge question about a neural mechanism and explanation for conscious thought. There are many first-order problems in the study of consciousness and the mind-body problem that neither we nor anyone else, as far as we know, has any account of. We hope to spur research into this profound and important area by setting out the basic mechanisms of unconscious language and thought in computational terms. In summary, the FSNC model is a crucial element of our theory, since it bridges the functional computational properties of the embodied neural system with the functional computational properties of the conceptual linguistic system and shows how they match up. Let's dive in. The basics of our FSNC model. The basic ideas of the FSNC in the model we will be presenting step by step are rather simple, and they should be generally understandable one step at a time. Actual computer implementations of these ideas and programs are, of course, much more complex. But understanding those implementation details is not necessary for understanding the theory presented here. We will begin in this section with only the most basic ideas behind FSNCS in general and elaborate on other basic details later in the next two sections. Note that for readers familiar with neural network models, this section is mostly a repeat of the computational details. Structure and arithmetic. SNC modeling can most easily be understood in terms of two factors, structure and activation flow. It starts with the concept of a node, which is taken to refer in the brain to an ensemble of neurons, either a group with an internal structure or just a group of isolated neurons. In some rare cases, node can refer to just one neuron. the structure modeled at the neuron level. This structure, Figure 3, is a simplification of the neurochemical and electrical events described in the previous section on the firing sequence. Figure 3. A simplified model of a neuron comprising a set of inputs, dendrites, that electrically transmit a signal from incoming synapses to the cell body or soma, which connect to axons that carry the signal to other downstream neurons through synapses. When the cell body reaches a threshold level, depolarization occurs and the cell fires, sending an action potential down the axon, which then makes synaptic connections to the dendrites of downstream neurons, propagating the signal along the neurally connected pathway. In the FSCN model, neurons contain inputs, dendrites, that electrically transmit a signal from the incoming synapse to the cell body. The positively charged ions are sodium, magnesium, and calcium. The negatively charged ion is chloride. The charged ions flow from the dendrites into the cell body. When the positive charge in the cell body reaches 3, the threshold charge, the cell fires. In firing, the cell sends a positive charge the signal or action potential, down the axon. Details of the action potential are not modeled, each firing event is treated as a single spike. At the end of the axon are thousands of pods containing 5 neurotransmitters and 6 calcium channels that open in the presence of firing and let in calcium. The FSCN model of the synapse is modeled as a one-dimensional scalar quantity called a synaptic weight, where a higher weight implies more strongly connected pre- and postsynaptic cells. The synapse also contains additional neurotransmitters for the 4 types of ions. These are called 7 modulators. These modulators change the effect of the neurotransmitters released when the presynaptic neuron fires. They increase the effect in the case of positive ions, sodium, magnesium, calcium, and decrease the effect in the case of negative ions, chloride. Modulation in FSCN corresponds to multiplicative connections, where the synaptic activation is multiplied by a gain which could be inhibitory or excitatory. Another aspect of relevant neural structure is time, Figure 4. The times that are relevant are 1, the signal time, that is, the amount of time between the firing of the cell body and when the signal reaches the end of the axon, 2, the time it takes to cross the synapse and make the next neuron fire, 3, the refractory period, that is, the time between firings of given neuron, and 4, the minimum average time delay, positive or negative, between the firing of the given neuron and the firing of the neuron terminating at the same synapse firing most closely in time to the given neuron. Figure 4. A simplified computational model of the neuron in Figure 3. Synaptic transmission is modeled by a set of real numbered weights. Action potentials are modeled by single spikes. Each incoming spike changes the membrane potential. When the combined integrated effect of all the incoming spike reaches threshold, the postsynaptic cell fires a spike, continuing the cascade to downstream cells through their synapses. This computational model is called the integrate and fire model. In summary, the computation in a neuron can be modeled in an FSCN by a set of incoming input neurons multiplied by 1. Multiplied by 4 in Figure 4, with spikes at various times. Each incoming spike changes the cross-membrane potential from -70 mV based on the synaptic efficiency, which is captured by a weight between 0 and 1. The overall effect of the change in potential is the integration of the effect of all the incoming spikes. When the integrated potential reaches the threshold of -55 mV, the postsynaptic neuron fires and emits an output spike. This simple model is called an integrate and fire neuron. 2. The model computes the accumulation of activation over time given the various input sources and times of firing, and fires a spike when the threshold is reached. The spike is treated as a single instantaneous event, which is binary in that the node emits a spike or not. There are many variants modeling the exact nature of the functions used to compute the action potential and emit a spike. The more realistic models take into account many of the factors of the firing sequence, based on the potential, voltage, difference across the membrane followed by the electrical cable properties of the axon. The Hodgkin-Huxley model is a realistic model based on an electrical circuit model that takes into account the charge and the resistive properties of the signal and transmission through the axon. FSCN models such as ours do not take the cable properties of the axon into account. We work often with an even more simplified model, which does not contain the actual numbers of amounts of millivolts or milliseconds. Instead, in the simplified model those amounts are modeled using simple numbers. For example, suppose the firing threshold of a neuron is modeled by the number 4 and that at a particular time a modeled neuron gets activation, that is, total positive charge, from two other modeled neurons that supply weighted activations of 2 and 3, and the weight at the synapses from the incoming neurons is 1. Then, since 2 multiplied by 1 plus 3 multiplied by 1 weighted sum adds up to 5, which is greater than 4, the threshold will be reached and exceeded, and the modeled neuron will fire, passing activation to the next neuron it is connected to. The amount of the output of the firing neuron depends on the activation function. Activation functions could be linear, proportional to the weighted sum, or nonlinear. A commonly used function is the S-shaped sigmoid function. A node that is made up of a collection of neurons can also be represented by an n-tuple of numbers, representing the thresholds of a group of neurons. A single neuron fires all at once. The neurons in a group can fire at different times, and subgroups of neurons in a larger group can have different connections to subgroups in other nodes. N-tuple representations can model such real complexities. The structure modeled at the network level. The first aspect of neural structure is at the network level. Nodes are represented as having connections to other nodes across chemically filled liquid synapses. The network of connections constitutes one kind of structure. The connections in the model have a direction, from the neurotransmitter emitting axons of the neurons in each presynaptic node to the neurotransmitter receptor dendrites of the neurons in each adjacent postsynaptic node. They are modeled as a graph with directed arrows connecting the nodes in the graph. The weight of connections. The connections in a network are represented mathematically by a directed graph, with the neural model mathematically represented by the nodes in the graph. Each arrow in the graph characterizes a connection between nodes. Associated with each such arrow linking two nodes is a number, the connection strength, also known as the synaptic weight of the connection. The synaptic weight is usually calculated by a rule using arithmetic. A common rule depends on the amount of modulation, that is, a positive or negative number representing the amount of positive or negative neurotransmitters in the synapse either coming from elsewhere or remaining in the synapse after previous firings. The idea is that modulating neurotransmitters can have an overall positive, increasing, or negative, decreasing, effect on the neurotransmitters coming from inputs to the node. Synaptic tuning results in usage-based, or emergent, learning. The effect, over time, of the strengthening and weakening of synapses is metaphorically called tuning, based on the model of stretching or loosening a violin string, changing its rate of vibration, and making its rate of vibration, its tone, go up with more stretching and go down with less. Tuning occurs naturally as circuitry is used in real experience. Some experiences result in the strengthening of given synapses, and other experiences result in weakening. Over time, regularly used synapses become tuned automatically through use. In learning a language, such tuning is referred to as a usage-based or emergent model. Connectivity and function. The function of a node in a model, its role in conceptual thought, depends on what it is connected to. The connections can branch out from the node, or into it, or both. A node connects to another single node, or can loop back, connecting to itself. But its function, if a single node can be said to have a function, depends on its overall connectivity. Technical issues, tuning and computational modeling. Neural computational modeling requires the choice of a model of synaptic weight change. Different choices depend on what a computational model is trying to do. Synaptic weights are tuned, that is, automatically adjusted to optimally fit their role in the network, in accordance to certain principles. There are three basic model types: the Hebbian model, spatiotemporal extensions, and artificial neural networks. The Hebbian model. The Hebbian model, named for neuroscientist Donald Hebb 1972, increases weights for synapses between nodes in which the presynaptic node fires shortly before the postsynaptic node fires. This situation is seen as causal. Presynaptic firing causes postsynaptic firing. When the presynaptic node fires after the postsynaptic node, there is no causation. The presynaptic node is firing to no purpose and dies off. Spatiotemporal extensions. More realistic rules use both spatial information, all incoming nodes to a synapse, and temporal information when the incoming node spiked. Such models are called spiking models of neural networks. The spike timing dependent plasticity, STDP, theory makes use of the relative timing of spikes across different neurons entering a synapse. These are models that we are primarily concerned with in this book. Other theories such as the BCM theory, developed by Bienenstock, Cooper, and Monroe 1982, use spatial and temporal averages of firing, e.g., firing rates plus a nonlinear, sigmoidal, activation function. It is common for neural modeling to be either rate-based or timing-based. Artificial neural networks. Artificial intelligence researchers have developed what are called artificial neural networks. The term neural is used since they use the same types of computational structures that are used in modeling neural networks, that is, they make use of nodes that are connected through weighted connections forming a network. At the node, neuron, level a node computes the spatial summation, weighted by the synaptic weight, of activation from the connected incoming nodes. The overall sum is then passed through a nonlinear, sigmoid, ReLU, tanh, function to produce the output, a number. At the node level, in most artificial neural networks the time of the incoming spikes is not taken into account. In more biologically realistic networks, which are also called spiking networks, the time of the spike is also taken into account. At the network level, these artificial neural networks often do not model the detailed connectivity of biological pathways. Instead they rely on simple patterns of locality, as in convolution networks, or start from a dense, fully connected network with random weights. This makes them typically require much more computational power than FSNC models, which attempt to directly model the functional circuits and connections whenever known. Since such massive computational power is now readily available, artificial neural network models have become an important addition to artificial intelligence. Artificial neural networks have become useful for complex tasks where there are clear correct or incorrect answers. As early as in the Persian Gulf War 1991, they were developed to distinguish mines in the Persian Gulf from rocks, given complex sonar readings. The difference between a mine and a rock is clear. Artificial neural networks have been developed to distinguish real from forged signatures to produce a machine-generated pronunciation of a written English text and, more recently, to learn to translate between languages and to win complex games such as Go against human players. Many of these models extend simple networks with reward-based learning or reinforcement learning. Such models contain many interconnected layers of artificial neurons. They learn over a massive number of trials by gradually increasing the synaptic weight of the neurons in proportion to how much that increase in weight decreases the error at the output, gradually decreasing the synaptic weights depending on how much the error increases. The most common type of artificial neural network model uses the error in predictions, called the loss, to compute a direction and an amount to adjust the individual weights of the networks that will reduce the loss. This method is called gradient descent, and the most popular implementation is called the backpropagation model. Backpropagation tunes weights based on computing the gradient, how much is the error sensitive to the weight, and optimizing the weight to minimize this error. These changes use the mathematics of calculus, the mathematics of continuous change, and thus use functions such as the S-shaped sigmoid functions to guarantee continuity so that the calculus can work. The backpropagation model is the standard model underlying commercial artificial neural networks. However, complex theories of optimizing change have been developed so as to minimize error. A whole industry has developed around such models. Google and Facebook have bought companies begun by great researchers in the field and now have major research efforts using this technology. 4. Backpropagation is applied in a supervised learning setting where the system is trained on specific training input and training label pairs. In contrast, here Hebbian learning is unsupervised since there is no need for special training inputs. Reward-based learning, or reinforcement learning, is learning actions to maximize a discounted future reward that may be available after every input. Classic models of conditioning and reinforcement can be modeled using reinforcement learning. Structured computational neural modeling. In the simplest neural network models, structure is solely emergent from the activation of the network and the tuning of the synaptic weights. However, in brains, much of neural activity comes from highly specific circuits and structures that are both a product of genetic coding and tuned in an activation-dependent process of strengthening and weakening. Structured neural computational models of the sort used in our approach are meant to model this dual fact of pre-existing structure due to genomics plus activity-dependent tuning due to experience. Our idea and SNC models go back to a research program initiated by Jerome Feldman 1982 and are inspired by various discoveries of highly specific neural structures within neuroscience. We saw an early example in Chapter 1 of the Gestalt Note. We now give specific details of the basic types of computational circuits and functions that comprise our structured models of functional neural networks. Basic circuit types. We are moving toward an account of the circuitry for ideas and the language used to express and communicate those ideas. Ideas, we argue, arise ultimately from neural exaptations, that is, from the repurposing of neural circuitry originally used by animals in the course of evolution, or the repurposing of neural circuitry that evolved in humans for needs other than ideas for perception, action, emotion, attention, and so on. The form of language in both grammar and lexicon, we argue, also arises via such repurposing from while maintaining connections to still other parts of the sensory motor and emotional system, those for sound, prosody, rhythm, gesture, and shapes, for letters and writing. Such repurposing results in specialized language circuitry in the brain using the same basic types useful for other social, motor, perceptual, and cognitive behavior. Those kinds of repurposing are part of the embodied circuitry in the brain. The big question is, of course, how this happens. Given our embodied circuitry, how have our brains formed? First, the complexities of ideas, including abstract ideas, reasoning, simulation, and imagination, and second, all the complexities of linguistic form, e.g., words, morphemes, and grammatical constructions, as well as the complex relationships between ideas and the linguistic forms that express those ideas. Given the embodiment structures of the kind discussed in Chapter 1, we have identified a number of circuit types that seem to us to be important in characterizing such complexities. We are hypothesizing that those circuit types can be accurately modeled by functional structured connectionist models that capture the necessary generalizations. The types of circuits that we are proposing are all learnable by normal neural learning mechanisms, electrochemical processes that modulate and change synaptic strengths of neural connections, that is, purely neural mechanisms that are not specific to any subject matter. 5. In addition, many of the circuits we propose are functional in that they have counterparts in mammalian sensory motor systems as identified through single-cell recordings. 6. Our account, by necessity, uses the structured connectionist framework introduced earlier as a minimal computational abstraction from the details of these studies and recordings. Our specific hypothesis is that there are integration circuits that have formed complex compositions of the basic circuit types discussed below and that they have resulted in structures useful for language and thought. This section is devoted to an understanding of those basic circuit types. How these circuits are integrated to form more complex circuits will be discussed in later sections. We begin with neural recruitment, which we hypothesize is how such circuits arise. Reward-modulated recruitment, a hypothesis. We are born with about 86 billion neurons in our brains and between 1,000 and 10,000 connections each. That's on the order of magnitude of hundreds of trillions of connections. In childhood, the most used connections are strengthened by use, resulting in the formation of fixed circuits that are formed when they are activated repeatedly because they serve important functions. Half of those connections, the least used half, die off, leaving behind a brain highly structured by fixed, highly functional connections that are regularly used, together with a huge number, estimated to be in the hundreds of trillions, of connections that are neither fixed nor function regularly. The probability would seem to be high that a great many, possibly billions or trillions, of connections form simple networks, available for use in the right situations or more than just available. A given connection, or small potential circuits made up of connections, might form and be used on random occasions when they happen to be in the right location in the brain to minimize a flow of activation that carries out some function that happens to arise in a given context. If that keeps happening, the connections can be strengthened and a circuit can be recruited because it happens to be useful for serving that function. In general, such a happenstance circuit would be strengthened by the reward systems of the brain. If a recruited circuit carries out a desirable function, that circuit can be strengthened by what we would call reward circuitry. Circuits that serve important functions can be formed in this manner. Consider an example. Suppose you are growing cherry tomatoes in a garden or a pot. When they ripen, many of them are entangled in a mess of branches with leaves and still ripening tomatoes that you don't want to knock off. You want to get to the ripe ones, grasp them in your fingers, and pick them off without harming the branches and the tomatoes that are still ripening. To pick the right ones, you have to move your body into position, adjust your back, and coordinate the movements of your shoulder, elbow, wrist, and fingers in new ways appropriate to the particular tomatoes and differently for each tomato embedded in branches, each time coordinating all this with vision slightly differently each time. To do this in each case, you partly use fixed motor control networks you have used before, but you also have to recruit available unfixed networks of connections that can connect with the fixed networks and allow you to move in a new and somewhat different way each time. If you keep growing cherry tomatoes, those randomly used connections may be recruited to become cherry tomato picking circuits. We are constantly using available networks of local connections in such ways all day every day, not using them enough for them to become fixed but enough for them to remain alive and available. Moreover, the same happens in thinking as we form new combinations of existing ideas each day. We hypothesized that such a large number of simple networks without a fixed function happen to be formed and regularly become available to be recruited for functional use in the right circumstances. And we hypothesized that existing fixed circuits are formed via what might be called neural Darwinism, a kind of natural selection. The available simple networks become fixed when they happen to be used and rewarded, that is, strengthened via use, over and over in everyday experience, strengthened enough for their synapses to become permanent. Cascades. The central idea in the theory of integrative circuitry is that of the cascade. As we mentioned in Chapter 1, we will be using the word cascade in two senses. Cascade flow, a flow of activation that goes across brain areas, typically across multiple brain areas. In common cases there is a bidirectional flow of activation, and it extends from one embodied brain region to another or many others. An active cascade will typically activate fixed circuits, circuits that characterize contexts important in everyday life, and may in addition activate non-fixed connections that happen to be available to carry a flow of activation most efficiently. Cascade circuit, a functional circuit that goes across areas in the brain, controlling and turning on and off fixed circuits. The fixed circuits that are components of a cascade, when turned on, extend and participate in active cascades, controlling where the flow of activation goes. Our theory of cascades is set within the neural computational model for how neural systems function to produce effects. We hypothesize that cascade circuits are made up of basic circuit types. Examples of basic circuit types. To comprehend how the neural system functions in thought and language, we turn from neural circuitry to the modeling of neural circuits and their effects using methods from computer science. In this section, we use the neural computation metaphor, which allows us to use precise forms of computation to model the functioning of the neural system. All of the circuits discussed in this section are part of our computational model of the neural system. To emphasize the distinction between a model and the thing modeled, recall that a river can get you wet, but a computational model of the flow of the river cannot get you wet. The equivalent is true of the computational abstractions presented here. You can think using a real neural circuit but not using a computational model of one. They are functional models and computational hypotheses that capture the specific circuit structure and dynamics. Their main purpose is to guide further research on the actual neural implementation of these functions. A central part of our neural embodiment hypothesis is that complex brain circuitry is made up of small simple types of basic circuits. The claim is that they form simply and naturally, given the neural tool kit and natural electrochemical mechanisms. So far as we can tell, it appears that at least the following basic circuit types are prevalent in thought and language. I circuits that provide basic structures. 1. Simple connection circuits. A. Activation and inhibition. B. Disinhibition. C. Modulation. 2. Divisive modulation. 2. Subtractive modulation. 2. Gating circuits. 3. Gestalt circuits. 2. Combinatorial circuits. 1. Binding circuits. 2. Mapping circuits. 3. Topographic maps and image schemas. 4. Comparison circuits and winner takes all. 3. Control and coordination circuits. 1. Sequencing circuits. 2. Embedded circuits. 3. Concurrent circuits. 4. Conditional circuits. 5. Shifter circuits. 6. Substitution circuits. 7. Priming circuits. Combinatorial circuits are the glue that combines simple circuits to form composite structures and cascades capable of carrying out various functions. Control and coordination circuits are circuits that provide basic operations of coordination and control useful for motor, movement, and behavior control. As we shall see, these circuit types are necessary for thought and language and structure our understanding of events, actions, and language. These circuit types serve very different functions depending on what they are connected to. What they do depends on their role in larger circuits and their locations in the brain. Simple connection circuits. Figure 5 shows simple circuit connections between two nodes. 7 Node A activates node B, shown by the directed arrow from A to B. Node C inhibits node D, shown traditionally by a line with a circle at the end. And given that node F, if activated, would inhibit node G, node E disinhibits node G by inhibiting node F, which keeps F from inhibiting G. Figure 5. Simple connection circuits, showing a computational model of A excitatory, node A activates node B, B inhibitory, node C inhibits node D and C, disinhibitory, node E inhibits node F, which inhibits node G circuits. In the disinhibitory case, if normally node G is inhibited with node F being active, activating E will inhibit F, thereby activating G. In this case, E disinhibits G. A basic circuit can be activated in one of two ways, depending on whether it is functioning in terms of the base rate of firing or the timing of spikes. Base rate. A basic circuit is activated turned on if it is functioning above the base rate of firing, or is inhibited turned off if it is firing below base rate. Here, inhibited turned off does not mean not firing, it only means firing below base rate. Spike timing. A basic circuit is activated if presynaptic neurons are spiking at a time just earlier. Gating circuits. Circuit gating is a normal, natural phenomenon that allows modulation of functional circuits by controlling their activation or inhibition. Whatever can control that activation or inhibition is called a gate. The brain has multiple gating systems. Some important gating systems are the loops between the cortex, the thalamus, and the basal ganglia, which includes projections from different parts of the basal ganglia, including a disinhibiting signal from the basal ganglia to the association nuclei in the thalamus. The thalamic gating from projects of different association nuclei in the thalamus to different parts of the cortex, and interneuron gating within the cortex, such as gating within the association cortices. Figure 6 shows a simple gating circuit. This is an inhibitory circuit, one of several types of gating found in both cortical and subcortical structures in the brain. Here it provides a flow of activation to B. The gate G is inhibitory, shown by the shaded circle on the link from G to B. When the gate G is activated, it blocks the transfer of activation from A to B, but if G is not activated, activation can flow uninhibited from A to B. Figure 6. A simple gating circuit. This is an inhibitory circuit, one of several types of gating found in both cortical and subcortical structures in the brain. Here it provides a flow of activation to B. Gate G is inhibitory, shown by the shaded circle on the link from G to B. When gate G is activated, it blocks the transfer of activation from A to B, but if G is not activated, activation can flow uninhibited from A to B. Gates can be excitatory, enable flows of activation in specific circuits, or inhibitory, as in Figure 6, where a gate when active blocks the flow. As we saw in the Neural Toolkit section, neurotransmitters present in the synapse bind to transmembrane proteins that open up, letting in positive and/or negative ions. Gates operate in a variety of mechanisms, including oscillations caused by the synchronized firing of quick-firing inhibitory neurons that change the relative phase of firing in the circuits they impact. 8. Gating may allow the possible activation of a neuron if it results in the neuron being in the up state, in which it is primed to fire but just needs a bit more activation. Gating could also be inhibitory, leaving the neuron in a down state, making it less likely or unable to fire. Gating neurons that result in such up and down states result in what are called bistable neurons. Gating neurons are found throughout the cortex as well as in important connecting subcortical structures such as the thalamus. The process of gating uses modulation, positive or negative input connections, to tip the scales quickly and readily for or against the firing of gating neurons. All of the basic circuit types can be gated, that is, modulated so that they can be easily activated or inhibited by external connections. In our computational model, a gate is metaphorically represented by a single node. When we talk of a circuit having a gate, we are talking about the computational model with a single node serving a gating function in the computational model. Under the neural computation metaphor, which provides a computational model of a neural system, computational gates are mapped onto one or more real and complex neural processes that carry out a gating function. In the computational model, if the gate is open, active, gating is modeled as a temporal, not time-dependent. That is, the gate either activates or inhibits, regardless of timing. Gating and modulation occur everywhere in the brain. Gestalt circuits. A gestalt in general is a whole that consists of its parts. In many cases, the parts do not exist independently of the whole, although they can. The general idea is that a gestalt is more than the sum of its parts taken individually. A gestalt schema, in the notation of cognitive linguistics, consists of a gestalt symbol, two or more role symbols, and relationships among the gestalt and role symbols. A gestalt circuit has parts called roles. The gestalt circuit shows how the parts are related to one another to form a gestalt. Figure 7 shows a simple gestalt node, G, with roles A, B, C. The thresholds and synaptic weights have been left out of the figure. They meet the following constraints if G is active, A, B, and C are all active. If one or more of A, B, and C is active, then G becomes active. As a result, all of A, B, and C become active. Figure 7. A simple gestalt node, G, with roles A, B, C. The thresholds and synaptic weights have been left out of the figure. They meet the following constraints if G is active, then A, B, and C are all active. If one or more of A, B, and C is active, then G becomes active, and as a result all of A, B, and C become active. Such simple circuits arise relatively readily via widespread neural recruitment. Simple circuits are made up of circuit nodes, circuit connectivity, and activation thresholds. Nodes. The gestalt circuit has 3 or more nodes, a gestalt node and at least 2 role nodes. For example, consider a movement. A movement has a source of movement, where the movement begins, a path of movement, and a goal, the endpoint of the movement. A gestalt circuit for a movement would have a gestalt node for the whole movement and 3 role nodes for the source, path, and goal. Connectivity. The gestalt node is connected to each role node. Each role node is connected to the gestalt node. Thresholds and input activation. Each node has a firing threshold. If the input activation is above the firing threshold, the node fires. Otherwise, it doesn't fire. The activation input from each role node is above the gestalt node threshold. That is, the firing of any role node will make the gestalt node fire. The activation from gestalt node to each role node is above the role node threshold. That is, the firing of the gestalt node will make all the role nodes fire. The gestalt node is the control node of the gestalt circuit. If the gestalt node is inhibited, the gestalt circuit as a whole cannot fire. If the gestalt node is activated, the whole gestalt circuit fires. Suppose there is a gating node that normally inhibits the gestalt node. The gestalt node and the whole gestalt circuit will then fire only if the gating node is inhibited. In such a situation, the gestalt circuit fires by disinhibition, that is, the inhibiting of the inhibiting gating node. As an example, if the gestalt node characterizes surgery, the role nodes would include surgeon, patient prepared for operation, nurse assisting with the operation, anesthesiologist, scalpel, operating room, etc. All of the people and things that normally come to mind when you think of surgery. The idea of surgery activates all of them. Each of them activates the idea of surgery. Summary and preview. Connection circuits, gating circuits, and gestalt circuits are among the most basic circuit types that, so far as we know, recur in the brain. But what about more complex combinatorial circuits such as mappings, bindings, and frames, as well as complex sequencing and coordination required for all behavior? In the next section, we will review the current evidence from neuroscience on complex behavior coordination and control. In digesting the amazing results on behavior from neuroscience and the biology of motor control, we arrive at a central hypothesis regarding the neural underpinnings of thought and language. Our results on embodiment suggest that the neural circuits for behavior have been repurposed from animals during human evolution to provide the cognitive operations human beings use in thought and language. At the end of the next section, We will discuss this hypothesis and thus be ready to move on to our computational models of circuits for behavior coordination that are composed of these basic circuits and that serve as the building blocks for quite complex cognitive structures and operations that occur naturally and often. Coordination and cascades, evidence from behavior control. It is not easy for a child to learn how to tie her shoes. She has to keep her foot in a certain position and then coordinate a sequence of right-hand movements precisely with a sequence of left-hand movements. Coordinating complex movements requires synchronization and precise timing. Developmentally early examples of such coordination include pointing, where the movements of eyes, hands, and arms are synchronized in time and directed at a single motor target. How is coordination accomplished? Physical coordination appears to be carried out by cascades that control the timing and precise modulation of various executing networks, X-nets, for sequential motor movements, attention, and feedback from the totality of perception. Our hypothesis is that in thought and language, coordination works in a similar way, via cascades that control the timing and the turning on and off of circuits for thought and language. In addition, the same kind of circuitry would apply across different brain regions to perform very different tasks. The neural embodiment of language hypothesis claims that the same types of coordination patterns found in motor actions are crucial for thought and language. Specifically, the construction and activation of cascades parallels the kind of coordination found in motor control. In this section, we discuss the basic kinds of coordination found in motor control and their connection to cascade formation and activation. The next section details our computational models of coordination circuitry and their application to language and thought. There has been a lot of research on motor control emphasizing the role of motor synergies, Bernstein 1967. Synergies, as we saw in Chapter 1, carry out specific routines, e.g., reaching, extending a finger, turning the palm upright, that are then composed, put together, into more complex behaviors. Synergies typically have parameters that define their internal complexity. They form a set of building blocks that can be arranged in multiple circuits to produce complex behavior. Arbib 1998 proposed hierarchical sensory-motor couplings, what he called schemas for complex tasks that are composed of multiple synergies. Consider the motor schema for grasping as described by Itty and Arbib 2006, regarding schema theory. As the hand moves to grasp an object, it is press-shaped so that when it has almost reached the object, it is of the right shape and orientation to enclose some part of the object prior to gripping it firmly. Moreover, the movement can be broken into a fast phase and a slow phase. The output of three perceptual schemas is available for the control of the hand movement by concurrent activation of two motor schemas. Reaching controls the arm to transport the hand towards the object, and grasping first press-shapes the hand. Once the hand is press-shaped, it is only the completion of the fast phase of hand transport that wakes up the final stage of grasping to shape the fingers under control of tactile feedback. p. 297. Schemas guide how the brain performs actions. Whether you are hitting a tennis ball, eating dinner, or hammering a nail, you are bringing together perception, e.g., seeing the ball, dinner, and the nail, and action, hitting, eating, and hammering. In each case you are following coordinated schemas across different brain regions for seeing and acting that are tightly coupled. Perceptual schemas take perceptual inputs and link them to motor schemas that perform complex coordination and, via neural computation, produce motor output. Such schemas are active circuits distributed over different regions of the brain, coordinating perceptual, motor, and cognitive circuitry to yield circuits and systems of circuits that can carry out functions such as putting on your glasses, sewing a board into, and cracking an egg into a frying pan. A range of recent evidence, Graziano et al. 1997, Rizzolatti et al. 1998, Rizzolatti and Wolpert 2005, Deleuze et al. 1996, Grafton et al. 2009, further suggests that such coordinating circuits are hierarchical in functionality. Relational, applying to objects with multiple affordances, such as can openers. Parameterized, for speed, trajectory, dynamics. Event-driven, interruptible and adaptive to changing tasks and world states, and distributed across multiple cortical, premotor, primary motor and subcortical, cerebellar and basal ganglia regions of the brain. Rizzolatti and his group in Parma, using single-cell recordings in awake monkeys, have mapped out several functional circuits for carrying out specific tasks. They found multiple interactive loops extending across prefrontal to parietal areas of cortex. Within each parietal premotor prefrontal circuit, all forms of sensory information are integrated in carrying out motor actions. Rizzolatti et al. 1996. Grafton, Aziz Zadeh, and Ivory 2009. Present further evidence revealing neural architectural constraints and flexibility in the motor system. In addition to the basic findings on sensory motor coordination circuits, work at the Graziano lab at Princeton University has led to a view of the motor cortex that is broadly consistent with the schema idea proposed earlier. In this view, the function of the motor cortex is not to decompose movement into constituent muscles and joints or into elemental movement parameters such as direction and speed. Instead, it appears that the motor cortex is based on the foundational synergies tuned to produce some of the most complex components of the movement repertoire. The key experiments that led to this hypothesis came from microstimulation at the behavioral scale, half a second, or 500 milliseconds, instead of the usual shorter time scale, e.g., 50 milliseconds or less. The longer behavioral time scale roughly matches the time for the monkey to make arm movements to an object in the vicinity. Graziano 2018, and coworkers stimulated for half a second in different parts of the monkey cortex. Stimulation in different regions of the cortical map evoked different movements that closely resembled common categories of actions from the monkey's normal repertoire. For example, when sites within one region of the map were stimulated, a hand-to-mouth movement was evoked. The movement included a closure of the hand into an apparent grip, a turning of the wrist and forearm to direct the hand toward the mouth, a rotation of the elbow and shoulder bringing the hand through space to the mouth, an opening of the mouth, and a turning of the head to align the front of the mouth to the hand. This complex coordinated movement occurred reliably on each stimulation trial and could be replicated even when the monkey was anesthetized. This clearly leads to the notion that the common behaviors learned by the monkey and useful for everyday interaction were packaged into performable schemas and could be activated as a whole integrated functional package. The body schema simulates the body and tracks personal space. In a series of profound experiments, Graziano and Gross 1995 demonstrated neural networks that participated in multimodal tracking of the parapersonal space of a monkey. 9. Parapersonal space is the bubble of space around the body created by sensory motor neurons and circuits in the cortex that control that part of the body. Graziano 2018. The tracking is done neurally through an internal approximate body simulation, or a body schema. The body schema simulation computes information about the location, shape, and state of the body, tracks the limbs, and enables accurate trajectory prediction and planning. Some beautiful work by Atsushi Iriki and Miki Tauka 2012 shows how tools can be incorporated into the body schema, which then enables the extension of the parapersonal space of the limb, in this case the hand, to be extended to the bubble around the hand together with the instrument held in the hand, e.g., a stick to reach farther. Space was tracked around the body, space that could stretch and shrink depending on tool usage. 4. Neural language. Thinking neurally about language. An opportunity. This chapter presents a remarkable opportunity to begin thinking seriously about language from a neural perspective. Language, of course, includes the ideas that each language expresses. Those ideas, as we have seen, are constituted by neural circuitry at the system level, that is, across brain regions and throughout the body. We expect no less of language, for a simple reason. In addition to the ideas that language expresses, language includes the grammatical structures and lexical items in which the ideas are expressed plus the neural linkages between the ideas and the linguistic forms in grammar, morphology, and phonology, used to express those ideas. Since we have some sense of the circuitry needed to constitute those ideas, we have a place to start: the circuit types needed for ideas. These are the types of circuits we discussed in Chapter 3. We can then ask whether those circuit types for ideas are also adequate for grammar and morphology, both for the grammatical structures and lexical forms and for the form-meaning links used to express ideas. Thought and language, specific circuits and common embodiment. Children learn to do a lot of thinking before they learn language. All the embodied neural circuitry for controlling the body and for the basics of human thought is present in the brains of children before they learn language. For a young child to function physically and socially in a child's environment, much of the circuitry for thinking and understanding basic experiences must already be present. In short, a significant amount of the human conceptual system is already in place before we learn language. Since language expresses and communicates ideas, much of the idea circuitry must be present before language is learned. This fact about language learning therefore makes empirical sense of the question we are starting with: which of the circuit types, together with the neural toolkit discussed in Chapter 3, that are present before language are also used in language, and is the circuitry needed for ideas also sufficient for the language used to express those ideas? Language is so complex, with so many kinds of problems, that answering this question is an extraordinarily difficult task. Here is the strategy we will follow. 1. Start with the strongest hypothesis that the circuitry types and neural mechanisms needed for ideas will suffice for grammar and morphology. 2. Try testing the hypothesis on a wide range of difficult cases to see if it works and, if not, where it fails. 3. We will start by limiting ourselves to grammar and morphology, leaving aside phonetics and phonology at first. Note that the hypothesis here is that the same kinds of computational structures that we have seen in Chapter 3 will suffice to characterize language use. Of course, as we will see, these structures will be used in specific circuits to capture the morphology, phonology, and grammar of a language. We expect the language phenomena to be distributed in multiple circuits of the brain rather than located in a specific region. Much of the recent work in the neuroscience of language is consistent with this view. With increasing evidence from the Human Connectome project, one research from Eddie Chang's lab at the University of California, San Francisco, Chang et al. 2015, Eva Fedorenko's lab at MIT, Fedorenko 2016, and others, neuroscience has shifted from localized theory, such as the Broca's area of the brain, to a network model. We hypothesized that the neural circuits for gating, binding, and coordination described in Chapter 3 are functionally connected to form a large left lateralized frontotemporal language network composing and connecting linguistic form to ideas and meaning. Specifically, we will show how these structures are used in a language-specific way through constructions that link linguistic forms and descriptions to ideas and meanings. Constructions. Language links ideas and modes of thinking to linguistic forms in appropriate contexts. Language allows ideas to be expressed, understood, and communicated. Neural circuits that link form and meaning in this way constitute what in cognitive linguistics are called constructions. A language consists of constructions that characterize the general principles linking meaning and form in that language. The pragmatic network of constructions. Linguists have known for decades that there is a relational network in which one construction is a variation based on the form of another. There are somewhat different constructions for making statements, asking questions, giving orders, etc. For example, the form of questions is a variation based on the form of corresponding statements. Is Harry cooking dinner tonight? Is a variation on Harry is cooking dinner tonight, in which the auxiliary verb is appears before the subject Harry and the rest of the question is the same as in the statement. The form of the imperative construction is also based on a statement form, namely you, verbal auxiliary, verb phrase. The form of the imperative construction is just the verb phrase with an understood you as subject: wash the dishes. Take care of yourself. The relations between constructions are asymmetric, unidirectional, and based on pragmatics, that is, on the ideas that function actively in carrying out the use of language in context. In our account of executing networks, XNets, for aspectual ideas, we have already seen how circuit types for purposeful physical motions have been exapted, repurposed by evolution for carrying out and understanding abstract activities, e.g., planning and the action of thinking itself, including reasoning from premises to conclusions. Pragmatics is about using language to carry out communicative purposes. The most obvious cases are, of course, the speech acts, making statements, getting others to believe, asking questions, to get information, giving orders and making requests, to get others to perform actions, making declarations, imposing a situation on the world when one has the authority to do so, making promises, committing oneself to future action, communicating emotion, surprise, annoyance, anger, delight, sadness, and so on, and establishing rapport. And beyond speech acts, there are other major pragmatic goals of communication: to frame a situation as you want it framed, to direct or to divert attention, to express emotions such as anger or spite, to impugn the motives of others, to try out a suggestion, to shift blame, and to shift viewpoint, that is, doing any or all the above from someone else's point of view. The pragmatics of language is the study of all of these things and more. The neural circuitry used in pragmatics is active X-nets, that is, neural networks that execute do things, carry out purposes, i.e., desired end states, and provide the means for achieving those desired states, including gathering resources, engaging in courses of actions, dealing with difficulties, and so on. Pragmatic meaning is meaning writ large, perhaps the most important aspect of meaning but often the least obvious. Why? Partially because context is most often understood unconsciously and taken for granted, and because there are many situations in which it is common to hide one's purposes. Indirect pragmatics and hidden purposes. Constructions in language often function to express implicit but not explicit purposes, that is, constructions often serve to convey one meaning under the cover of another. Thus, there are rhetorical questions, that is, making statements or imposing frames by asking questions. What would it cost for us to buy an electric car? There are suggestive questions, making a suggestion by asking a question, why not open the window and let in a little more air? There are critical questions, making a criticism by asking a question, why don't you ever make the bet? There are statements that make a commitment by saying something about the future, I'm going to take out the garbage after dinner. And there are forceful imperatives made via a statement about the future. You are damn well going to take out the garbage today. Indirect pragmatics is everywhere in language. Pragmatic meaning is conveyed meaning. Technically, circuits with the ability to carry out an inference by moving from a premise to a conclusion can also be used to convey a pragmatic meaning indirectly by moving from the meaning of one pragmatic construction, e.g., a speech act construction such as a question, to another, e.g., a statement, a suggestion, or a criticism. The pragmatics of constructions is central to everyday life and reveals a lot of what everyday life is about. But perhaps the arena where it is most central is politics, where the pragmatics of communication can be a matter of help or harm, of life or death, or even of war. Fixed circuitry for linguistic actions. The collection of X-nets for conventional, normally used ideas for actions is learned and remains relatively fixed. It is there in your brain, and when activated, an X-net can carry out an action either physically, in imaginative simulation, or via language. An example is a rhetorical question, making a statement by asking a question. For example, in a home setting, do you have the energy to take out the garbage? And in a political setting, should Trump be prosecuted for tax fraud? These work because it usually does not take all that much energy to take out the garbage, and if it is assumed that Trump committed tax fraud, it could be a crime worthy of prosecution. Ideas before language learning. Just as children learn to think before they learn language, they also learn ideas and corresponding actions before they learn language. Consider a parent's action of trying to get an infant to eat by presenting a spoonful of food to the child's mouth. The action is successful if the child eats. But suppose the child doesn't want to eat. She can refuse by turning her head aside as the spoon approaches, or by crying, pushing the spoon aside, or spitting out the food. These are learned purposeful actions in response to perceived purposeful actions by the parent. Once learned, the action can be carried out via existing neural circuitry. Children learn early to perform actions with hidden purposes, such as refusing to get dressed for bed by starting to play intently and persistently with a toy. This is an action whose goal is not overt. Ideas for action are learned very early in life, as is their use in hiding cover purposes. Grammatical compositionality, pragmatics and mapping circuits. The general principles governing the neural circuitry for grammatical constructions characterize a relational network, that is, a network characterizing relations between constructions. For example, consider circuitry showing how question constructions are based on statement constructions and how passive constructions are based on active constructions. This naturally results in grammatical compositionality. Consider a composition of a passive construction and a question construction. Since passive sentences, such as Harry has been arrested, are statements, they can form the basis for passive questions, such as has Harry been arrested. 2. The active to passive mapping circuit automatically forms a composite with the statement to question mapping circuit, resulting in passive questions. Grammatical mapping circuits. The grammar of a language is a system of related constructions in which one construction is based on one or more others. The based on relation can be defined by asymmetric correspondences between the constructions, that is, correspondences that can be carried out by neural circuitry that maps one construction to another. The difference between two directly related constructions is a composition of two differences, a difference in pragmatic meaning and the difference in form corresponding to the pragmatic difference. Another way to think about this is that the grammatical form marks IV indicates the nature of the pragmatic difference. That is, a grammatical form can have a purely pragmatic meaning. At the center of the pragmatic system is the statement speech act expressed by a declarative speech act. 3. In a statement speech act in English, the subject typically appears before the verb. In the corresponding question speech act, an auxiliary verb appears before the subject. Did you take out the garbage? In the directive speech act, e.g., take out the garbage, the person directed and the auxiliary verb are omitted. Knowing a language means that the circuits mapping one construction to another are fixed in the brain. Each such construction to construction mapping circuit has two parts. One part, the speech act's subject matter, is fixed and is the same across the constructions. The other part states the pragmatic difference and the difference in form expressing, or marking, the pragmatic difference. Included in what is the same are the speaker and the hearer of the two differing speech acts. The shared elements of form, e.g., subject, verb, are part of what is the same, but the grammatical ordering of the elements in the sentence may be different. Much is the same from construction to construction. Note that bindings as proposed here are transitive. For instance, if 1, node A is bound to node B, A and B are neurally indistinguishable in their firing patterns, and 2, node B is bound to node C, B and C are neurally indistinguishable in their firing patterns, then 3, node A is bound to node C, A and C are neurally indistinguishable. That is, a binding circuit linking A and C can be readily recruited. A simple example is a passive question. A. Bill saw the accident. B. The accident was seen by Bill. C. Was the accident seen by Bill? On the whole, the differences across related constructions are minimal with considerable shared circuitry. In short, the system shows neural optimization, that is, a minimum energy configuration. Compare such a system with an alternative in which each construction is completely separate neurally. For example, a passive questions would look entirely different from either a passive construction or a question construction. Natural languages just don't work that way, because such a language would violate the neural optimization that arises when the constructions are separate but where one construction can apply to the result of another construction, as when the passive construction applies to the result of the question construction to yield a passive question. New meanings from language. From a neural perspective, each construction consists of complex neural circuitry, circuitry for meaning, circuitry for form, and circuitry linking meaning and form. Since constructions are general and each linguistic utterance is specific, specific utterances tend to be made up of a structured combination of a number of general constructions. The neural mechanisms for putting together constructions to form more complex constructions are bindings, integrations, and cascades. These circuits constitute the ways that complex constructions are structured. For example, the question form, e.g., has he been here? Has the first auxiliary, has, of the corresponding statement form, he has been here, before, not after, the subject, with the rest of the statement, been here, kept the same. That sameness is achieved by a generalized neural binding that applies in all such cases. Neural integrations occur when the cross-construction relations are not so simple, and then a choice must be made to value one change over another. Consider an exclamation such as how big your garden is. How phrases are grammatical plus pragmatic variants versions of what, when, where, who, whom, which, whose, why and how questions, such as how big is your garden? In how big is your garden? You are requesting information about the garden. But in the exclamation, you are in the process of experiencing the garden, and you know how big the garden is. You are using a statement, not a question, form with the subject, your garden, before is. But you are using the how phrase placement first. How by itself in a question is focused on the means by which something is accomplished, as in how did you find all those native plants? In how big your garden is. You are expressing 1, that it is very big, 2, that a lot of effort and or resources beyond the norm went into it, and 3, praise, a compliment. Compare this with the title How Big Is Your Garden? Of a gardening book. Here the title might suggest that the book offers advice for creating gardens of varying sizes. Neural cascades are needed when there are chains of bindings and integrations that produce constructions that put simpler cases together in complex contexts to form resulting complex constructions. In short, language uses neural mechanisms to produce an unlimited number of new complex modes of thought, new complex meanings from simpler ones. This requires not just ideas alone but also ideas paired with form, that is, constructions. In the section later in this chapter titled The Two-Type Language Contrast, we will review results by Len Talmy and Dan Slobin on how the details of particular languages create different forms of thinking for speaking, generalizations over language types for special modes of linking thought, and language that vary from language to language. Language thus can serve the function of extending our existing conceptual systems in regular ways. Language creates new meanings from older ones when we form new grammatical combinations of existing linguistic elements to create new conceptual combinations of existing meanings that are appropriate to new contexts of use. Furthermore, this works differently for different languages, since the relevant constructions are often very different across languages. Sound symbolism. It should not be surprising that the forms of language should have a causal effect on what those forms mean. We have already seen this in the case of sound symbolism. Sound symbolism arises because we use embodied image schemas, which are part of thought, to conceptualize the structure of our mouths as we speak. As a result, certain types of sound combinations can have image schematic meanings. For example, if words such as drip, clip, slip, dip, and nip have as part of their meanings a short path to a sudden stop, which is what happens to the airstream in your mouth when you pronounce it words. In other words, a central aspect of meaning image schemas is used to structure form, phonological form when applied to our mouths. Sound symbolism uses a meaning-to-mouth correlation with image schematic meaning fitting the mouth. In sound symbolism, meaning is embodied in a direct manner. From thought to language. The remainder of this section is dedicated to providing examples of how the neural mechanisms for ideas might also apply to language. We begin with Table 5. Which reviews the neural mechanisms for thought that we have already discussed. Table 5. How neural mechanisms for ideas are used in thought. Neural mechanism. Use in thought. XNets used for sequence circuitry for bodily motions. In aspects of meanings, events and actions are understood metaphorically as motions. XNets used for monitoring and control of complex sensory motor actions. Carry out the monitoring, control, and sequencing of complex thoughts. Gestalt circuits in which the activation of the whole circuit has a greater effect than the activation of its individual subcircuits. In Gestalt schemas and frames, the meaning of the whole is greater than the meanings of its individual parts. Binding circuit, which makes the bound circuits neurally indistinguishable, thereby linking the circuits and creating an integrated circuit. Creates identity between conceptual elements in different thoughts, thereby linking the thoughts and creating an integrated thought. Activation circuitry, connecting activated neural ensembles and neural circuits. Activates connected ideas. Inhibition circuitry, which turns off neural circuits. Keeps existing ideas from being used at this point in thought. Disinhibition circuitry, which turns off inhibition circuitry, thus allowing activation to occur. Allows unused existing ideas to be used and selectively activates ideas in a cascade. Neural integration circuit, a hierarchical circuit that combines multiple cascades through gating and modulation. A conceptual integration network framing that makes otherwise inconsistent ideas into consistent wholes. Neural mapping, which involves asymmetric neural mapping from circuit to circuit and from one brain region to another. In a conceptual metaphor, asymmetric conceptual mapping occurs from frame to frame and from one subject matter to another. The left-hand column in Table 5 contains the types of neural circuitry we have hypothesized for ideas. We will discuss how those mechanisms could account for neural generalizations governing constructions as well. These are correlations that we believe are causal, that is, when the neural mechanisms used in thought apply to language expressing such thoughts. Neural circuitry in language. We will use the neural circuitry types for ideas in the left-hand column of Table 5 to show how to construct a corresponding table indicating how the same circuitry types for ideas apply to constructions in language. As an example, consider relations between constructions based on their pragmatics, as in the relation between statement constructions and corresponding question constructions. The mechanism for this is like that for primary conceptual metaphors but with an important difference. In the case of a primary metaphor, There is a neural circuit carrying out an asymmetric neural mapping from one circuit in one brain region to a different circuit in another brain region. In the case of a relation between one construction and another, there is an asymmetric neural mapping from one brain circuit to another related brain region. We can represent a construction-to-construction mapping in Table 6. Note the similarity to last row, a conceptual metaphor, in Table 5.4. Table 6. Construction-to-construction mapping. Asymmetric neural mapping from Circuit 1 to Circuit 2, substituting sub-Circuit 2 for sub-Circuit 1 while keeping the remainder of Circuit 1. Asymmetric mapping from Construction 1 to Construction 2, substituting the subconstruction for Pragmatics 2 for that of Pragmatics 1 while preserving the remainder of Construction 1. The remainder of this chapter is dedicated to going into the details of difficult examples of linguistic complexity to see how well this hypothesis holds up. Basic circuit types in grammar. Explanations, beyond mere descriptions. Science looks for explanations, beyond mere descriptions, although descriptions are hard enough to achieve. Throughout this book we have been seeking neural explanations. A particularly elegant example is our account of how spike timing-dependent plasticity at the neuron level can provide an explanation for the asymmetry of conceptual metaphor as well as for the neural choice of source and target domains for primary conceptual metaphors. We consider this a truly stunning example of a neural explanation, and we adopt it because we take explanation to be more important than mere description. We will ask throughout this chapter whether there are neural explanations for grammatical phenomena. In Chapter 3, we noted that children engage in thought, even complex active pragmatic thought, before they learn language. We then asked the following questions. Which of the circuit types present before language are also used in language? In other words, does language require any types of circuitry in addition to the types needed for the ideas expressed in language? A priori, one might suppose that the neural circuitry types used for language are completely different from those used for thought. If we were to find that the neural circuitry types used for thinking before language are also used for language as well, we would have a powerful explanation of why those circuit types are used for language. Those circuit types were already there, and the brain tends to use the architecture it already has rather than starting anew, forming fully new and different types of networks and circuits. In the search for explanation, we begin by asking how circuitry used for ideas also applies in language and what other additional circuitry types are needed in language. Starting with basic circuit types for ideas. Consider these basic circuit types for ideas: Gestalt circuits, X-nets, binding circuits, mapping circuits, integration circuits, including coordination circuits, and cascades. How do these basic circuit types show up in grammatical constructions, which characterize the relationship between form and meaning? Phrasal and inflectional structures. Many languages, but by no means all, have a phrasal grammatical structure and morphological inflections. Phrasal structures include examples such as the noun phrase "the cold peaches," the verb phrase "enjoyed the cold peaches," and the clause "William Carlos Williams enjoyed the cold peaches." What grammarians call inflections include pronoun variations such as I, you, she/he/it, we, you, and they. These are the nominative case versions of the inflectional categories: person, number, gender with the values person, 1, 2, 3, number, singular, plural, gender, female, male, neuter. Thus, I is first person, nominative, singular, while she is third person, nominative, female, singular. Modeling phrase structures. The theory we are presenting uses the form of neural computation presented in Chapter 3 to concurrently model thought and language on the one hand and the neural circuitry that we take to be used for thought and language on the other. That is why we will be speaking of modeling in this section. Phrase structure is hierarchical and linear. The hierarchical structure can be modeled using Gestalt circuits. The Gestalt node models the phrase as a whole, and the role nodes on the Gestalt model the parts of the phrase. Phrases within phrases, grammatical recursion, can be modeled with the Gestalt node of an embedded Gestalt circuit neurally bound to a role node of the higher Gestalt circuit. For example, in the sentence "I know Bill left," there is a knowledge frame with a knower, I, the knowing, know, and the content. There is also a leaving frame with a leaver, Bill, and the leaving action, left. The leaving frame is neurally bound to the content of the knowledge frame. Thus, one Gestalt circuit, e.g., leaving, can be bound to a role, e.g., content, in another Gestalt circuit, e.g., knowing. Phrase structure also involves linear order. The linear order can be modeled by X-nets, which are sequential, linking roll nodes asymmetrically to subsequent roll nodes in the Gestalt circuit that characterizes the neural structure of the phrase. A phrase structure cascade neurally binds 1. The rolls of the hierarchical Gestalt circuits to 2. The corresponding elements in the X-net that characterizes the linear order of the grammatical elements in the phrase. Form-meaning relations. Consider a Gestalt circuit with 2 rolls. We will refer to it as a Gestalt doublet. Suppose that one roll models a form that the other roll models a meaning, and that the Gestalt doublet as a whole models the form-meaning relation. In a Gestalt doublet circuit, the activation of the form node will activate the Gestalt node, which will then activate the meaning node. Similarly, activating the meaning node will activate the Gestalt node, which will then activate the form node. Any direct form-meaning relation can thus be modeled by a Gestalt doublet circuit. Lexical items. In simple cases, each simple lexical item is a construction, a Gestalt doublet with a form roll and a meaning roll. Polysemy, where a single lexical item has multiple related meanings, is very common. Such cases are modeled by a doublet, whose meaning roll is a central meaning that has connections to members of a network of related meanings. Lakoff's 1987b case study 2 covers the preposition over and provides a conceptual network with dozens of variations on the central meaning of the word. Examples include the deer jumped over the fence, there are over 1 million cases of COVID in the United States, the gas tank overflowed, please move over a little, pour chocolate over each cookie, he lives over the hill from here, the concert is over, the soldiers are spread out over the hill, do it over, but don't overdo it. Showing the systematic relationships among the dozens of meanings of over was a real intellectual achievement by Claudia Brugman 1981, her master's thesis The Story of Over. Grammatical categories. What about grammatical categories such as noun and verb? They are categories of forms with meanings of a certain kind. Nouns characterize entities, concrete or abstract. Verbs characterize happenings, ongoing actions, events, and activities. Adjectives characterize properties of entities. Prepositions characterize image schemas, such as part whole, the partitive of, as in the handle of the knife, containment, in and out, motion, to, from, along, across, relative location, behind, after, before, in front of, and so on. Verbs, adjectives, and prepositions are predicates. Adverbs characterize properties of predicates, as in run slowly, extremely intelligent, partially in. Grammatical categories are categories of phonological, or written, forms that are paired with their meanings via Gestalt doublets. For example, the noun category consists of 1, forms such as car whose meaning is 2, the subcategory of entities defined by the car frame. Modeling inflectional structures. There are certain universal concerns that are expressed grammatically in languages as what linguists call inflections: relative time of events, past, present, future, number, singular, plural, sometimes dual, gender, masculine, feminine, neuter, and speech roles, speaker, hearer, subject matter. A form of inflection can be simple, as in cats, a single morpheme s for a single inflectional meaning, or double, one morpheme for 2 inflectional meanings, as in we, first person plural, including speaker. Double inflections are modeled by integrations of the various categories expressed, e.g., speaker included / plural, as in we. Those are central meanings of inflectional morphemes. There are also variants, such as the royal we, said by a monarch in his or her official capacity, and the number of group members, as in the British the committee are meeting. Some inflections have a zero form, such as the singular in English, e.g., cat. Some inflections are shown as a vowel change for plurals in special cases, e.g., foot/feet, goose/geese. Defaults and special cases. It is common for inflectional paradigms to have default cases and special cases. 5 for example. Present is a default tense with are as the default value and am and is as special cases. Am, number, 1, tense, present, number, singular. Is, number, 3, tense, present, number, singular. Are, default everything else. Past has a default with were as the default value and was as a special case. Was, speaker 1, 3, tense, past, number, singular, as in I was and she was. These obviously can be modeled using if-then/otherwise circuitry. If there is a special case meaning, then use a special case form, otherwise, use the default form. Agreement. Agreement makes use of neural binding circuits. For example, verbs agree with their subjects in person and number. This is done by binding the value of number for subjects to the same value for number in the predicate. For example, in a sentence such as worms are slimy, worms is plural, and are agrees with worms in number. Agreement can be carried out by binding circuits identifying the value of the verbal category number, in this case plural, with the value for the subject category number. There are complications, of course. A conjunction of two singulars acts as a plural, as in a dog and a cat were fighting. This would require an integration circuit marking the conjunct noun phrase node for multiple singulars, such as noun phrase and noun phrase, into a plural with an integrated meaning. Existential there takes a neurally bound copy of the number of subject following B. This shows up in their sentences. There is a present in the closet. There are presents in the closet. This binding is preserved even in so-called raising constructions. There is believed to be a present hidden in the closet. There are believed to be presents hidden in the closet. Integration circuits. Integration circuits can form integrated whole linguistic forms by piecing them together from parts and variations on parts. Obvious cases are gotta, wanna, oughta, wantcha, don'tcha, can'tcha, and so on. For example, the form sequence will not is integrated to won't, and won't you is integrated to wantcha, combining two existing reduction rules turning tie to ch and u to ya. Will not you. Won't you by integration of will not. Wantcha by integration of won't you. Constructions formed by integration. Consider the grammatical framing of Sarah touched Jim. Sarah is subject, touch is predicate, and Jim is direct object. Now consider the corresponding meaning frame. Sarah is agent, touch is action, and Jim is patient. The Gestalt doublets, GDS, are GD1, GD2, and GD3 are the Gestalt nodes forming each of the doublets linking meaning to form. Integration, a single node, I integrating the control nodes, GD1, GD2, and GD3 of all the doublets to yield I left-right arrow GD1, GD2, GD3. Here left-right arrow indicates activation from I to each of GD1, GD2, and GD3 and activation from all of GD1, GD2, and GD3 to I. I is normally inhibited, as are GD1, GD2, and GD3. This allows the meaning and the form to function freely in other constructions. When I is disinhibited, GD1, GD2, and GD3 are activated, and the construction as a whole is activated. The result is one of the simplest constructions, as we saw in the figure above. GD1, GD2, and GD3 are the Gestalt nodes forming each of the doublets linking meaning and form and jointly forming the roles of the Gestalt of the whole construction. There are, of course, other simple constructions, intransitive constructions, passive constructions, predicate nominal constructions, predicate adjective constructions, and so on. They are formed in basically the same way. Note that Gestalt doublet circuits create neural connections between forms and meanings. The Gestalt nodes of Gestalt doublet circuits act as gates. When the Gestalt doublet nodes are activated, the meaning nodes and form nodes that they link are activated together. And when the Gestalt doublet nodes are inhibited, there is no neural connection linking form and meaning. The scope and power of ideas in grammar due to circuits for ideas. We have hypothesized that the neural circuitry for ideas is sufficient to characterize language. This section explores the power that idea circuitry has to create a wide and complex range of linguistic phenomena. We begin with names. Names. In the naming construction, there is a unique person, thing, or institution that occupies the meaning role of a lexical item. We will speak of the corresponding form role as the name of that person, thing, or institution. People have names. Frame roles that confer authority on people and institutions have names called titles such as president, senator, admiral, and so on. Each title is a doublet with a Gestalt node, and each person name is a doublet with a Gestalt node. When a person fills a role in an institutional frame, the filling of the role by the person is carried out neurally by a circuit binding person to role. The title name construction. An example is President Joe Biden with the title President and the person named Joe Biden and with the person Joe Biden filling the president role. Thus, there are three control nodes, one for the title, one for the person name, and one for the gating node of the neural binding circuit that carries out the filling of the frame role. The construction is formed by an integration node that integrates all three nodes. Grammatical categories. Gestalt doublets open up another possibility for meaning-based language analysis, defining grammatical categories in semantic terms. As we discussed in the previous section, integration circuits, nouns, verbs, prepositions, and adjectives are defined by what they mean, and their meaning is created via Gestalt doublet circuits. Sentence adverbs. What are called sentence adverbs also modify predicates but in aspects of meaning that are not expressed in surface form. A well-known example is frankly in sentences such as frankly, he's an idiot. The meaning of this sentence contains a semantic characterization of the active speech act state that the sentence expresses, with the meaning of frankly modifying the speech act predicate state, as in she frankly stated that he was an idiot. The speech act predicate is part of the meaning but is not expressed in form. This leaves sentence adverbs such as frankly modifying a meaning, the speech act of stating, that is understood but not expressed in sentences such as frankly, he's an idiot. Another common example is unfortunately, in sentences such as unfortunately, he failed the exam. Unfortunately occurs in sentences expressing the speaker's emotion about the event expressed by he failed the exam, namely to be unfortunate. Derivational morphology. Derivational morphology also works in constructions that are carried out by integration circuits. For example, consider cases such as laziness and sincerity. It is important to distinguish between them. Derivational morphology is a means of linking one concept, a property such as lazy, to another, an abstract quality such as laziness, which is understood as a kind of entity, and involves the operations on linguistic form that, for example, adds ness to the adjective lazy to derive laziness, as opposed to a different syntactic operation with the same meaning by adding ity to sincere to derive sincerity. The grammatical description. There are two constructions for expressing a quality in terms of a corresponding adjective, one construction for adjectives that take ness and one for adjectives that take ity. Each adjective that can express a quality will take one or the other. This may be arbitrary for each adjective. But more likely, there seems to be a categorization of adjectives into Germanic and Latinate roots, with Germanic adjectives taking ness and Latinate adjectives taking ity. In that case, the constructions would be conditional on using that distinction. This can be implemented via gates from our neural toolkit. The mechanism. The ness and ity constructions would apply only if a quality were being expressed. Since adjectives can occur independently, their occurrence in ness and ity constructions would have to be gated. Only if the gates were active could the adjective occur as expressing a quality and be marked by ness or ity. In each quality construction, each of the gates controlling the ness and ity constructions could be activated via an integration node. Learning the construction would entail connecting the right integration circuits to the appropriate adjectives in the lexicon. The classic example of complex derivational morphology is the word anti-establishmentarianism, which is formed by a number of different constructions, anti-minus, dis-minus, ment, ari, and ism. A construction with an integration circuit adding ment to establish with the sense of the established Church of England would yield establishment. Another construction adding the prefix dis with the meaning of reversal would yield disestablishment, the undoing of the established church. The prefix anti means against. A construction adding anti to disestablishment yields anti-disestablishment against the disestablishment of the church. A construction that combines ari, characteristic of, as in parliamentary, with an is added to get Aryan, a person functioning in that characteristic role as in parliamentarian. A construction that adds Aryan to anti-disestablishment produces the term that means a person in a characteristic anti-disestablishmentary role, namely a supporter of anti-disestablishment. The suffix ism denotes an ideology. Thus, anti-establishmentarianism is the ideology of people against the disestablishment of the church. The point of this example is to display the combinatorial power of integration constructions in derivational morphology. A slight complication arises when the derivational morphology takes on a special related meaning. Consider refrigerator analyzed as refrig, or as in an active physical object in the form of a container that causes things inside of it to be cold again. That's close. It actually means a machine that either causes things, mainly food, to be cold again or just cool or cold enough to preserve their natural state. The frig minus as in frigid, means cold, the at means causes, and the or means an agent. It should be pointed out that refrigerator is not an arbitrary name for an appliance that does what it does. You would not call a tree a refrigerator, nor would you call a chair a racetrack, or a dog a refrigerator. The meanings of the parts of refrigerator play crucial roles in the meaning of the whole. Although the process is somewhat complex, a cascade of integrations is needed to put the meanings of the parts together in the right way. How semantic role modifiers work. What is the relationship between the verb run and the adverb slowly? Run is an instance of an action. The action frame specifies properties that actions can have. Speed is one such property and is called a parameter. Each parameter has possible values. The adverb slowly in run slowly specifies the value of the semantic role speed as slow. Thus, run is an action with the value speed unspecified. Run slowly is an action with the value of speed specified as slow. This involves the neural binding of slow to speed in the running frame. The modeling of the neural structure is carried out with a gestalt circuit for the activity frame and binding circuits that bind running to the activity and slow to the speed role in the activity frame. Adverbs perform the corresponding modification operation on adjectives. For instance, in extremely slow, extremely picks out the high value for the degree of speed. There are more complicated cases such as devastatingly beautiful. This case uses the general metaphor that sexuality is a physical force and the beauty frame in which being beautiful has sexual effects. This allows devastatingly, by a conceptual metonymy and metaphor, to fill the effects role in the frame for being beautiful. There are complexities in how prepositions designate image schema relations. The preposition in has a meaning that binds a trajector to the interior of a container, which functions as a landmark for the trajector. Degree adverbs such as partially and completely characterize how much of an overlap there is between the trajector and the container interior, such as partial or complete, which are roles within a linear scale frame. What is a head? Run slowly, in its form rather than meaning, is a verb followed by an adverb constituting a phrase, which means that it is structured neurally by a gestalt node with two roles, verb and adverb. In meaning, each verb is a predicate, and each adverb is the modifier of a predicate. As a whole phrase, run slowly has the meaning of a predicate, just like the verb jog, which has a similar meaning. At the general level of predicates and modifiers, run slowly has the following semantic gestalt structure. Predicate 1 is a general, unmodified, predicate, and predicate 2, having been modified, is a special case. Correspondingly, when we do the same with the meanings run and slowly, we get the gestalt structure. Run 1 is a general, unmodified, action predicate, and run 2, having been modified to have a slow speed, is a special case of running, that is, slow, not fast. Both of these are instances of the same general phenomenon. A general concept plus added limiting information yields a special case of the general concept. In traditional grammar, the general concept is called a head, and the added limiting information is called a modifier of the head, since it modifies the meaning of the head. Thus, run and run slowly is the head of the construction, and slowly is the modifier. Extremely slow works in a similar way. Slow is an adjective that specifies a value of a speed parameter. But slow itself introduces a degree parameter for a degree of slowness that is unspecified. Extremely specifies the value of that degree parameter. Slow is a modifier and extremely slow is also a modifier. Thus, slow is the head of the phrase extremely slow. Although these are simple cases of grammatical heads, the more complex cases work in basically the same way. Specific lexical items, nouns, predicates, modifiers, and so on are constructions with forms whose meanings are roles in conceptual frames. Those frames contain other roles. For example, the verb drink is given meaning by a conceptual frame in which drink is an action of taking a liquid into the body through the mouth. In the lexical entry for drink, the liquid is unspecified. There is a grammatical construction consisting of a verb and a direct object, for example, drink beer. The semantics of the construction binds beer to the liquid role in the frame. The result is that drink beer is a verb phrase with drink as the head verb in the verb phrase. This is the traditional notion of a head in grammar and works when there is an overt modifier and a modified entity in a simple phrase structure construction. Examples include liquid nitrogen and delicious cake, where nitrogen and cake are the heads and liquid and delicious are the modifiers. But not surprisingly, there are complexities. Consider the sentence: I poured and enjoyed a delicious cup of coffee. Coffee has two relevant properties. It is a liquid that is drunk and has a taste. The word coffee has those properties as word internal components of its meaning. Cup is both a container object and a measure, There are drinking cups and measuring cups. Thus, you drink a cup of coffee from a cup object, and you measure a cup amount 8 ounces of flour for a cake recipe. All of this is straightforward in a sentence such as I poured and drank a cup of coffee and the coffee was delicious. The first half of the sentence picks out the liquid amount property of the coffee, and the second half picks out the taste property. But in a sentence such as I poured and enjoyed a delicious cup of coffee, the phrase a delicious cup of coffee is a single phrase that is grammatically a direct object of both poured and enjoy. You might expect a single phrase in a sentence to have a single meaning in that sentence. But this is not the case here. Poured applies to the container object and the liquid property of the coffee, ignoring the deliciousness. Enjoyed applies to the cup amount and the taste property of the coffee. In short, the single phrase a delicious cup of coffee simultaneously picks out two different meanings for measurement and for taste at once. How is this possible? This is a job for a neural integration. In form, there is a conjunction of two verbs poured and drank, and in form a single noun phrase cup of coffee, that is the grammatical direct object of both verbs. But the single expression cup of coffee has two meanings. The two meanings are related to the single form by an integration circuit consisting of two Gestalt doublets with two distinct meanings, one for amount and one for taste, that are integrated, resulting in a single expression. The coffee frame contains both a liquid property and a taste property. The meaning of poured applies to the liquid aspect of coffee, while enjoyed applies to the taste aspect of coffee, with delicious as a modifier of the taste of coffee. Integration details. A cup is understood via the integration of two frames, the container object frame and the measure frame. Cup constituted by a Gestalt circuit. The Gestalt has two roles, container object and measure. The container object frame is constituted by a Gestalt circuit whose roles include content and size. The measure frame is constituted by a Gestalt circuit whose roles are amount and substance measured. The integration is created by two neural bindings. Amount is neurally bound to size. Content is neurally bound to substance measured. In a cup of coffee, cup refers to both the container object and the measure, while coffee refers to both the content in the container object frame and the substance measured in the measure frame. Delicious coffee is constituted by frames for coffee and for delicious. The coffee frame has the roles liquid and taste. Taste is bound to a linear scale for tastes with the roles high and low on the scale. Delicious is a value bound to high on the taste scale. As a noun phrase, delicious coffee is a head modifier construction, with coffee as the head and delicious as the modifier, and with coffee referring to a general category and delicious coffee referring to a subcategory of the coffee category. In a cup of delicious coffee, the liquid in the coffee frame is bound to the content of the container object frame for cup. All of these frames and the bindings across them constitute an integration, the integrated meaning of a cup of delicious coffee. The important thing to notice is the bindings between roles in different frames. In each case, the bindings integrate each of the given frames with their corresponding values into a single coherent meaning. If we add large to form a large, delicious cup of coffee, there is further integration. Large modifies cup of coffee with delicious cup of coffee as the head and general category and large delicious cup of coffee as the subcategory. The meaning of large is defined by a linear scale, with large bound to the high point on the scale. The scale can be bound to size, defining a large size of the cup, and the scale can also be bound to the amount role of the measure frame. Large also modifies the container object and the amount in the measure frame, resulting in both a large container object and a large amount of coffee. In short, adding large extends the integration in two ways, affecting both container size and content amount. Now consider the sentence I poured and enjoyed a large, delicious cup of coffee. Pour takes as its patient and direct object the liquid of the coffee frame. Enjoy takes as the direct object and thing enjoyed in the enjoy frame the taste in the coffee frame. These relationships pick out the integrated parts of the larger integrated whole, a large, delicious cup of coffee. The meaning of the sentence is a very complex integrated whole, and yet we understand it instantly. Integrations of this sort are commonplace. They are a normal part of how the neural system creates unconscious understandings that are integrated so quickly and naturally that we don't notice them consciously. What is a minor rule? Lakoff 1965 is a lengthy study of types of exceptions to rules of grammar. An important type of exception is the minor rule, a rule that normally does not apply but can apply in exceptional cases. A standard example is the e suffix. It works like a case marker called absolutive in ergative languages, where the same case marker is used for direct objects of transitive verbs and subjects of intransitive verbs. Compare employee, the direct object of employ, with escapee, the subject of escape. This case marking pattern is rare in English and applies only in exceptional cases. From a neural point of view, it is introduced via a construction that adds the e ending to verbs, but the construction has a gating node that inhibits the construction with normal verbs, while it applies with exceptional verbs with connections that disinhibit the inhibiting gating node for the corresponding construction for normal verbs. We have already seen another case, adjectival nouns with ity versus adjectival nouns with ness. Neither ity nor ness can apply to adjectives generally. You have to know which adjectives take which suffix. To keep the suffixes from applying to all adjectives, the general category adjective has to inhibit both circuits adding the suffixes. But then in order to get the right suffix on the right adjectives, each adjective has to disinhibit, turn off, the gating node that inhibits the correct suffix, either ness or ity, for that adjective. The general point here is that all this complexity arises because of the history of English, which has incorporated words of both Germanic and Latinate origin. Because we think with the neural system in our brains, which works by activation and inhibition, that neural system has to incorporate words of both Germanic and Latinate origin, which work by different and mutually exclusive rules. Gating is needed to accomplish this neurally. Absolute exceptions. Consider the word alacrity. The Merriam-Webster dictionary points that the term denotes physical quickness coupled with eagerness or enthusiasm. The etymology of alacrity comes from the Latin adjective alacer, often translated as lively, that is, physically quick coupled with eagerness or enthusiasm. There is no adjective alacar in English. One way to make it fit with other ity nouns is to postulate a hypothetical adjective alacar minus and have it, when activated, activate the ity construction directly. Thus, alacar minus will never apply alone but only as part of alacrity and with the right meaning. Such cases are discussed in Irregularity in Syntax 1970, the published version of George Lakoff's 1965 PhD dissertation. Summary. This is a remarkable miscellany of grammatical phenomena. The question to be asked is why such a range of phenomena should exist. It is because the types of neural circuitry used for ideas also apply to the language that expresses those ideas, in many ways to create a wide variety of linguistic phenomena. Embedding and composition. We think via conceptual composition, which is a fancy way to say that we think by putting ideas together. All the circuitry for conceptual mechanisms are forms of composition, whether using frames, coordination, bindings, metonymies, metaphors, and/or integrations. A common way that we put ideas together is what linguists call embedding, that is, filling a role in a conceptual frame with another frame. Conceptual embedding can be accomplished by binding the gestalt node for a frame to a role node in a higher frame. For example, in I know that Sam ate lunch, the knowledge frame contains the role of content. The eating frame is filled in with Sam as eater and with lunch as eaten and is bound to the content role of the knowledge frame. Equi and binding. A special case of such an embedding occurs with frames concerned with either satisfying a desire one has or expressing an emotional reaction to a situation one is affected by. An example is Sarah wants to leave. English has a grammatical construction for such cases. It is called the equi construction, since the person with the desire or emotion, Sarah, is identical to, that is, equal to, the person in the situation being described as leaving. In the equi construction, a neurally bound role in the meaning frame for the sentence is omitted in the sentence. Since the content of that role is stated earlier, it does not have to be overtly expressed, and considerations of neural optimization, energy minimization, apply to leave it known conceptually but not expressed linguistically, which would take extra energy. Two things are left out: 1, the person who is the same as the experiencer of desire or emotion, and 2, the tense, which is predictable from context. In the case of desire, Sarah wants to leave, the tense of leave is in the future, which follows from the meaning of desire, a purpose that arises from the desire and fulfills the desire. With the emotional reaction to an event that has already occurred, the event is either 1. In the past, I'm angry about Sarah leaving early, or 2. Where the tense on the main verb predicts the embedded tense, that is, in the present, it's fun swimming, it was fun swimming, it will be fun going to the beach, or a hypothetical case, it would be great to spend a month in Italy, it would have been wonderful to win the lottery. Here are some simple examples, with underscore indicating the omitted subject and tense marking of the embedded clause. In the meaning of the sentence, there is a neural binding between the semantic subject role and the meaning of the boldface noun, Harry, Rhiannon, etc. Harry loves swatting flies. Rhiannon wants to leave. Getting a parking ticket bothered me. To take a vacation would be delightful to me. It amused Natalia to see the clown do a somersault. Oliver avoids skiing on dangerous mountains. Paloma doesn't like to eat meat. Harry made Rhiannon leave early. The following is the equiconstruction, including the meaning, the form, and how the meaning is paired with the form. The equiconstruction. The equiconstruction is very general. It applies to a huge range of cases. It can do this because it is defined only by constraints. Any pairing of form and meaning fitting these constraints, given the meaning-form pairings in the rest of the grammar, is permissible in English. Here is the equiconstruction, with both its meaning constraints and its form constraints. Meaning. There are two frames, frames A and frame B. Frame A has at least two roles, A1 and A2. Frame B is embedded as a filler of role A2 in frame A. Role B1 is the protagonist in frame B. Role A1 is neurally bound to role B1. The tense aspect of frame A is neurally bound to the tense aspect of frame B. Form. The form of role B1 is null. The tense aspect of the form of frame B is null. The neural bindings characterize the referent of B1 as being the same as the referent of A1, and they characterize the tense and aspect of B as being the same as the tense and aspect of A. No forms for B1 or the tense and aspect of B are needed to characterize their meanings, since the conceptual neural bindings do that job by binding values for B to the corresponding values for A. Neural optimization thus allows the elimination of those unnecessary forms as part of the construction. What does it mean for neural optimization to shape such a construction? The construction is learned by every speaker of the language, and in order for it to be learned, it has to fit the requirements of neural optimization, just as learning in general does. This construction has wide application but does not apply in all cases. Compare the following statements. I think that I have a cold. But not I think to have a cold. 6. He feels that he should leave. But not he feels to leave. In some cases, neural optimization applies when the embedded clause is marked with a gerund, leaving, not an infinitive, to leave. I considered leaving. But not I considered to leave. The equiconstruction seems to apply generally when frame A expresses emotion about the content of frame B, as in I was surprised to see him so drunk, and also with amazed, alarmed, amused, disgusted, and so on. With the same class of predicates there is a gerund version in a preceding clause, seeing him so drunk surprised me, and also with amazed, alarmed, amused, disgusted, and so on. The construction applies to gerunds with verbs of perceiving. I saw him running away, I heard him raiding the refrigerator, I caught him stealing, and so on. The construction also applies with verbs of causing to infinitives and bare stem verbs, as in I forced him to apologize to his boss, I caused him to be fired, I made him leave at midnight, and so on. But the choice of infinitive or bare stem varies with the main verb. For example, cause requires the infinitive, while make requires a bare stem. Hence, we do not get I caused him be fired and I made him to leave. The point is that there is a basic construction that is simple. There are some generalizations as to when it applies, and there may be some isolated exceptions. The generalizations can be stated with an if-then circuit. If the verb has a given meaning, then the construction applies. If not, the construction is inhibited. Another possibility is that a construction can apply only with certain exceptional verbs. This can be done with individual connections from the exceptional verbs activating a gating node for the exceptional construction. The coordination of multiple circuits in grammar. Multiple independent circuits. Consider the sentence "I figured it out that Sally had left." Figure out is a composite verb that integrates the meanings of figure and out in a complex way. The verb figure refers to numbers and makes use of the metaphor that reasoning is arithmetic calculation, which occurs in sentences such as "I put 2 and 2 together, it just doesn't add up, that's the bottom line, that fact doesn't count, and it figures." The out in figure out makes use of the conceptual metaphor that hidden is in and known is out, as in sentences such as "She keeps her feelings in, he let it all hang out, and his secret came out." Figure out therefore means to reason about a problem, with the result that the answer becomes known. It takes a cascade to put all these parts together, but we do it unconsciously and effortlessly. Figure and out are separated in the sentence. It is a pronoun, functioning here referring forward, via a binding circuit to the clause that Sally had left. It and the clause are separated by the word out. The integration and binding circuits overlap in the form of the sentence, but they function independently of each other. The meaning circuits are functioning on the basis of conceptual structure, integrating the meanings of figure and out while providing the meaning of it as something unknown to begin with, along with required reasoning. In the grammatical form of the sentence, it refers via binding to the meaning of the clause that Sally had left. The circuitry combining figure and out is independent of the circuitry linking it and the following clause. However, there are sentence-level constraints on when an it plus clause construction is needed versus when the construction can occur alone. You can say "I figured out that Sally had left," but not "I figured that Sally had left out." A clause or other heavy noun phrase cannot come between a verb and a particle such as out. But a short noun phrase can, as in "I can't figure Sally out." These constraints apply to a grammatical frame characterizing the possible order of elements following a verb. 7. Independent circuits with a shared node. Consider the following examples. 8. I drank the teapot dry. I washed the plate clean. In both cases, there is a result of an action. The teapot is dry as a result of drinking, and the plate is clean as a result of washing. The result shows a common grammar and semantics that apply in the construction in general. Here the teapot is the grammatical subject and the semantic theme of dry, and the plate is the grammatical subject and the semantic theme of clean. But the semantics of the sentence grammar as a whole is different in these two cases. The plate is the direct object and patient of wash, "I washed the plate." But the teapot is not the direct object and patient of drink, "I didn't drink the teapot." What is a neural grammarian to make of this contrast? First, we look at the ideas in both sentences. The concept of a teapot plays a role in a tea drinking frame. The roles in the frame include the tea, a beverage, a teapot, in which the tea is brewed, the act of pouring tea from the teapot to the teacup, and a drinker, or more than one drinker, who drinks the tea from the teacup. This is characterized by an X-net for performing, or simulating in imagination, the sequential actions of brewing, pouring, and drinking. This action sequence is commonly iterated, say, when the drinker wants to drink more than one cup. After a number of iterations, all the tea in the teapot will be gone, and the teapot will be dry. This frame, as well as the simulation of iterated drinking it defines, is used to understand the sentence. In the frame, the tea is the patient of the drinking action, just as in the dishwashing frame, the plate is the patient of washing action. In the frame-based simulations of dishwashing and tea drinking, the action-patient relation is the same. Now consider the washing sentence. The plate is both 1, the direct object and patient of wash, and 2, the subject and theme of clean. This is because there are two circuits present that share a node, the plate, but are nonetheless independent outside of the construction. In addition, there is a cause-result X-net circuit, with the washing of the plate as the cause and the plate being clean as a result. Finally, we need to bring up the issue of null instantiation, in which a role in a frame is left out of the sentence. Null instantiation was first studied in depth by Charles Fillmore 1976, 1982, 1985, the founder of the field of frame semantics and the discoverer of how framing works. It is regularly pointed out that drink and eat are classical null instantiation verbs that emit direct objects, as in the sentence "I drank after I ate." From this perspective, the understood but unmentioned tea is not just a frame-based patient but also a null instantiated direct object. The moral. Complex ideas develop prior to language. Language is meaningful, it links to ideas and uses the same neural circuitry as ideas. Grammar is not just about the elements of form in sentences. Grammar begins with meaning, with ideas, and inherently involves the pairing of meaning and form and the linking of form to conceptual simulations. Neural optimization often leads to a mismatch between complex neurally learned ideas and simple conventionalized linguistic form. One way that language deals with such a mismatch is via grammatical constructions. But grammatical constructions, as Charles Fillmore has taught us, include not only overt elements of form but also omitted, null instantiated elements of form, in this case the conceptually present but linguistically omitted t. Lexicon and grammar. Every theory of language posits a mental lexicon, which contains what are called lexical items. They include words, morphemes, compounds, and idioms, each of which has a phonological structure, a mental characterization of sounds, a grammatical phrase structure, and a semantic meaning that is not predictable from the sound structure and the phrase structure alone. Lexical items are neurally bound to grammatical roles and phrase structures. For example, cup is a noun. In using language, we make use of such neural circuitry as we unconsciously, automatically, and effortlessly fit lexical items, i.e., lexical constructions, to grammatical constructions. Combining constructions via neural optimization. The question we are considering here is how lexical and grammatical constructions fit together. The neural mechanisms for fitting ideas together include bindings, integrations, and cascades. How do those neural mechanisms work to combine lexical and grammatical constructions? The example we will consider is the phrase reusable wine cork. Reusable is an adjective, wine cork is a noun, a compound noun. These terms fit into an adjective plus noun phrase structure, where the adjective reusable is the modifier of the compound noun wine cork, which is the head of the noun phrase. That is, a reusable wine cork is a special case of a wine cork. Reusable is a whole word made up of these parts: prefix, re-, verb root, use, and suffix able. This type of word is constituted by a gestalt word circuit with the roles prefix, root, and suffix together with an X-net, putting them in this linear order: prefix plus root plus suffix via neural bindings of the prefix to the start of the X-net, the root to the center of the X-net, and the suffix to the end of the X-net. A slightly different example would be the compound noun wine cork. It is constituted by a gestalt circuit with a gestalt node noun wine cork and the two roles noun wine and noun cork. Here the noun cork is the head, since a wine cork is a special case of a cork. The noun wine is functioning as a modifier. But how? The answer is metonymy, a mapping from one element of a frame to another element of the same frame. The frame is the wine bottle frame, whose roles are 1. A tall glass bottle with a narrow opening on top, 2. Wine, contained in the bottle, 3. The cork, and 4. The use of the cork to keep the wine in the bottle and to seal off the wine from the outside air to prevent it from turning into vinegar. The metonymy is a mapping from the wine to the use of the cork 4. In the compound wine cork, the wine stands via metonymy for the use, which modifies the cork by specifying the function of the cork in preserving the wine. That accounts for the role of wine as a modifier of the head cork in the compound noun wine cork. What about reusable? The phrase reusable wine cork is a noun phrase with the roles adjective reusable and noun compound wine cork. The two hierarchical structures, of course, can occur independently, as in the sentence "this wine cork is reusable." Wine cork and reusable are two distinct items in our neural lexicon, a noun with the structure of a compound, and an adjective that are constituted by separate circuits. In addition, the noun phrase of the form adjective plus noun is a distinct circuit in our neural grammar. To form the hierarchy, there must be two neural bindings, a binding of the lexical adjective reusable to the grammatical role adjective and a binding of the lexical compound noun wine cork to the grammatical role noun. The situation is actually more neurally complex, since re-, use able, wine, and cork are all independently existing lexical elements with meanings that have to be neurally bound to the listed lexical items reusable and wine cork with the meanings matching up properly. This is trickier than it sounds. For example, the morpheme re has two related meanings, again as in reuse and redo, and back as in revert, rebut, recoil, recrimination, and so on. Again and back are distinct meanings, although of course they are related by the fact that to move over a path from beginning to end again, you have to go back to the beginning. It is the re with the meaning of again that occurs as the re in reusable. Another such issue occurs with the wine in wine cork. Here wine stands via metonymy for wine bottle, since the cork goes in the bottle, not in the wine, and the cork functions with the bottle to contain the wine. Neurally, such a metonymy is accomplished via a mapping circuit that links the contents of a bottle to the bottle within a conceptual frame that specifies why a bottle containing wine needs a cork. The neural circuitry for wine cork must make use of the neural circuitry for the wine-to-wine bottle metonymy, including all the above knowledge. The compositional semantics. There is more. The meaning of the word reusable is more than just the meanings of its parts, use, and able. Its meaning includes the details of how those parts fit together. The term for this is compositional semantics. Here's what is simple and fairly obvious. Means again. In the again frame, again modifies an event, indicating that an event with the same frame and fillers has occurred earlier. Use here is a verb root, with the meaning of an action. The concept of use is characterized by a frame, the achieving a purpose frame, where use specifies the means of achieving the purpose. The purpose XNet. The purpose XNet has the following aspects. Preconditions. A desire by a person and a desired state for some entity. A possible reason for desiring to reach the desired state. The resources required for reaching the desired state, and a course of action by the person desiring to reach the desired state. Center, the person desiring uses the resources in the course of action. Problems, possible difficulties in reaching the desired state. Fulfillment, reaching the desired state. Afterward, consequences of reaching the desired state. The verb root use is the form that is paired with use in this frame. The prefix has the meaning of the concept of again. The semantic composition of and use. The lexical construction reuse is the integration of all of the following. Meaning. The purpose XNet. The again frame. A binding of use in purpose XNet to the current event in the again frame. Form. The prefix plus verb root word structure. Is bound to prefix. Use is bound to verb root. Form to meaning linkages. The neural doublet linking to the concept of again in the again frame. The neural doublet linking the word use to the concept of use in the purpose XNet. The verbable construction. When able is suffixed to a verb, the result is usually given as passive in meaning. Reusable would be paraphrased as able to be reused, where the subject is the patient of reuse. Accordingly, the verbable construction has the constraints that the subject of the verbable is the patient of the verb, and the patient has the properties that allow the patient to undergo the action of the verb by the agent of the verb. Thus, a reusable wine cork would have to have the properties that would allow it to be reused. The point of the example. Cognitive linguists for more than 4 decades have been pointing out the remarkable, highly structured complexities of grammatical and lexical constructions, many of which require conceptual frames, conceptual binding, and conceptual integration of the sort we have just given for reusable wine cork. These complexities are part of the cognitive unconscious, the 98% of thought and language that we have no conscious access to, since they are carried out via neural circuitry. Tens of thousands of such examples work pretty much the same way, unconsciously carried out by neural circuitry. The point of the example is that we can understand the phrase reusable wine cork instantly, automatically, with no noticeable effort despite all of the complex circuitry for the frames, bindings, integrations, and doublets involved. This is possible because 1. We already have fixed circuitry for the meanings of use, able, wine, and cork. 2. We already have the circuitry for combining them, although we have not discussed how this circuitry comes about during learning. 3. Once learned, the circuit functions very quickly, on the millisecond scale, and 4. The circuit functions unconsciously, since we have no conscious access to our neural systems. Understanding language is incredibly complex yet incredibly fast and easy. By understanding how the neural system works, we can understand why incredibly complex language is incredibly fast to use and easy to understand. There is no natural language without meaning. Natural language is meaningful. It allows us, at the very least, to name people, objects, actions, and places, and mostly to communicate, express our thoughts, and understand the thoughts of others, and even, in talking to ourselves, organize and clarify our own thoughts. Meaning is expressed and communicated via form. Form is a technical term in linguistics that includes speech, gestures and signs in signed languages and writing, whatever can be communicated overtly, that is, not hidden from perception. Form is necessary for communication. Essential to form are the ways linguistic elements are put together, the structures of words, phrases, sentences, and discourses. But the form of language, devoid of meaning, is not natural language. Meaning is an essential part of natural language. This should be obvious. 9 people do not go around speaking word sequences that are not supposed to be meaningful. Nor are books, newspapers, and newsletters published consisting of word sequences that make no sense and are not supposed to be meaningful. Constructions organize thought. We pair meanings with the forms that express them in constructions, formal structures that characterize how thought is expressed in natural language. Constructions thus allow thoughts to be communicated to others via linguistic form. But in doing so, constructions automatically play a remarkable role, they organize thought. Here's how. In the neural theory we are proposing, each grammatical construction is a special kind of neural circuit in the brain of a language user. The more any neural circuit is used, the stronger its synapses become. Each construction links 2 parts, a form and a meaning. When neural construction circuits are used, the synapses in both their form circuits and meaning circuits become strengthened. This effect of the use of constructions on their meaning circuits is important. Meanings tend to be complex, and conceptual complexity is made possible by combinatorial circuits, in particular. Gestalts bringing together semantic roles. Bindings creating identities. Coordinations creating relations between circuits. Integrations creating new circuits from old. Conceptual metaphors applying the reasoning from one brain region to structure reasoning in another brain region, and cascades creating an overall unity out of disparate circuits across the brain. Each complex meaning is a circuit with a control node that activates or inhibits that circuit depending on its input. Constructions are circuits that link linguistic form circuits to complex meaning circuits. When a linguistic form is used in communication, either said, heard, signed, or written, its complex meaning structure is activated and thus strengthened as a whole. In short, the complex meaning structure in a construction forms a packaged meaning determined by how the construction's form activates its meaning. When constructions vary, sometimes considerably, from language to language and over time, meanings will be organized, packaged, differently in different languages and at different time periods in the same language. That is how, by their function in expressing meaning via form, different constructions may organize meanings differently in different languages at different times, or over different dialects in the same language. As we observed in Chapter 2, embodied cognition experiments have shown that conceptual structure, including conceptual metaphor, leads to behavior that fits the concepts. This is expected, given our neural account of conceptual thought. Neural circuitry for understanding language is also used to govern behavior. Given the link between language and thought, it is no surprise that previous theorists have attributed behavior differences to language differences. The classic example of attributing differences in understanding and behavior to differences in linguistic form comes from Edward Sapir and Benjamin Lee Whorf. At the time they wrote, detailed studies of conceptual and neural structure were not available, so they resorted to the available explanatory mechanisms of the time, language habits of the community and social agreements according to social contract theory. Here are 2 typical examples of their ideas. 1-0. The fact of the matter is that the real world is to a large extent unconsciously built upon the language habits of the group. No 2 different natural languages are ever sufficiently similar to be considered as representing the same social reality. The worlds in which different societies live are distinct worlds, not merely the same world with different labels attached. We see, hear, and otherwise experience very largely as we do because the language habits of our community predispose certain choices of interpretation. Sapir 1958, p. 69. We cut nature up, organize it into concepts, and ascribe significances as we do, largely because we are parties to an agreement to organize it in this way, an agreement that holds throughout our speech community and is codified in the patterns of our language. The agreement is, of course, an implicit and unstated one, but its terms are absolutely obligatory. We cannot talk at all except by subscribing to the organization and classification of data which the agreement decrees. Whorf 1940, pp. 213-14. There is a reason why Worf speaks of the organization of concepts. Worf, in teaching field methods courses in linguistics summer schools, gave out a list of more than 100 basic concepts that he took as universal. Students in their fieldwork on Native American languages were required to find out how those Worfian universal concepts were organized and expressed in the languages they studied. This fact about Worf's thought and practice is often ignored in inaccurate accounts of the Worfian hypothesis, which is taken as claiming that there is no system of basic universals of conceptual systems. 11. As we discussed in chapters 1 and 2, there is an extensive system of hundreds if not thousands of conceptual primitives. These are organized by grammatical constructions in each language. This can explain why translation is possible, even if inexact and clunky, in many useful cases, such as scientific papers, descriptions of products online, airline schedules, plots of movies, restaurant recommendations, driving routes, and Facebook entries. The answer to the possibilities for translation rests partly with conceptual primitives, the building blocks of meaning, and with the commonalities of experience that make conceptual primitives possible. Lakoff 1987b, Chat. 18. Moreover, as trade, travel, and communication become more global, experiences across cultures and the conceptual framings of them become more commonplace. Since words are defined relative to conceptual frames, increasingly common frames permit greater possibilities for translation. Examples abound: baseball, from the United States, in Japan and Latin America; yoga, from India, in the United States; French wine culture in China; lattes and bagels, and pizza and Big Macs everywhere in the United States and many other countries. The use of cell phones and computers spread the same images everywhere. Conceptual frames characterize social and cultural institutions and govern lived behavior. Conceptual frames make use of the universal conceptual primitives, with different frames organizing universal primitives in different and complex ways. The complex structures organizing those primitives in specific languages and cultures are different, even though those primitives may be the same across languages and cultures. It has been found empirically that some parts of the grammars of languages use more basic ideas than others, where basic refers to the use of conceptual primitives in the most common constructions in a language. We have seen that it is commonplace for constructions to build on more basic constructions. Part of what makes a construction basic is that its meaning uses conceptual primitives. Another part is that its form uses forms that are more central or core to the language. Although conceptual primitiveness and formal centrality are real and important in the constructional structure of a language, those constructions constitute only a relatively small part of the full constructional richness of natural languages. But basic cases are where we have to start in an overall discussion of constructions. Basic semantics and simple clauses. In 1965, two extraordinary young linguists, working independently, came up with essentially the same insight. The grammar of simple clauses reflects the semantic content of basic experiences and actions. The linguists were Charles Fillmore 1968, who called the semantic roles case roles, and Jeffrey Gruber 1965, who called essentially the same semantic roles thematic roles. Their idea begins with everyday embodied experience as understood in terms of certain basic semantic roles. The semantic roles included agent, patient, experiencer, theme, recipient, benefactor, instrument, location, direction, source, goal, purpose, impediment, time, duration, causation, change, states, properties, aspect, and so on. The corresponding grammatical relations are subject, predicate, verb, adjective, direct object, indirect object, instrument, and so on. Their basic claim was that each grammatical relation, subject, predicate, direct object, indirect object, instrument, time, and so on, in the grammatical form of a sentence has the meaning of a semantic role structuring a basic experience. With hindsight, one can see this as the beginning of a systematic embodied approach to language, looking at basic embodied human experiences, looking at how they are conceptualized, and taking that embodied semantic structure as basic to simple clause structure. Fillmore, after 1975, reframed the semantics of simple clauses to fit his theory of frame semantics, using the term semantic role in place of case role. With further hindsight, we can see the Fillmore-Gruber approach as bringing the concept of the frame into research on linguistic form, with subject, direct object, indirect object, and so on as grammatical roles in a frame for a clause. From a neural perspective, such hierarchical structures are characterized by Gestalt circuits. With still further hindsight, we can see this idea as explaining why there are more and less basic constructions and, correspondingly, 1. Why less basic constructions are put together using the more basic constructions, as can be seen in the case of the unpassive adjective construction, the why not construction, and the amalgam constructions, and 2. Why meaning, mainly pragmatic meaning, enters into these constructions. The unpassive adjective construction. Consider a situation in which there is a transitive event with a desired, expected, or normal outcome describable by a passive verb. Here are some examples. The pregnancy was planned, the facts were accounted for, the bill was paid, the crime was solved, the coffee was poured, the book was read, and so on. Now consider the opposite case where the desired, expected, or normal outcome does not occur. It can be expressed by the plus passive construction, the unplanned pregnancy, the unaccounted for facts, the unpaid bill, the unsolved crime, the unfinished breakfast, the unread book, and so on. The why not construction. The form is why not verb phrase with no subject or auxiliary. The understood subject is the addressee. The context is, the addressee either is in the case of why, or is not in the case of why not carrying out or intending to carry out the content of the verb phrase. The why questions the intention for an action, suggesting that if the addressee does not have a good reason, the intended action should not be done. Why paint your house purple? Suggests that you shouldn't do it unless you have a sufficient reason. Why not questions the lack of intention for an action, suggesting that the action should be done unless you have a good reason for not doing it. Why not paint your house purple? Suggests that you have no good reason for not doing it. Note that the positive why conveys a negative suggestion, while the negative why not conveys a positive suggestion. The conveyed positive or negative suggestion has a grammatical effect, which can be seen with negative polarity items, such as ever and a red cent, which normally go with negatives but not positives. Normally the positive form without a not conveys a negative suggestion, while the normally negative form with a not conveys a positive suggestion. Now an extremely important question arises. Which has a grammatical effect, grammatically present negatives, with not in the sentence, or indirectly conveyed negatives without a not in the sentence? This question can be answered by a simple test. There are what are called negative polarity items that occur with simple negative sentences but not with the corresponding positive sentences. Common examples of negative polarity items are ever and a red cent, as in, I did not ever see him there but not I ever saw him there. Harry did not give a red cent to charity but not Harry gave a red cent to charity. What governs the occurrence of negative polarity items is not the negative grammatical form of the sentence, with an overt not, but rather the contextually conveyed negative that functions grammatically, without an overt not. Note that a positive why question conveys a negative, while a negative why question conveys a positive. Why ever go to an opera? But not why not ever go to an opera. Why give him a red cent? But not why not give him a red cent? Why do there exist such negative and positive polarity items? One answer is that it is polarity items that constitute rhetorical devices for emphasis, which may be a way for a speaker to communicate emotions and degree of certainty. While this is true, it is not a sufficient explanation given the variety of such polarity items. More likely, the use of negative and positive polarity items is a speaker's signal to influence a decision by the hearer. Why give John a red cent? Indicates that given the shared knowledge between the speaker and the speaker does not want the hearer to give John any money at all. If the hearer wants to give John money, there better be a very good justification, which the hearer should then justify. 12. The amalgam construction. In this construction, the main clause is a simple event with unfilled modifier roles. What fills the modifier roles are exclamations about pragmatically conveyed extreme phrases. To understand these cases better, let us start with the main clause schema with blanks underscore underscore where the modifiers go. John invited underscore underscore number of people to a underscore underscore kind of party for underscore underscore some reason. Here is a classic amalgam sentence with the blanks filled in. John invited you'll never guess how many people to you can imagine what kind of a party, for God knows what reason. Note 1, that the boldface subordinate clause fragments are normally fragments of main clauses, and 2, that the main clause is understood as the content of the absent subordinate clause. Here are the corresponding sentences with the boldface fragments as main clauses. You'll never guess how many people John invited to his party. You can imagine what kind of a party John invited a lot of people to. God knows why John invited a lot of people to a wild party. In our theory, this amalgam sentence could be formed by a cascade circuit consisting of 3 integration circuits. Each integration would consist of 2 meanings, 2 forms, together with 2 doublets, each linking a single meaning to a single form. The meanings. Meaning 1 is an exclamatory speech act about an extreme value for a semantic role in some embedded content. Meaning 2 is the content of a single simple statement, with the value of a role left unfilled. The forms. Form 1 is the form of a single simple sentence for expressing meaning 2. Form 2 is the form expressing meaning 1. The doublets. Doublet 1 links meaning 1 to form 2. Doublet 2 links meaning 1 to form 2. These integration networks fit both speech production and speech understanding. However, production and understanding require different cascades. Each cascade is an X-net with the structure start center, a loop finish. In these cases, the loop operates 3 times, 1 for each meaning to be produced in speech and 1 for each form to be understood in sentence processing of 2 inputs and 3 outputs. In the general amalgam construction, the number of amalgamated meaning to form pairings is 1 or more. The point of this example is to show the elements of meaning, form, and linking that we have discussed so far in this book come together naturally to form a construction that has vexed many traditional grammatical theorists. The baseball example. Of course, one does not have to get so exotic to see the role of meaning in grammar. Consider a common sentence type in the language of baseball. Lowry doubled to left. Here to left is short for to left field. Such a to phrase is a directional adverb. Directional adverbs go with someone or something moving in that direction, as in Lowry ran to left field, where Lowry is the mover, run is the motion, left field is the destination, and to left field is an adverb expressing direction. But in Lowry doubled to left, double is not a verb of motion, and Lowry is not going to left field. The mover and the motion are part of the meaning of double. It is the ball that is moving, but the ball is not mentioned overtly in the sentence and is understood via the meaning of double. The grammar of the directional adverb is determined not by the grammar of the sentence but instead by the meaning of the verb. In addition, the shortening of to left field to left only occurs within the baseball game frame. For example, you can say the groundskeeper mowed left field but not the groundskeeper mowed left. Even such a simple sentence as Lowry doubled to left shows the dependence of grammar on contextual meaning. Construction grammar, meaning inherent in language. Following the initial evidence for embodied cognition in the mid-1970s, linguistics researchers who had been studying meaning in grammar since the 1960s joined the then nascent cognitive science movement and began developing cognitively based approaches to meaning in grammar known as construction grammar. The basic idea behind construction grammar is that we have conceptual systems characterizing conceptual thought, and language is a matter of pairing linguistic form with meanings from conceptual systems. In speaking, we express conceptual thought in linguistic form. In understanding, it is the reverse, we interpret linguistic form as communicating conceptual thought. The relation must go both ways, thought to form and form to thought. Hence, the idea of language as pairing conceptual thought and linguistic form seems natural. In addition, constructions themselves can form composites in new ways, allowing us to create new linguistic expressions and new ideas corresponding to them. The first major papers on this were Lakoff 1984, 1987b, Case Study 3, and by Fillmore, K., and O'Connor 1988. To get a feel for why meaning is part of grammar, consider the following example. Here comes the bus. The meaning includes a speech act frame with the following context. The speech act is pointing out. In this context, there is a speaker, an addressee, or more than one addressee, a location, an entity in that location, and a motion. The location is the perceptual field of both speaker and addressee. The speaker is directing the attention of the addressee to the location. The entity, the bus, is moving toward the speaker and the addressee. The meaning of the sentence determines constraints on the grammar of the sentence. 1. The sentence cannot be negated, here doesn't come the bus. 2. There is no question, does here come the bus? Comes here the bus? 3. There is no past or future tense. Here came the bus. Here will come the bus. 4. There is no tag question. Here comes the bus, doesn't here. Here comes the bus, doesn't it? Since 1, the motion of the bus is present in the context, a negation would contradict the context. Since 2, the speaker recognizes that it is happening, a question as to whether it is happening would not fit the context. Since 3, it is happening now, a past or future would be ruled out by the context. And since 4, it is certain in context, a question tag indicating uncertainty would not fit. The Goldberg cases. The fullest account of constructions by a linguist came in Adele Goldberg's 1995 book Constructions. In her classic study, Goldberg points out that the pairing of meaning with form in constructions makes a subtle but very real distinction. The caused motion construction has the meaning, an exertion of force on an entity causes the entity to move to, or from a location. The caused motion construction contains the form. Verb, noun, phrase, prepositional phrase. In the construction, the verb expresses the exerted force. The noun phrase expresses the entity that the force is exerted on. And the preposition phrase expresses the path of motion. An example is Sally pushed Harry into the kitchen. Goldberg points out that this construction, which includes its meaning, is not determined just by its form. The same form can occur with a different construction, the direct object construction, which has a verb expressing the exertion of force on an entity but with a following prepositional phrase that does not indicate motion, as in Sally kicked Harry in the kitchen. It follows that the caused motion construction and the direct object construction are different constructions, and that the caused motion construction is not just the direct object construction with some added preposition phrase that does not characterize caused motion. Purely syntactic theories of grammar, based on form alone and without meaning-laden constructions, would claim that it is syntactic transitivity that allows a verb to occur in positions before a noun phrase regardless of whether caused motion is involved. A theory of grammar incorporating meaning via constructions claims the opposite, that the caused motion in the meaning of the construction would distinguish the caused motion case of the form verb, noun phrase, prepositional phrase from a non-caused motion case. The matter, Goldberg observed, can be decided by finding a verb that is intransitive, that is, a verb that normally occurs without a direct object and normally cannot occur with a direct object but is understood as describing an exertion of force. Sneeze is such a verb. In she sneezed, sneeze can occur as an intransitive verb without a direct object. In normal contexts and simple sentences, sneeze does not take a direct object. When you sneeze, you emit a nasal fluid. But the name of that fluid cannot occur as a direct object of sneeze. He sneezed snot. Even though a sneeze actually does expel air containing nasal fluid, that fact is not expressed overtly in linguistic form. He sneezed air with nasal fluid in it. But when you sneeze, you forcefully release air from your nose. So, with a very light object, the force of sneezing can move that light object, as in, she sneezed the tissue off the table. It is the semantic property, the meaning, of sneeze forcefully releasing air from the nose, not its syntactic intransitivity, failure to take a direct object such as snot, that determines its grammatical function in the sentence. Note the ungrammaticality of the simple direct object construction. She sneezed the tissue. The intransitivity of sneeze, together with the lack of an expression of caused motion, rules this case out. Why is sneeze intransitive in form? Because normally objects are not moved around by sneezing. In the overwhelming range of experienced cases, there can be no direct object that would make sense. In most cases, virtually all sneeze would be used intransitively, and via neural optimization overall least energy use, sneeze would be learned as intransitive in form. Neural optimization also applies to caused motion construction cases. Caused motion is so very common that the pairing of the idea of caused motion with its formal expression is learned separately. Goldberg's tissue example does not just work for tissues. Her general principle is productive as shown by new cases that would work by her principle, made-up cases where sneezing causes motion. Paul Bunyan was so big that he once sneezed a forest into the neighboring river. Superman accidentally sneezed the Golden Gate Bridge into San Francisco Bay. But this does not work for simple intransitivity with a simple direct object, where form constraints, not semantic constraints, matter. Paul Bunyan sneezed a forest. Superman sneezed the Golden Gate Bridge. Investigators using the techniques of psychological experimentation and statistics have no direct way to study neural optimization. In such experiments, what we see as neural optimization effects are known as cases of statistical preemption. That is, considerably greater normal use in one structure overrides uses in a minimally competing structure. Thus, the overwhelming use of sneeze as intransitive in form preempts the possibility of its being used as a transitive in form, followed by just a direct object as would occur in the ill form she sneezed the tissue. But this does not preempt the possibility of the meaning of sneeze as a producer of force. Instead, a sneeze is insufficient to effect a change of form or location in almost all everyday situations. Goldberg's claim is that statistical preemption rules out she sneezed the tissue. A crucial distinction. Meaningful thought and linguistic form are grounded in different ways, as we have seen. Each is characterized via neural circuitry and is subject to neural optimization and generalizations. But linguistic form alone is not language. The distinction is crucial. Neural optimization applies to meaning alone, but meaning alone is not language. Neural optimization applies to form alone. But form alone is not language. In language, form is paired with meaning, form expresses meaning, and meaning is expressed via form. This two-way relation is carried out by constructions, which pair meaning and form. Neural optimization applies separately to constructions, since they constitute a separate class of neural circuits. In short, constructions have a neural life of their own. A general point about neural optimization. Neural optimization applies in the learning of circuits, that is, in the process of neural recruitment. Once circuits are recruited and made permanent, they can be activated with minimal neural resources. And the more they are activated, the stronger their synapses become and more likely they are to become permanent and to continue to be activated with minimal neural resources. This has a very important consequence for natural language. Languages are passed on to children generation after generation. Children have a great deal of conceptual fixed knowledge, e.g., primitive concepts, basic frames, primary conceptual metaphors, before they learn language. They also learn language piecemeal, as Michael Tomasello 2003 observed in his classic Verb Island research. The grammar of verbs is learned at first one verb's grammar at a time and then generalized. As Dan Slobin showed in even earlier child language research, bilingual children in Serbo-Croatian and English learn grammatical morphemes earlier than grammatical words with the corresponding meaning. Thus, there is a stage at which such a child will know the meaning of the Serbo-Croatian morpheme before learning the corresponding English word with the same meaning. For such English words, meaning is learned prior to form and prior to form meaning constructions. Research by Jean Mandler 1992 also indicates that children learn image schemas well before they learn language for them. This means that in the learning of constructions, when the form is paired with an earlier learned meaning, the form can be neurally optimized, that is, omitted or shortened on the basis of the already optimized meaning. This leads to cases that linguists have called unmarked, uninflected, deleted, zeroed, or null. We will discuss such cases as we go along. Neural optimization and neural competition. As we discussed in Chapter 3 in the section Lateral Inhibition and Winner-Takes-All Circuits, a comparison circuit, or winner-takes-all circuit, is one where the nodes mutually inhibit one another. The largest input inhibits all smaller competing inputs and is the only node remaining active. Similarly, there can be convergence zones with competing, mutually inhibitory inputs. Imagine such a convergence zone, where each input has a different output. If the inputs occur at the same time, the strongest wins, and its output is chosen. The strongest could have become strongest via neural optimization. Grammar involves competitiveness. For example, adjectives can occur in the predicative construction, the boy is sleepy, or in the modifier construction, the sleepy boy. These are minimally different options for adjectives. But some adjectives can only occur in the predicative construction, the boy is asleep but not the asleep boy. Other adjectives have the opposite distribution, the mere child but not the child is mere. Either these two constructions have subtle semantic differences that appear to determine where the adjectives can occur, or the adjectives act as exceptions to everyday constructions, with asleep and mere being exceptions to different constructions. Neural modeling enters linguistics. The idea that a grammar using semantic roles is a processing grammar operating over time is an old idea first introduced in a computational form by computational linguist William Woods 1970 in his Transition Network Grammars for Natural Language Analysis and adapted by Lakoff and Thompson 1975 in what they called cognitive grammars. The neural version of embodied cognition entered the picture in 1992 with Narayanan's research on coordinated control, XNets, and linguistic aspects. It was not until the late 1990s with Narayanan's dissertation 1997 that neural computation and simulation semantics entered in a serious way. These ideas have been integrated together in recent years in a computationally sophisticated way by Feldman et al. 2009, Bergen and Chang 2005, and Bryant 2008, what they have called embodied construction grammars. This research has become even more sophisticated with incorporation of Sullivan's 2013 insights on where in grammatical constructions the sources and targets of conceptual metaphors can occur. Early intimations of integration in grammar. Neural integration in construction grammar. Conceptual integration was brought to the fore in cognitive linguistics by Gilles Fauconnier and Mark Turner 2002 in their classic book The Way We Think. In each of the cases we will be discussing, neural integration is necessary in order to state certain generalizations about conceptual integration. George Lakoff 1963 in his first paper, Toward Generative Semantics, considered the following cases of integration. The liquid is cool. Coolness is a state. Cool is an adjective that expresses a state. The liquid cooled. Cooling is a change of state ending in coolness. Cool is an intransitive, inchoative verb, expressing a change to a state. The scientist cooled the liquid. Here we have causation. The scientist is causing the cooling change in the liquid, which results in the liquid being in a cool state. It is an example of a cause change to a state. There are two cases of semantic integration. In the liquid cooled, the cooling, the change to a state, is understood as an integrated whole. In the scientist cooled the liquid, the act of cooling by the scientist, the cause of a change to a state, is also seen as an integrated whole. Lakoff analyses cause, change, and state as conceptual primitives that semantically combine in two separate processes, a change and a cause of a change. To get the integrated understandings of the sentences, he posits two transformations that perform integrations that are both conceptual and linguistic at the same time. The first creates an integrated change to a state, with an integrated intransitive verb cool formed from the adjective cool. The second creates an integrated cause of a change to a state expressed by the transitive verb cool formed from the intransitive verb cool. The transformations operate generally on the conceptual level, state to change to a state and change to a state to cause change to a state independently of any particular state. The choice of the lexical item, for example cool or warm, can occur at the state level with the same words with augmented meanings carried along by the integrations state with change and state with change with cause. The idea was that the integration transformations were fully general and occurred at the conceptual level, creating integrated concepts from separate conceptual primitives. Kill could then be seen as an integrated form of cause to change to be dead, made up of the three primitives cause, change, and state, with dead being the state in question. Jerry Morgan 1969, considerably later argued in favor of this analysis by showing that the adverb almost can pick out the individual primitives cause, change, and dead. His examples were like the following. Almost cause, I almost killed him, but my shot just missed him. Almost change, I almost killed him by poisoning him, but he happened to have an antidote to the poison he drank, and the poison had no effect. Almost dead, I almost killed him with a shot to the heart, but the doctors operated on him and saved him. In the theory of neural integration that we are proposing, the integrated idea and the unintegrated ideas that comprise it are all present. The integrated idea is formed by integrating neural bindings with an integration node. A state is a single occurrence, as in the tea is cool. In the tea cooled, the same word cool is used. The same single word is used for a single event, the cooling. Conceptualizing, via integration, the XNet as a single overall integrated event makes cool the verb expressing the event. When the change is caused via an XNet, the progressive cooling is in the process of being caused at each stage of the XNet. At each stage there is a causal result in progress, the progressive cooling. The cause of change is conceptualized via integration as a single event, just as the change is. Cool is the best fitting verb, taking the least energy, since the same form is used for change of state as for state, to express the cause of the change of state. When a neural integration occurs, the separate unintegrated ideas correspond to the circuits being integrated. Kill names the integrated node, which activates all the unintegrated nodes of causation, change, and the final state, dead. Almost kill is a gestalt structure in form with two roles, the adverb almost and the verb kill, which is the head of the construction. As Morgan 1969 observed, almost can modify either the integrated causation, the change, or the state, all of which are present in the integration. Integration and incorporation. Another early example of integration occurred in Jeffrey Gruber's 1965 master's thesis studies in lexical relations. Gruber's form of integration came in lexical rules, in which two or more primitive concepts could be incorporated into a single word. For example, he considers the word pierce as in the knife pierced the cardboard. He argued that the verb pierce incorporates both the concept pierce and the concept through. He also argues that the verb cross as in he crossed the street, incorporates the concepts across and motion. Gruber's theoretical idea of incorporation is a mapping to a word from a prelexical sequence of concepts. For Gruber, the verb ascend incorporates motion plus up and on. If you ascend a staircase or a mountain, you are not just going up but are also being supported by the staircase or mountain and are therefore on it. Neural integration in Goldberg's Constructions book. Adele Goldberg 1995 in her Constructions book assigns to the word give the semantically fused integrated meaning cause-receive. In Chapter 2, we discussed this basic construction as an example of language-mediated integration. Here we will provide a more detailed analysis of the construction. For She Gave Harry the Book, Goldberg provides the following pairing of semantic roles and grammatical relations as the cause-receive construction. The pairings of meanings and form are indicated by vertical lines in the cause-receive construction. Not shown is the integration node I that integrates all of the form-meaning pairs to create the construction as a whole. Goldberg proposes that the prototypical meaning of give is X causes Y to receive Z. She then seeks to explain why many apparently disparate verbs occur with the same verb direct object syntax as the verb give, verbs such as diverse as promise, permit, refuse, bake, and bequeath. The center is general and the radial is specific. Goldberg goes on to use the principle that specific cases of a general case activate the general case. But she adds a new idea. We know that radial categories are made up of variations on a central prototypical case. She proposes that in a radial category, the central prototype is the general case and the radial variations are specific cases. Hence the radial variations will activate the prototypical general case and the predicates that occur in the prototype. Goldberg then observes that the predicates that occur in the prototypical case, cause and receive, also occur with meanings that are radial variations on the central prototypical case, namely give as it occurs in example 1 below. 1. X causes Y to receive Z, central sense. Example, Joe gave Sally the bracelet. 2. Conditions of speech act satisfaction with the speech act of promising, namely that the promise is fulfilled, imply X causes Y to receive Z. Example, Joe promised Bill a car. The promise would be fulfilled if Joe gave Bill a car. 3. X enables Y to receive Z, enabling makes future causation possible. Example, Joe permitted Chris an apple. Joe's permission enabled Chris to get an apple. 4. X causes Y not to receive Z. Example, Sam refused Bob a cookie. Bob's receipt of the cookie depends on Sam's permission, which is denied. 5. X intends to cause Y to receive Z. Example, Mary baked Bob a cake. Mary intended the cake for Bob. 6. X acts to cause Y to receive Z at some future point in time. Example, Joe bequeathed Bob a fortune. Joe specified in his will that after his death Bob would receive a large amount of Joe's money. Goldberg then gives a polysemy explanation implicitly invoking the radial category analysis of polysemy from Lakoff 1987b, Talmey's 1988 Causes are Forces, Metaphor and Fillmore's 1982, Frame Semantics. In example 2 above, there is a commitment, and in the framing of commitments, the social norms exert a metaphorical moral force to satisfy the commitment. Example 3 exemplifies Talmey's force dynamic account of enablement as removing a blocking force, adding a propulsive force, or both. Example 4 exemplifies the well-known fact that negating a frame activates the frame, as in the title of Lakoff's 2004 book Don't Think of an Elephant. Which makes you think of an elephant? In regard to example 5, Talmy observed that an intention is conceptualized metaphorically as an internal force acting to move a potential actor toward carrying out an action. Regarding example 6, in Gilles Fauconier's 1985 Theory of Mental Spaces, a future event is a real event in a future mental space, which, in our approach, is a partial simulation of a future situation in which the event occurs. A full theory of mental spaces in terms of simulation semantics has not yet been developed at the time of this writing. In each of these cases, Talmy's force dynamic account of causation occurs, with a special frame using force to expand upon what force means in each situation. The radial category approach to such variations appears in Lakoff 1987. Goldberg then included conceptual metaphors, applying them to semantic roles from frame semantics. For example, the conceptual metaphor applying force to an entity is the transfer of a force to that entity, when applied to the constructional semantics of the first construction above, yields expressions such as give someone a punch, a kick, a pinch, a push, and so on. In the metaphor, causing someone to be in a state is transferring an object to that person. The state caused is the object as transferred. When applied to the same constructional semantics, this metaphor yields examples such as the Affordable Care Act gave poor patients a hope of recovery and his magic tricks gave the children pleasure. These analyses are in the service of maintaining certain general claims. 1. X causes Y to receive Z is the meaning that is paired with grammatical relations, subject, indirect object, and direct object in the cause-receive construction. 2. The grammatical relations in a construction can be preserved even when the semantics of the construction undergoes variations. 3. The central case in a radial category is a general case with the radial variations as specific cases. 4. The general case is activated by each specific case and incorporated as part of the meaning of each specific case. 5. The verb give is an integration of cause and receive, and its grammar follows from that integration. Basic neural mind ideas in the Goldberg analysis. Each of the basic neural mind ideas that we have hypothesized has 3 aspects. Concepts can display hierarchical organization, sequencing, generalization, mapping, integration, forming simulations, and so on. Concepts work via neural mechanisms to carry out those functions, namely proposed circuitry types in the computational model that can carry out a given function. Kinds of concepts are types of ideas. Table 7 is a list of how these 3 aspects of neural mind theory come together in each of many cases. Examples of each will be given below as we discuss examples presented above from Adele Goldberg's 1995 book Constructions. Table 7. The Goldberg analysis. Conceptual function. Neural realization. Conceptual content. Perceptual motor grounding. Embodied schemas. Primary concepts. Conceptual organization. Gestalt circuits. Conceptual frames. Conceptual coordination of processes. Coordination circuits, X-nets to form cascades. Coordinated activation of cascades and complex concepts. Conceptual identity. Neural binding circuits. Composite concepts. Conceptual mapping. Mapping circuits. Conceptual metonymy and metaphor. Conceptual generalization. Neural optimization, best fit to existing circuitry. Higher-level concepts. Conceptual variation. Structured minimal additions and changes to existing circuitry. Radial categories and polysemy. Conceptual specialization. Activation of general circuitry with specialized changes and additions. A more specific concept. Conceptual integration. Integration circuits. Holistic concepts and imaginative ideas. Conceptual simulation. The filling in of semantic roles in Gestalt circuits and the coordinated activation of cascades. Conceptualized situations and mental spaces. Perceptual motor grounding is used in the embodied understanding of cause, via our X-net analysis in Chapter 1, and receive, taking a transferred object into one's possession. This analysis inherently uses frame semantics to characterize semantic roles. Frames are conceptual organizations formed via Gestalt circuits. Giving. The action of transferring an object is sequential, starting with the giver's possession, then the transfer, and finally the reception, taking into one's possession. This is carried out via a coordination circuit, which is an X-net. 14. Neural binding occurs in the giving frame. Binding makes the object given the same entity as the object received. Neural binding also occurs in the integration in that frame, making the causing with an effect and the receiving into one single, integrated event via binding of the effect and the receiving. Conceptual metaphors neurally map from the central sense to metaphorical senses. The central sense is a generalization. The radial senses are conceptual variations. The variations are seen as special cases that incorporate the general sense and elaborate it with specific cases. Cause-give is a conceptual integration. The filling of the semantic roles with individuals, e.g., Joe, the ball, Sally, is a use of simulation. The conceptual understanding of the example sentences indicate the use of simulation semantics. One of the most important topics that Goldberg takes on is the existence of intermediate generalizations, constructions that are special cases of more general constructions and, at the same time, generalize over other more specialized constructions. This provides a hierarchy of generalizations. The generalization hierarchy also fits the remarkable finding we mentioned in Chapter 1 on generalization. The findings by Bader 2008 and Narayanan Despacito 2016 show that general rules activate regions in the prefrontal cortex, and when there is a hierarchy of generalization, the more general the rules are, the closer to the front of the brain they are. Under our interpretation of the Narayanan Despacito results, basic-level concepts, e.g., the basic-level verb give as opposed to the superordinate cause to receive, are controlled from the midlateral prefrontal cortex and in the middle of the generalization hierarchy, which Roche 1973-1977 describes as the basic level. The actual prefrontal circuitry layout is that most general is most frontal, intermediate generalization is middle frontal, and least general, most specific, is least frontal. This general layout in the brain corresponds to other findings. The middle position in the generalization hierarchy fits Roche's basic level in the category hierarchy. The intermediate position in the generalization hierarchy corresponds to Goldberg's intermediate generalizations. There is a moral here. We have been isolating separate conceptual functions and separate neural mechanisms. But in real brains, they do not apply in isolation, they apply together, since the neural mechanisms are constantly engaged and carry out those conceptual functions. We have only discussed one of the examples from Goldberg's book Constructions. Her book is filled with many such examples with deep and informative discussions. Constructions was not written from a neural perspective. But from our perspective, the neural mind issues we have just discussed seem to apply throughout Goldberg's prescient book. At this point, we turn to 3 case studies of difficult problems in the theory of language and how a neural theory can provide new insight into such problems. Case study 1, anaphora. Anaphora is the use of a pronoun e.g., she, it, one, to refer to a prior use of a noun or noun phrase as in. Use the 1p6nl alternate for this list. Sam bought a portrait of the Queen and Sarah borrowed it, same portrait. B. Sam bought a portrait of the Queen and Sarah bought one too, different portrait. In the 1960s and into the 1970s, it was common for grammarians to use phrase structure trees, which had just hierarchical and sequential structure without semantic roles. The exceptions were Charles Fillmore 1976 and Jeffrey Gruber 1965. The use of phrase structure trees changed with the advent of construction grammar. The difference between sentences as in the examples above was assumed to lie in the difference between a. Identity of reference, same entity, and b. Identity of sense, same type of entity. 15. This division was complicated by sentences such as C. I bought a portrait of the Queen, and Sarah bought one of Princess Di. In C, one refers only to a portrait. The natural proposal, given phrase structure grammar, was that a portrait of the Queen had a phrase structure such as a portrait of the Queen and that one can refer to either portrait of the Queen or just portrait. This would also work for D. D. I bought an expensive portrait and Sarah bought a cheap one. This assumes the phrase structure an expensive portrait. Presumably, one could refer to either the phrase expensive portrait or just portrait. But this solution breaks down in the following examples. E. I bought an expensive portrait of the Queen and Sarah bought one too. F. I bought an expensive portrait of the Queen and Sarah bought a cheap one. G. I bought an expensive portrait of the Queen and Sarah bought one of Princess Di. H. I bought an expensive portrait of the Queen and Sarah bought a cheap one of Princess Di. Examples, F and G would require phrase structure analyses such as F. Expensive portrait of the Queen 1 equals portrait of the Queen, and G. Expensive portrait of the Queen 1 equals expensive portrait. Examples, F and G are contradictory phrase structures. You can't have both at once and maintain the theory that one refers to a single constituent in a phrase structure tree. These cases become more complicated with more information. 1. Sam bought a large expensive portrait of the Queen by Jones and Sarah bought one of Princess Di. 2. Sam bought a large expensive portrait of the Queen by Jones and Sarah bought a small one. 3. Sam bought a large expensive portrait of the Queen by Jones and Sarah bought a small one of Princess Di. 4. Sam bought a large expensive portrait of the Queen by Jones and Sarah bought a small cheap one. 5. Sam bought a large expensive portrait of the Queen by Jones and Sarah bought a cheap one of Princess Di. 6. Sam bought a large expensive portrait of the Queen by Jones and Sarah bought a cheap one by Wainwright. 7. Sam bought a large expensive portrait of the Queen by Jones and Sarah bought a cheap one of Princess Di by Wainwright. 8. Sam bought a large expensive portrait of the Queen by Jones and Sarah bought one too. 9. Sam bought a large expensive portrait of the Queen by Jones and Sarah bought a small cheap one. 10. Sam bought a large expensive portrait of the Queen by Jones and Sarah bought one by Wainwright. 11. Sam bought a large expensive portrait of the Queen by Jones and Sarah bought a small cheap one of Princess Di by Wainwright. The antecedents of 1 in these sentences include 1. A large expensive portrait by Jones. 2. An expensive portrait of the Queen by Jones. 3. An expensive portrait by Jones. 4. A portrait of the Queen by Jones. 5. A large portrait by Jones. 6. A large portrait of the Queen. 7. A large portrait. 8. A large expensive portrait of the Queen by Jones. 9. A portrait of the Queen by Jones. 10. A large expensive portrait of the Queen, and 11. A portrait. How can we characterize a general rule that accounts for exactly what the antecedents of 1 are in these sentences? To approach the problem, think not of a grammatical tree for the first noun phrase but instead of a semantic frame for portraits that includes the following semantic roles: size, cost, the person painted, and the painter. Size and cost are type roles, filled by type values, large and small for size, expensive and cheap for cost. The portrait frame's semantic roles include painter and the person painted. In sentence 11 above, there is maximal difference in the fillers of the frame roles. 1. Sam bought a large expensive portrait of the Queen by Jones and Sarah bought a small cheap one of Princess Di by Wainwright. Antecedent, size, large, cost, expensive, subject, the Queen, painter, Jones. Anaphor, size, small, cost, cheap, subject, Princess Di, painter, Wainwright. In the other examples, there is only a partial difference or none at all, as in sentence 8. Here is what is true of all examples. 1. The frame of the one phrase has the same semantic roles as the frame of the antecedent. That is, it is the same frame, not counting the fillers of the roles. 2. Where the fillers of the one phrase frame are different from the antecedent frame, the fillers of the one phrase take priority and stay. 3. The conceptual fillers of the one phrase frame are copies of the conceptual fillers of the antecedent frame. Those conceptual copies, being redundant, do not appear in linguistic form, that is, they are linguistically null. This statement covers all the cases, but why is it true? How would we characterize this truth neurally, and would a neural account explain why this occurs? Anaphora is an energy-saving phenomenon that uses a short linguistic form, e.g., it, 1, to express some sameness or similarity of thought between a prior thought and one being processed right now. Processing at the moment requires more attentional resources, hence, more neural firing than what is past or anticipated. Speakers and writers signal reuse of the previous frame bindings as much as possible. To express the same referent, i.e., the same individual, identity of reference pronouns such as he, she, it, and they are used. To express identity of sense, i.e., the same type as the antecedent, either one anaphora or an omission is used. A typical omission occurs in sentences such as, Bill bought a cheap portrait of the Queen, and so did I, just as I had and I did so too. The neural version. The neural version of one anaphora is as follows. 1. Previously activated frames remain somewhat active, with a decay over time, and are primed, i.e., partly active for a while, although they are less active than those that one is currently paying attention to. This is typical of short-term memory and is useful for many recency-based phenomena in language and thought. 2. In the default case, one evokes the same frame as the antecedent, and the values for the antecedent frame are still active but a bit decayed. 3. Mutually exclusive values for a frame role participate in a winner-takes-all network, which is defined by mutual inhibition circuitry and has the effect of prohibiting two different fillers from occurring simultaneously for the same role. 4. The most recent fillers for semantic roles are the most active and will win, while the competing values among the antecedent values will lose. 5. For example, the explicit value provided in the one phrase will be at a higher activation level for the particular slot, such as the cheap in sentence 4 in the previous section, than the primed, decayed, value expensive in sentence 4. The anaphoric value will naturally inhibit the earlier value, now having decayed and therefore less activation, for the cost role in the frame. 6. The rest of the frame fillers, the part not inhibited by the new role values, will now be conceptually activated with the one anaphora but will not appear in linguistic form, since they are redundant and the expenditure of energy on them is not needed. The point is that the neural theory we are proposing explains all of this. Like the Goldberg case. From the perspective of our theoretical approach, one anaphora looks like the polysemy of give that we have just described in the Goldberg case. In each, there is a default case. For Goldberg, the default is the central sense of give as X causes Y to receive Z. For this one anaphora case, the default is the antecedent frame with its fillers. Antecedent, size, large, cost, expensive, painted, the Queen, painter, Jones. As Goldberg observes, what we call the default acts like a generalization in an inheritance hierarchy, and the variations on the default act like special cases, that is, using as much of the generalization as possible in its meaning and substituting part for part only when the special cases are incompatible with the general case. In the Goldberg case, the substitutions are variations on the central, general case use of force dynamics for cause to receive, for example, bequeath as a future use of cause to receive, and promise as a commitment to cause to receive. With one anaphora, the antecedent frame with its fillers is the default and functions like a general case, and differences with anaphoric one are variations on the default case. When special case anaphoric fillers differ from those of their antecedents, they substitute for the corresponding general case fillers, for example, cheap for expensive and princess for the Queen. The neural account is the same for both and explains both cases. Defaults and variants function just as do general cases and their special case variations. Why do the filler values for anaphoric 1 replace the corresponding antecedent filler values? Because different fillers for the same role in the same frame are mutually inconsistent. Neurally, they are mutually inhibitory. Anaphoric 1 neurally activates its antecedent's frame. The antecedent frame then acts as one's frame except for the mutually inhibitory cases. Why do one's fillers win and override the antecedent's conflicting fillers? 1. They have present attention and hence somewhat greater activation than the prior frame, which has past attention and hence less activation due to activation decay. 2. Conflicting fillers for the same role are conceptually mutually exclusive and neurally mutually inhibitory. 3. In a circuit defined by mutual inhibition, the winner is the node with the greatest activation. The result is the antecedent's frame and frame roles with the one frame's fillers substituted in place of the inhibited frame's fillers that have decayed from lack of present attention. The explanation and comparison is somewhat long and complicated. But from a neural perspective, this is simple and happens automatically within milliseconds. The takeaway. Very complex linguistic behavior such as one anaphora can arise from very basic low-level neural phenomena such as activation, decay, and mutual inhibition. Case Study 2, Cascades of Metaphors. Ideas are structured. One of the themes of this book is that thought is structured, and that the neural circuitry constituting ideas and thinking is correspondingly structured. Such structure comes from elementary forms of embodiment, that is, from primary schemas, X-nets and coordination circuits, the physiology of emotions, and so on. The structure of thought also arises from the structured neural compositional mechanisms for forming complex neural circuitry, neural binding, neural integration, and cascades. A corresponding theme is that neural integration, which is needed for consciousness, makes much of the neural structure of ideas inaccessible to consciousness once they are integrated into wholes with inaccessible parts. Moreover, the speed and ubiquity of neural integration means that most conscious intentional behavior is the result of the integration of complex circuits and that it is relatively rare for structural neural elements to occur isolated, by themselves, in normal, everyday consciously intended and controlled behavior. However, language is a major form of behavior in which elementary conceptual structure does make an appearance. This is not always an obvious or straightforward appearance, but enough of one so that cognitive linguists have been able to disentangle them sufficiently that the conceptual structures in language become accessible. The task of the following section is to provide some examples of metaphor composition and disentanglement and to show how the combinatorial complexity of ideas that is unconscious and usually goes unnoticed can appear in language. The fiscal cliff. In 2012, the 111th U.S. Congress failed to pass a federal budget. Given existing laws, unless something was done, there would have been an automatic broad across-the-board cut in federal spending and a tax increase. Ben Bernanke, chair of the U.S. Federal Reserve, predicted a severe economic decline, which he pictured as going over a fiscal cliff. The American people became focused on this metaphor, understanding it as Bernanke intended. Although it sounds simple enough, the fiscal cliff metaphor is actually complex, since it makes use of other metaphoric concepts neurally bound together. This is a simple case of the kind of phenomenon that a theory of neural cascades has to deal with. Let's take a look at the metaphorical complexity of fiscal cliff and how the metaphors that comprise it fit together. The simplest is the metaphor named more is up, which we hypothesize is a neural circuit linking two distinct brain regions, one for verticality and one for quantity. It is a primary metaphor widespread throughout the world and occurs in a vast number of sentences such as turn the radio up, the temperature fell, and so on. The economy is metaphorically seen as moving forward, from the past toward the future, and either moving up, moving down, or staying level. Here verticality metaphorically indicates the value of economic indicators such as the gross domestic product, GDP, and the stock market average. These are indicators of economic activity such as overall spending on goods and services and the sale of stocks. Why is economic activity conceptualized as motion? Because a common conceptual metaphor is being used, activity is motion, as in sentences such as the project is moving along smoothly, the remodeling is getting bogged down, and so on. The common metaphor the future is ahead accounts for why the motion is forward. In a diagram of changes over time in a stock market or the GDP, the metaphor used is the past is left and the future is right, which is why the diagram goes from left to right when the economy is conceptualized as moving forward. When Federal Reserve Chief Bernanke spoke of the fiscal cliff, he undoubtedly had in mind a graph of the economy moving along, left to right, on a slight incline and then suddenly dropping way down, which looks like a line drawing of a cliff from the side view. Such a graph has values built in via the metaphor good is up. Literally going over a cliff usually results in great harm. Via the metaphor that economic harm is physical harm, as in the stock market took a hit, going over the fiscal cliff would be very harmful. The administration has the goal of increasing GDP. Here common metaphors apply, success is up and failing is falling. Hence, going over the fiscal cliff would be a serious failure for the administration and harm for the populace. These metaphors are part of a cascade circuit in which the metaphors fit together tightly with the graph of changes in a linear scale over time. This cascade circuit allows us to understand a wide range of graphs. In this case, the linear scale characterizes the GDP, the metric of national economic activity. From the neural perspective, These metaphors form a tightly integrated neural cascade, so tightly integrated and so natural and normal that we barely notice them if we notice them at all. There is, of course, more content to the fiscal cliff. Imagine driving toward a cliff with the possibility of going over. The car you are in is out of control. The cliff is a feature of the natural environment. If the car goes over, everyone in it would be harmed or killed. Thus, if the economy is a vehicle moving forward without control toward the cliff, there is great and immediate danger, and so the fiscal cliff metaphor engenders fear. Thus, knowledge about driving out of control toward a cliff, together with the metaphor cited above, characterizes the implications of the fiscal cliff metaphor. We get these implications through the normal process of doing a mental, imaginative simulation of going over the cliff. Yet, for all this complexity, the metaphor was understood by hundreds of millions of Americans. How? That's how cascades of metaphors work. They are learned as a single cascade of metaphors. And that complex understanding can be triggered by only two words: fiscal cliff. Some metaphor systems and metaphors. We will begin with 4 conceptual metaphor examples and how they combine to form complexes. We will use +sign+ to indicate composition. The 4 conceptual metaphor examples are: 1. Linear scales as paths of motion. 2. The spatial event structure system. 3. The object event structure system. 4. More is up, less is down. 16. The simplest cases. The first and fourth examples are the most basic. 1. Linear scales are paths of motion, more is ahead, and less is behind. Examples: John's intelligence goes way beyond Bill's. John is ahead of Bill in intelligence. Bill is lagging behind John in achievements. Bill's grades are catching up to John's. In the past year, Bill's grades have zoomed ahead of John's. Bill improved for a while, but now he's going backward. Bill has a long way to go to catch up with John. 4. More is up, less is down is a specific metaphor using verticality. Examples: John is at the top of the class, Bill is at the bottom. Bill's grades are rising, John's are falling. 1 + 4. Examples: John's grades have risen above Bill's. Bill has fallen behind John. Bill's grades have been dropping. John's grade point average this year started at 2.6 and has gone up 6 points to 3.2 but is unlikely to reach 4. The examples of 1 alone, without 4, indicate motion but not verticality. Example 1 has ahead and behind but not above and below. Conceptual metaphors 1 and 4 both have quantity, with more and less, in their targets. They differ in their conceptual domains, motion and verticality. But their conceptual domains are compatible, and their targets are identical. Therefore, both metaphor mapping circuits can be active at once. Since each circuit is gated, both gates can be opened simultaneously. We can see this in words. In go up, go indicates motion, and up indicates verticality. The verbs fall and drop are both lexical integrations of motion and downward. The combination fall behind works because both fall and behind mean less but for different metaphorical reasons. Complexities. The second and third examples add complexity. 2. The spatial event structure system, in which states are locations, changes are movements, to or from locations, causation is forced movement, purposes are desired locations, destinations, action is motion, progress is distance increase from source to destination, difficulties are impediments to motion, lack of progress is lack of motion forward, and regress is motion backward. Examples: How far along are you on your thesis? Is the going slow? Are you stuck? Are you close to finishing? Is there pressure on you to make progress? Is there anything standing in your way? The finish line isn't that far away. Push yourself hard. In this metaphor system, the subject matter, the target, is purposeful action. The conceptual purposeful action frame that defines the target includes a desire, a purpose, actions, defining a course of action, progress, and possible difficulties. There are separate individual metaphors that make up this metaphor system. Each is a primary metaphor. Each comes into being around the world, person, by virtue of repeated correspondences in experience, given the nature of human beings and the nature of the world. In each case, we hypothesize circuits in 2 distinct brain regions that are activated by the distinct experiences. The activation spreads, forming a circuit. The repetition leads to synaptic strengthening by Hebbian learning. Spike timing-dependent plasticity determines the direction of the strengthening and hence which is source and which is target in primary metaphors. The source-to-target orientation of primary metaphors is preserved in composites of those metaphors. In daily life, satisfying purposes that arise from desires requires literally going to some destination. Whether it is an infant having to crawl to where her favorite toy is, a guy having to go to the fridge for a cold beer, a family having to drive to the shore for a day at the beach, or someone having to go to the bathroom too, we regularly have to go to some destination to achieve a purpose. Actions require motion, moving the body in place, or from place to place. A difficulty is something that gets in the way of achieving a purpose. In getting to destinations, difficulties are anything that impedes motion and/or limits progress. Each of the separate primary metaphors making up the system arises by the general neural mechanism that gives rise to primary metaphors. The result is called the spatial event structure system. Again, all of the targets fit together in a consistent frame. And all of the sources fit together into a consistent frame. This means that any of the metaphors in the system can apply together with no problem of interference. When two or more apply together, we get a complex metaphor. 1 plus 2, linear scales are paths of motion and event structure. Examples: he's made very little progress on his thesis. He's ahead of schedule. He's behind schedule. There is a target frame that includes both the amount of progress required and the amounts of time and energy needed to achieve the purpose. That target frame, the amount required frame, is a binding of two frames, the purposeful action frame, the target for metaphor 4, and a frame for relative amounts, a linear scale that is the target for metaphor 1. The mapping circuit for metaphor 1 has connections to the amount part of the amount required frame, and the mapping circuit for metaphor 2 has connections to the purpose part of the amount required frame. The context is defined by which frames are evoked and used. The context could include only the purpose frame or the amount required frame with its neural binding active. Both are possibilities that could occur, depending on whether the gate for the binding that links the two frames is open and activated or is inhibited. In language understanding, the understood context is shown in the language used. Schedule in the examples above indicates where on the path you are supposed to be at a given time. Ahead of schedule and behind schedule indicate that you have either made more progress than required by the schedule and are ahead of schedule or have made less progress and are behind schedule. A lot of effort suggests more effort than is required to be on schedule and thus that one is ahead of schedule. Little progress suggests not enough to be ahead or on schedule, and thus one is behind schedule. The word schedule is typically used with the amount required frame applying to effort for progress, in which case the amount of progress depends on whether the amount of effort required is more or less than what is needed. In a competition there are two or more competitors, but only one can achieve the given purpose of winning. In the race metaphor for competition, the competitors are in a race. Only one can win, the one who is ahead at the finish line. The race metaphor is usually used for a long competition in which there is a regular concern with who is ahead and by how much and who has what amount of resources left to use in the competition. 1 plus 2 plus 4. Examples: Bill's income has fallen far behind John's. The Dow climbed above its previous high. Stephen Vogg's batting average slipped so much that he was traded. More is up. Example, adds a vertical dimension to 1 plus 2 that comes with words such as fallen, slipped and therefore fell behind, and climbed, which are all lexical integrations of 2 plus 4. The use of income, stock prices, and batting average adds a linear scale, metaphor 1, of amounts and comparisons. 3. The objective event structure system in which attributes are possessions, changes are movements of possessions, acquisitions or losses, causation is transfer of possessions, giving or taking, and purposes are desired objects. Examples: he has a headache. He has a lot of intelligence. That noise gives people headaches. He got a headache. The aspirin took away his headache. His headache went away. Dementia robbed him of his intellect. He slowly lost his intellectual abilities. 2 plus 3. Examples: the table has a book on it. He has a lot of strength in his legs. He hasn't an idea in his head. He got to Chicago. She got into Harvard. John got a crazy idea into his head. Get me to the church on time. These are all integrations, commonplace integrations. In the two event structure systems, The targets are the same. Changes, causes, and purposes are obviously the same. A state and an attribute are both something about a person, their happiness, their confidence, their energy level, and so on. The words state and attribute are etymologically derived from their corresponding conceptual metaphors, a bounded region of space for state and an object given tribute plus at, from ad minus, meaning to in Latin. Properties are metaphorically understood as possessions that one can have, gain, or lose. Examples 2 and 3 have the same targets in different sources, location in space, or object possession. There is similarity in some of the metaphorical sources. In both cases, causation is forced motion, bodily movement, or object transfer. Also in both cases, a purpose is something desired, and purpose achieved for a person is being in a resulting location, by a movement, or acquiring a possession, by object transfer. The phrase get to is an integration of two different metaphors for achieving a purpose: 1, a change of possession get, and 2, a change of location to. Both are used to indicate a goal, namely achieving a purpose by either 1, metaphorically acquiring a desired object get, or 2, metaphorically reaching a destination to. This identity of metaphorical targets for two different metaphors allows for integrations, both conceptual and lexical. English has a construction of the form X has Y located at X, a conceptual integration of X has Y and Y is located at X. The grammatical form contains both have and a preposition indicating a location associated with X, hence the table has a book on it and he has a lot of strength in his legs. On is the literal location between the book and the table, while in is the metaphorical location between his strength and his legs. The construction that combines get with to or into is a particularly interesting form of integration. The metaphor used with get as achieving a purpose is getting a desired object. In he got to Chicago, there is a subject matter, target, meaning that he was going to Chicago, which was a purpose that he achieved. The to Chicago is literally about motion to Chicago. The get indicates the achievement of a purpose, which was going to Chicago. Get to integrates these two meanings linguistically to form a single linguistic expression that conceptually integrates the meanings of the two linguistic expressions. This integration works metaphorically as well. Consider he got to the end of the book, in which the process is motion metaphor applies to the process of reading. The two is used metaphorically, not about literal motion but instead about the metaphorical end point of the process, conceptualized metaphorically as motion of reading the book, where finishing reading is reaching the end of the process. The metaphor yielding the achievement sense of get has a metaphorical source domain of active acquisition. But there is also a source sense of get as being a passive recipient of an acquisition, not an active acquirer as in I got your letter. The metaphorical version of this, via the conduit metaphor, is John happened to get a crazy idea into his head and I got the joke. In other words, a crazy idea metaphorically entered his head, with John as the passive metaphorical recipient. The same happens in the phrase received ideas. Here the recipient is not doing anything active to create the ideas but instead is only receiving ideas created by others. The cause-change integration circuit discussed above has, as a special case, the causal use of this get. We can see it in sentences such as get me to the church on time. It is an instruction to bring about the achievement of my purpose of being at the church on time. Any single cascade circuit for both of these uses at once would use integrative circuitry, integrating two or more metaphors. The glass ceiling. The expression the glass ceiling was coined by feminists to describe the widely known limits placed on women in professions that keep them from reaching full professional success. When the expression was coined, it was understood instantly by millions of Americans. Why does it have the meaning that it has? And how could it have been instantly understood by so many millions of people? As we have seen, the integration of metaphors 1 plus 2 plus 4 places achieving a purpose in a competitive situation, winning at the top of a vertical linear scale, as in the American women's soccer team came out on top in the World Cup. Who is the top home run hitter of all time? What will be the top movie of the year at the Oscars? In any professionally run large organization, there is a hierarchy of authority. The primary metaphor it fits is the metaphor control is up, as in she's on top of the situation. How did Putin rise to power? And the government was toppled in Egypt. In such a professional organization, the degree of success is measured by how high one has gotten in the hierarchy. The hierarchy is commonly formalized by having steps, which is expressed in the metaphor climbing the ladder of success. In a university, faculty who have access to such steps are called ladder faculty. The glass ceiling assumes the entire metaphorical structure of the ladder of success. The idea is that while men can climb all the way to the top of the organization, there is a ceiling for women, a blockage they cannot get past, as if they hit their heads on a metaphorical ceiling. Why glass? Because you can see through glass. The metaphor used here is knowing is seeing. Women climbing the ladder and the public in general can see the ladder to the top that women are blocked from reaching. And glass has another attribute: it is brittle. There can be cracks in the glass ceiling, and a major goal of fairness in our society is to break a hole in the glass ceiling. Each woman who creates a crack in the glass ceiling comes closer to creating such a metaphorical hole in the ceiling. The glass ceiling is understood via primary metaphor mapping circuits that are already there in our brains, with existing cascade circuits forming metaphorical complexes such as 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus knowing is seeing. Each of those metaphors is gated and can be activated in milliseconds. The issue of limitation on the rise of American women in the professions has been discussed all over America for decades. By the time the glass ceiling was coined, it could be understood instantly by millions of people. Summary. How is it possible for human conceptual thought, especially abstract thought, to expand and be understood without bound, and for that unbounded range of complex thought to be expressed in language? Here is what this section contributes to a possible answer. Structured embodied meanings arise via many connections between the brain and the body, primary schemas, X-nets and coordination circuits, the physiological connections that form emotions, etc. Embodied idea circuits in the brain are formed via gestalt circuits, mapping circuits, binding circuits, coordinating circuits, integration circuits, and physically realized cascades of such neural circuits. Binding circuits, integration circuits, and cascades create neural control structures throughout the brain, which can be extended over time. The ability to form composite neural circuitry applies to ideas, constructions, lexical items, and linguistic forms. This section has shown how the ability to form composites of ideas, especially metaphorical ideas, can extend indefinitely to create an unlimited range of new meanings, ultimately grounded in connections to the body. A moral: the metaphors we see in figurative language, linguistic metaphorical expressions such as the fiscal cliff and the glass ceiling, are anything but simple, they are conceptually complex. The same is true of expressions that on the surface don't seem metaphorical, such as "she got into Harvard and the table has a book on it." A thorough analysis of primary metaphor systems is required in order to understand not just language that is obviously metaphorical but also much of everyday language that looks literal yet is conceptually metaphorical, with the metaphors functioning conceptually and unconsciously. Case Study 3, Looking Over Without Overlooking. Over's radial semantics. There are over 100 meanings of the term over. Brugman 1981, 1988, first argued that over has a radial semantics, a central sense linked by general processes to a radial network of systematically related senses branching out from the central sense. An extended theoretical discussion of Brugman's research in the context of prototype theory was provided by Lakoff 1987b, Case Study 2, and focused on the details of the general processes forming the radial category. Over's grammar. What the Brugman and Lakoff analyses missed was the fact that the radial senses of over are distributed over several grammatical categories. To get a sense of the problem, consider the following examples. Look over the manuscript, but don't overlook anything. Here the over in look over is a verb particle, while the over in overlook is a prefix. To see that there are many senses of over for a given grammatical usage, consider these sentences. Over is a verb particle in all of them. Turn the pancake over. Turn the page over. Turn the evidence over in your mind. Turn the evidence over to the FBI. To get an idea of how senses of over are grammatically distributed, take a look at this list. Preposition: over the fence, over her divorce, over lunch, over the hill, over the hole. Prefix: overshoot, overthrow, overflow, overindulge, overwork, overcook, overlook, overestimate. Verb particle: send it over, think it over, turn it over, look it over, take it over, do it over. Final state: the play is over, he's over. After he has walked over the Golden Gate Bridge, over and out. As said by walkie-talkie or ham radio operators. Noun: an oversight, an overlook, the overflow, the leftovers, apple turnovers. Adjective, overworked, overcommitted, overweight, overcooked, overdetermined, leftover as in leftover vegetables. From the point of view of their phonology, their sound structure, and their status as words, verb particles are instances of prepositions over, in, out, up, down, and so on. Semantically, verb particles are integrated with the meanings of verbs to create new meanings. Grammatically, they either immediately follow the verb or occur right after a direct object or the first of a double object pair. Their ordering depends on the size of the direct object. If the direct object is short, the particle follows as in he looked it over. If the direct object is long, the particle precedes it as in he looked over the documents found by the FBI. And if the direct object is medium size, say, 2 words long, it can occur either before or after as in he turned over the papers to the FBI, he turned the papers over to the FBI. What kind of cases are there where a particle follows the first of a double object pair, where the first object has the meaning of an indirect object? There are plenty of common cases. For example, I'll cook you up a delicious meal for your birthday. Sonny Gray served Dozier up a fastball, and Dozier hit it out of the park. I handed the students out their graded homework papers. Rockefeller threw the workers down buckets full of dimes, and my father told me how he picked up a few of those dimes. The nurse brought him in a cake baked by his wife. Send me over some students who need a summer job. The technical question raised is how our approach to the neural mind can account for the grammar of these cases while still showing how the radial senses are linked to central sense. This, of course, is a problem for any theory, neural or not. Central over. The central sense of over is above and across. Recall the meaning of across from Chapter 2. Across is a composite of 1, the opposite schema, in which opposite entities are understood as if they were people facing each other, 2, the opposite side schema with a landmark adjacent to 2 non-overlapping opposite side regions, and 3, the source path goal schema with the source on one side and the goal on the opposite side. The path is across the landmark. In Jack swam across the river, Jack is the trajector, the swimming occurs on the path, the landmark is the river, and the path extends from one side, a region, of the landmark river to the opposite side. The central sense of over assumes the meaning of across, with a path above the landmark as in he jumped over the fence. Like the Goldberg case. Adele Goldberg 1995 hypothesized, as noted in the sections above, that the central case of a radial category acts like a general case and that the radial variations based on the central case act like specific variations based on a general case. This works for the case of over. See, look, and cite. To approach the problem, we need a clear idea of the complex conceptual metaphors that are used. A good place to start is the collection of metaphors for seeing and looking, which have been well studied. Seeing is touching eyes or limbs. The extended metaphorical limbs are called a gaze. Examples: don't make eye contact. Their eyes met. Her eyes picked out every detail of the pattern. She ran her eyes over my body. She undressed him with her eyes. My gaze is out over the bay. I can see San Francisco Bay from my window. From my window, I can see all the way to Mount Tamalpais. The sentence she can see over the fence uses the seeing is touching eyes or limbs metaphor. The metaphorical limbs are a visual gaze that extends above the fence from one side to the other. Knowing is seeing. Examples: I see what you mean. He pulled the wool over my eyes. She has blinders on. Keep him in the dark about the new project. Making certain is seeing as an action resulting in perceptual seeing. Examples: see that he does his homework. See that the doors are locked. See to it that the garbage is taken out. Lentalmes 1996, fictive motion metaphor as in the path runs through the woods and the road meanders through the valley, reifies a path of motion, making it a thing, such as a person, that can run or meander. Applying that metaphor to the central sense of over, the path of motion becomes a long thin object extending above and across a landmark, as in he looked over the fence at the house next door and I gazed over the bay at Mount Tamalpais from my home in the Berkeley Hills. There is a covering sense of over as in the tapestry hung over the wall, he sprayed paint over the wall, and a variant with the word all in which a path can go through points or regions that cover a surface as in guards were posted all over the hill and ants crawled all over the wall. In a sentence such as look over the manuscript, the seeing is touching metaphor imposes a gaze that touches the manuscript and moves above and across the writing, metaphorically touching, i.e., is looking at each word as the gaze moves all across each line. The knowing is seeing metaphor combines with the seeing is touching metaphor, indicating that each part of the manuscript should be understood by the reader if the reader looks it over. Now, consider don't overlook any typos. Words such as overlook, overcook, overshoot, overstay, overflow, overestimate, overpopulate, and so on use the above and across meaning but add a context. There is motion toward a destination and a purpose to be served by just reaching, or almost reaching, that destination. 17. But on the other side of that destination point, there is a region to be avoided, and moving into that region undercuts the purpose. 18. For example, if you are filling your coffee cup, it is okay to fill it near the lip of the cup, but if you overfill it, the coffee will overflow, creating a mess. Suppose a river runs through the middle of a town, and the townspeople have built a wall to protect the town from the river during a flood season. If the river rises less than the height of the wall, the town is protected, but if the river overflows the wall, the town gets flooded, which negates the purpose of the wall. That is true of real motion, but it works for metaphorical motion as well. Time is metaphorically understood in terms of motion. When you cook string beans, there is a length of cooking time that will leave the string beans cooked through but juicy and with a slight crunch. If you cook them too long, they will go limp and become tasteless. That is called overcooking, that is, beyond the optimum cooking time. The same will happen if you overestimate how long to cook the string beans. On your birthday, you may want to go to an excellent restaurant to celebrate by indulging yourself, eating rich food that is generally not good for you. There may be a certain amount for food that will make you feel indulged but unharmed. But if you go beyond that, you may overindulge and feel sick afterward. The point is that this excess meaning of the prefix over activates the central above and across sense but adds to it the extra context cited above. And with metaphors applying to that situation, you get the excess sense of the prefix over minus. However, there is another meaning of the prefix over that can be seen in sentences such as the chef de cuisine oversees the cooking staff, he overpowered the intruder, and the citizens overthrew the dictator. The metaphor making certain is seeing assumes the knowing is seeing metaphor. Suppose your job is to make sure that certain norms are met, that the doors are locked at night, that others do their assigned tasks, that dangers are averted, and so on. If you see that some norm is or might be violated, then by knowing is seeing, you will know it and your job will be to see to it that that norm is met. The sense of over and look over with seeing is touching and fictive motion, provides the sense of covering everything looked at. The over adds the sense of being above in the social situation where the norm is to be maintained. That is why oversee means supervise from a superior social position, metaphorically above others, while the metaphorical gaze metaphorically touches those supervised and, via knowing is seeing, allows whoever is overseeing to know what those who are supervised, being overseen, are doing. Overlook has the gaze going above and across and not touching and therefore means to miss seeing, that is, to miss metaphorically knowing. Look over, overlook, and oversee each use the seeing is touching metaphor, which creates a limb-like gaze that reaches out and sees and therefore knows, via knowing is seeing, whatever the gaze touches. In look over and oversee, the gaze touches, sees, and therefore knows. In look over the manuscript, all lines are completely touched and therefore seen. In oversee, there is a supervisor monitoring whatever is being supervised, people, processes, or things. In overlook, the gaze goes above and across, not touching, and thereby metaphorically not seeing and not knowing what the gaze fails to touch. What is needed neurally? We hypothesize that each of these verbs, with prefix or particle, works neurally via cascades that are partially different and partially identical. In each case, the cascade activates the seeing is touching and knowing is seeing metaphors but with differently framed contexts and details, as we have just discussed. In addition, the prefix and particle meanings of over require grammatical integrations but of different kinds. The prefix over creates a new verb when attached before a verb. The particle over follows its verb and remains a separate word, attached semantically and grammatically to create a two-word verb with the grammatical constraints as described above. In each of the prefix and particle cases, frames and metaphors are applied to make use of both the above and across senses of the central case of over but in different ways. Language types and embodiment. We have pointed to two major ways in which concepts arise from embodiment, That is, from the ways our bodies work and the ways we use our bodies. 1. Our brains have XNets, neural networks that execute, that is, perform actions for coordination and control, which characterize events and actions and the manner in which they occur and unfold. 2. Embodied image schemas characterize our structuring of vision and motion, have topological and force dynamic properties, and also allow for the shifting of viewpoint. The dynamics of XNets capture the manner, aspectual, and dynamic features of the action, while the dynamics of image schemas draw attention to spatial and structural state changes, e.g., exiting or entering a state. The major forms of conceptual embodiment have an effect in shaping the possible structures of grammar in the world's languages. The two-type language contrast. Research by Leonard Talmy 2000b and Dan Slobin 2006 has distinguished two types of languages, what might best be called manner-verb languages versus change-verb languages. English is a manner-verb language and expresses spatial change mostly via what Talmy calls satellites. We just discussed two examples of satellites in English, the prefix over and the verb particle over, which share a linguistic form that is differently integrated grammatically and semantically with the verb. Another example is the sentence Harry ran in. Run, the main verb, expresses a manner of motion, and in expresses the spatial change from an exterior to an interior, that is, across a boundary. In a language such as Spanish, the spatial change would be in the main verb and the manner of motion in a modifier. The Spanish equivalent would be translated literally as Harry entered running. The same thought elements are present in Harry ran in and Harry entered running, but they are distributed grammatically in different ways. The language difference corresponds to a difference between how neural doublets link meaning and form, in other words, to a difference in constructions. To further illustrate the difference, here are examples taken from a classic paper by Dan Slobin 2004, The Many Ways to Search for a Frog, Linguistic Typology and the Expression of Motion Events. Slobin discusses how the emergence of an owl in a story is expressed grammatically in 5 languages categorized by Talmy as change-verb languages: Spanish, French, Italian, Turkish, and Hebrew. In these languages, narrators of all ages almost always describe the appearance of the owl with a single path verb meaning exit. Spanish, sail on buho, exits an owl. French, don trou de l'arbre sort un ibu, from a hole of the tree exits an owl. Italian, de quest albero is un gufo, from that tree exits an owl. Turkish, oraden bir bakis sikir, from there an owl exits. Hebrew, yukamai talks haksam yansif, exits from inside the whole owl. By contrast, many manner-verb language narrators at all ages use some kind of manner-verb together with a path satellite to add some sort of dynamic information about the owl's emergence. For example, consider English, German, Dutch, Russian, and Mandarin. English, an owl popped out. German. Weil de ein Uhl plötzlich raus flattert. Because there an owl suddenly out flaps. Dutch. Omdat en fliegt. Because there an owl out flies. Russian, tem viskakilosova, there out jumped owl. Mandarin, fei 1 chu 1 yu 1 z 1 mao 1 to 2 ying 1 fly out 1 owl. The third type. Since the early Talmy-Slobin research, a third type of language has been added to their typology. These are languages that make the two-type distinction but where neither manner nor change takes precedence in grammar. Rather, both manner and change are expressed with equal grammatical prominence. Slobin 2006 calls these equivalently framed languages. Slobin points to 3 subtypes of equivalently framed languages based on morphological criteria. 1. Serial verb languages in which it is not always evident which verb in a series, if any, is the main verb: Niger-Congo, Hmong-Mien, Sino-Tibetan, Tai-Kadai, Mon-Khmer, some Austronesian. 2. Bipartite verb languages, such as the Hokan and Penutian languages described by Delancey 1996, in which the verb consists of 2 morphemes of equal status, one expressing manner and the other path. Talmy 2000b provides a similar description of Nez Perce manner prefixes such as Kwilasa, Galapus and Aoki 1970. Richard Rhodes, Personal Communication, 2003 reports that such constructions are typical of Algonquian, Athabascan, Hokan, and Klamath Take-Elman. Huang and Nankingsing 2004 report that at least one Austronesian language, Sioux, has apparently developed bipartite manner path verbs from serial verb constructions. 3. Generic verb languages, such as the Australian language Jaminjung, Schultz-Berndt 2000, with a very small verb lexicon of about 24 function verbs. For encoding motion events, one of 5 verbs is used, expressing a deictic or a spectual function: go, come, fall, hit, do. These verbs are combined with satellite-like elements, coverbs, that encode both path and manner in the same fashion. In such a language, neither path nor manner is unequivocally the main element in a clause. Slobin 2006, p. 64. What is extraordinary here is that the major bifurcation in embodiment circuitry types, XNets versus image schemas, is reflected in the grammars of the world's languages. How ideas spread. Memes are neural circuits. Viruses spread through the air. Ideas don't. How, then, do ideas spread? They spread via neural recruitment and strengthening through use. That's the short answer. But there's more to it. Richard Dawkins 1976 introduced the idea of the meme in his book The Selfish Gene, seeing the meme as the conceptual equivalent of the gene. The meme concept has since spread enough to make it into Wikipedia, which cites the Merriam-Webster dictionary definition as an idea, behavior, or style that spreads from person to person within a culture. Dawkins saw memes not as metaphorical but instead as physical, living structures in the brain spreading by natural selection, by competition, inheritance, and mutation. There seems to be something important and right about the meme idea. What Dawkins calls a meme is basically anything that can be understood and reproduced, what we would call a neural circuit for ideas or behaviors. And like many neural circuits for ideas, the neural circuit for an idea that Dawkins called a meme can be realized in behavior of all kinds. From our perspective, ideas, neural circuits for thoughts, can spread and either become popular, die out, or just hang around. Are they physical? Yes, as are all neural circuits for ideas. Do they live in the brain? Well, all neural circuits that constitute ideas are made up of living cells. Does natural selection operate? That is the metaphor applied by neuroscientists such as Gerald Edelman 1992. Neural recruitment and strengthening apply. If there are neurons in the right configuration, they can be recruited through use and strengthened by repeated use. If the synapses are not strengthened, the idea will not come into existence. If an idea is not used, it can die off. Natural selection is a reasonable metaphor for that process. Reflexivity, how ideas spread. An idea is constituted by a neural circuit in the brain. If it happens to be activated and crosses your mind, say unconsciously, once with no significant inferences or other effects, it may disappear. That is, the synapses along the circuit will not be strengthened, and the connections within the circuit will cease to exist. There is no synaptic strengthening, no lasting idea. If an idea matters to you, if it has important consequences, and if the idea and its consequences become conscious, you may well think of it again, and the synapses along the circuit may be strengthened. Once strengthened, the idea may be expressed in behavior, or in language, which is a particular form of behavior. Suppose you communicate the idea in language or through a recognizable behavior. Since language and recognizable behavior activate frames and metaphors in the brains of others, and since those frames and metaphors are constituted by neural circuitry, the neural circuitry will be activated and thus strengthened through understanding the language or behavior. With enough repetition of the language or behavior in social situations, the idea will gradually spread. If the language and/or recognizable behavior keeps being repeated, the idea's neural circuitry will become permanent in the brains of many people, and the more the idea is expressed, the more the idea will keep spreading and become stronger in the brains of others. As the idea becomes stronger in the brains of others, it becomes still more likely to spread, a self-reinforcing positive feedback loop. This works especially well when the ideas are unconscious. Since they are not consciously expressed, they are less likely to be challenged. Reflexivity in communication is the self-reinforcing communication of an idea through positive feedback in either language or other behavior. Can the reflexive spread of an idea be halted? Yes, when there are sufficiently strong competing ideas that spread with greater effect. 19. George Soros on reflexivity. The concept of reflexivity has been popularized by George Soros 2008, who learned it from his university tutor in England, the great philosopher Karl Popper. Soros has applied the concept of reflexivity to financial markets. Financial behavior is noticed and understood. Serious investors keep track of their profits. Market fundamentalism, the religion of Wall Street, seeks to maximize profits in as short a time as possible. This is justified as increasing efficiency, where efficiency is seen as optimally using capital to increase investors' profits. Investors look for maximal efficiency, that is, getting rich as much and as fast as possible. Market fundamentalism makes a claim: markets move toward an equilibrium of supply and demand. Soros points out that the claim is false in many cases. He cites the housing bubble. Rising prices attract buyers, whose buying keeps driving prices higher, which attracts more buyers, and so on in a feedback loop. What is the reflexive idea for buyers? Housing prices are rising so high and so quickly that people can always profit greatly by buying a house and selling it soon. The assumption is that no matter what the cost of the house when you buy, you will make a lot of money soon when you sell. Therefore, you should borrow as much as you can, because you can always afford to pay it back and still make money. This is unsustainable. There is no equilibrium. Buyers soon owe more on the mortgages for their houses than the houses are worth. The banks bundle mortgages and set values on the bundle that are unrealistically high. At some point the feedback loop reverses and a new reflexive idea comes into being: the faster you sell, the less you will lose. Selling breeds more selling, which breeds more selling. There is a crash. The system needs to be regulated to prevent the feedback loops. Reflexivity in political communication. Politics is about morality. Politicians put forth policies on the assumption that the policies are morally right, not wrong, or morally irrelevant. Conservatives and progressives have very different, often opposite, views of morality, of what is right. Most people want to think of themselves as doing what is right. Their ideas of what is right, like all ideas, are physically constituted by circuits in their brains. Competing ideas have different, and competing, brain circuits. How are brain circuits strengthened? By being activated repeatedly. Conservative language activates conservative ideas, progressive language activates progressive ideas. Whoever gets their language to dominate public discourse will have their ideas of what is right dominate in society. This is reflexivity at work in political communication. There is a feedback loop. The more the public hears political language from one side, the more the political ideas from that side will be activated in the brains of those who hear the language. And the more those ideas are activated, the stronger their synapses will become and the more likely they will be to think in terms of those ideas. And if they are significantly more likely to think using the circuitry for the ideas of one side, the more they are likely to speak and behave using that side's ideas. This is a feedback loop, which results in the ongoing strengthening and spreading of particular ideas. Reflexivity in the use of political language in public discourse, if unchecked, can lead to political domination. Simply negating or arguing against political ideas may well just make them stronger. Recall that the book title "Don't Think of an Elephant" makes you think of an elephant. If an idea is discussed regularly and loudly and repeated over and over, whether discussed positively or negatively, that idea will become physically represented in the brains of speakers. Neural phonology. Phonology is the study of sound, how words and morphemes sound, and applies to both speaking and hearing. As a science, phonology seeks the generalizations governing pronunciation and understanding. In our neural theory, those generalizations are stated as phonological constructions, linking the mental phonemic level in the mind with the pronounced and heard phonetic level. We use the abbreviations P for phonemic and F for phonetic. The elements at the phonemic level are called phonemes, and those at the phonetic level are called phones. In grammatical constructions, the meaning and form levels are linked via gestalt doublets, circuits going in both directions, from meaning to form and from form to meaning. The circuits are neurally fixed in the brain and in use can operate in both directions. Phonological constructions work in a similar way. Gestalt doublet circuits link the corresponding elements at the phonemic P level and the phonetic F level. In the notation we will be using, each doublet circuit will be represented by a line between the P and F levels. Neurally, the linear ordering of phonemes and phones will be characterized by X-nets, neural networks that control speaking and the understanding of speech. In our very simplified notations, we will just use left-to-right ordering. In modern phonology, as initiated by Roman Jacobson 1968, each P-level phoneme and F-level phone is to be understood as a bundle of their phonological properties, called distinctive features, properties that distinguish one phoneme or phone from another. They are often called just features for short. The distinctive features are embodied and multimodal, with each feature linking the mouth in pronunciation with the acoustic cortex in hearing. The plus sign plus indicates the presence of a feature, the minus sign minus indicates its absence. For example, plus voicing indicates the presence of vocal cord vibration, and voicing indicates the absence of vocal cord vibration. Jacobson intended such embodied distinctive features to be universally valid for all natural languages. In our approach to neural phonology, we will consider each phoneme or phone to be characterized by an integration circuit capable of activating all of that phoneme's or phone's distinctive features at once, allowing it to function as a single entity, an integrated phoneme or phone. In our notation, the integration circuit will be notated as a bracketing of the features, just a list putting the features together, or a single symbol, e.g., T, for the phone or phoneme that has the properties of being a voiceless dental stop consonant. What cognitive phonology replaces? The old theory of generative phonology, Chomsky and Halley 1968, assumed that there were generative phonological rules that applied in typically long sequences, not in real time but abstractly. Although the rules, when formulated insightfully as they often were, seemed to say something real about phonology, the generative theory in which they were formulated took them out of the realm of neural possibility. One of our authors, George Lakoff, was a student of both Chomsky and Halley in the 1960s and had worked through their theory, appreciating the insights that seemed right but frustrated by the neural impossibility of the theory. In 1993, while working with both Jerome Feldman and Srini Narayanan on structured neural computation, Lakoff published a paper titled Cognitive Phonology that anticipated the neural mind theory in many ways, Lakoff 1993. He used ideas from the theory of grammatical constructions, which he had worked out with Charles Fillmore and Paul Kay in the 1980s, see Lakoff 1987b, Case Study 3. What Lakoff took from the Chomsky-Halley theory was the insight of a phonological element to be changed in a given context. The context in the input to the rule is a sequence of phonological elements to the left or right or both of the element to be changed, or features within the element to be changed, together with the features to be introduced by the rule. The output of the rule consists of the features resulting from the change. Rules can also delete or insert whole phonemes, that is, bundles of features. The context can also contain higher-level morphological or word-level information. The basic insight of cognitive phonology is that phonological constructions replace the old Chomsky-Halley phonological rules. In the Chomsky-Halley generative theory, the context always applies to the input to the rule. In Lakoff's cognitive phonology and in our present neural phonology, the context can apply at either the phonemic or phonetic level. In place of a change to a different phonological element from the input to the output of the rule, cognitive phonology has the equivalent of the Chomsky-Halley input at the phonemic P level paired bidirectionally with the Chomsky-Halley output at the phonetic F level. In the Chomsky-Halley theory, rules are ordered top to bottom, cyclically, with the context in the input of each rule. However, Chomsky-Halley rules cannot apply left to right, that is, earlier to later in the utterance. The Chomsky-Halley approach thus misses how real utterances unfold over time, which is possible in cognitive phonology notation, that is, how they apply left to right, earlier to later, in cognitive phonology. As it turns out, cognitive phonology can handle the same range of cases as the Chomsky-Halley theory without generative phonological rules, rule ordering, or cycles. The Cognitive Phonology paper, written with the help of the noted phonologists Larry Hyman and John Goldsmith, went through the basic classical cases of phonological problems that appear to require generative phonology and then showed that cognitive phonology could handle those cases without sequences of generative rules, Lakoff 1993. 20. From cognitive to neural phonology. In general, cognitive phonology analyses can now be reinterpreted as neural phonology analyses in the same way that cognitive grammar constructions can be reinterpreted as neural grammar constructions. In each neural grammar construction, as we have seen, there are two levels, meaning and form. Elements of meaning are bidirectionally linked to corresponding elements of form via gestalt doublets. Thus, a meaning element, when activated, will activate the corresponding form element during language production because they are linked via a gestalt doublet. During language understanding, the activation of a form element will activate the corresponding meaning element because they are linked via the same gestalt doublet. All of the individual correspondences are organized by a gestalt circuit, with the gestalt nodes of each of the gestalt doublets being roles in the gestalt circuit. As in cognitive phonology, lexical items in neural phonology are constructions. In phonological representations of lexical items, the form level is characterized by a P-level phonological representation. Neural phonology links the lexical P-level phonemic representations to F-level phonetic representations. The cognitive distinctive features of cognitive phonology are replaced by neural features. Bidirectional pairing of P-level neural feature bundles with F-level feature bundles are carried out via gestalt doublets as in neural grammar. The left-to-right, start-to-finish processing in both language production and language understanding is carried out by X-nets, neural networks that perform operations as in neural grammar. The examples accounted for in the cognitive phonology paper would thus be accounted for as well by a neural phonology, given neural characterizations of phonological features, Lakoff 1993. Of course, the huge gap here is in neural phonetics, a field seriously under study but by no means completed as of this writing. The takeaways. The main points. Once you take a neural perspective, language looks different, and linguistics changes utterly. Disembodied generative linguistics and formal semantics are gone. Meaningless formal syntax is gone. All language is meaningful. All meaning is embodied, so meaningful language must be embodied. It is embodied neurally. Language learning becomes neural learning and neural recruitment, which depends on prior neural structure in both body and brain. The neural basics of meaningful thought are learned before language is learned. This includes circuitry for X-nets, embodied primitive schemas, logic schemas, basic frames, primary conceptual metaphors, bindings, integrations, and cascades. Meaning does not simply fit reality, which is often claimed by philosophers. In crucial ways, the mechanisms of meaning create reality as consciously experienced, as with the experienced reality of colored objects when we know there is no color in the external world and that in the brain color and shape are computed in separate brain regions and are brought together via neural integration. Our real experience of colored objects is created via our neural systems. Simulation of both immediate reality and imaginative simulation plays a major role in thought. So does viewpoint, called deixis by Charles Fillmore 1977, and viewpoint shift. What has been called the protagonist role picks out a viewpoint from which one is viewing an event. The neural mechanism for viewpoint shift is substitution of one viewpoint for another, that is, a viewpoint substitution of one person, time, or situation for another. Consider how a Democrat might try to understand a political situation from the viewpoint of a Republican or vice versa. Although agent subjects of active sentences and patient subjects of passive sentences have different semantic roles, agent and patient, as subjects both can bear the protagonist role. For example, the difference between seller and buyer in a commercial exchange is defined by the viewpoint taken, who is the protagonist, that is, who is thought of as doing the buying or selling. Viewpoint is neurally complex, using both the mechanisms of place, presumably via place and grid cells, and empathy, circuitry linking motor control, vision, mental imagery, and the embodiment of emotion, that is, the somatosensory system, the amygdala and insula, and the corticostriatal reward system. The aspect of language that is conscious is small relative to the cognitive and linguistic unconscious. Their timescales are utterly different. The neural unconscious functions at the millisecond timescale, while the conscious use of language functions at the 100 millisecond timescale and requires successful neural integration of disparate unconscious circuitry, often from different brain regions, and requires a longer timescale. The idea of a language module or language organ, as proposed by Noam Chomsky, is dead, killed off by our understanding of the neural mind. So is the warehouse theory that memory and knowledge are stored in a single local region of the brain. Embodied conceptual structure may be triggered locally, perhaps prefrontally, but embodied meaning is carried out globally by neural cascades going through multiple convergence zones across the brain and connecting multiple brain-to-body brain regions. Different, often incompatible, cultural worldviews develop across cultures and subcultures. Communication is worldview dependent because we can only understand what our brains allow us to understand, namely what fits our worldviews. The reason is that worldviews are carried out by neural circuitry, and we can only understand what our neural circuitry allows us to understand. In short, our neural circuitry can be seen as a filter on our understanding of reality. Finally, language that is repeated can change worldviews over time. The reason is that morphemes, words, and grammatical constructions have embodied meanings carried out by neural circuits. The more those circuits are activated, the stronger they become and the more they activate the worldviews being used. The more a given worldview is activated, the stronger it becomes, and if a minor worldview is activated enough, it can gradually become major. A change in political worldviews, for example, requires repetition, either external repetition or repetition in one's own mind, that is, repeated activations of the neural structures characterizing our worldviews. The point-by-point takeaway. 1. Since language expresses thought, it uses all the neural mechanisms of thought. Those neural mechanisms appear to be sufficient for language. For example, Gestalt circuits can characterize hierarchical structure, X-nets can characterize linear structure, binding and integration circuits can provide simple constructions, and cascades can characterize complex constructions. 2. The general concept of event structure, causation, and purpose as they are used in constructions, arises from the structure of action coordination and control and is expressible through X-nets. 3. Simple clauses are embodied via the framing of everyday actions and events. Each framing has conceptual roles. These have been characterized in linguistics both by Charles Fillmore's 1968, Case Roles and Semantic Roles, and by Jeffrey Gruber's 1965, Thematic Roles. We owe a great intellectual debt to Fillmore and Gruber. Such integrated ideas are the locus of intellectual complexity. 4. Grammatical relations, subject, direct object, etc. get their meanings from semantic roles via Gestalt nodes linking meaning and form, that is, Gestalt doublets. 5. The mechanism of integration is used everywhere in grammar. Examples include change-state constructions, the milk cooled, and cause-change constructions, he cooled the milk, as well as cause-receive constructions, e.g., I gave Harry a book and I gave a book to Harry. 6. Minor rules, rules limited to specific lexical items and constructions, can be modeled by having a control node for a construction inhibited by a gating node, which can be disinhibited in context by the activation of specific lexical items or specific constructions. 7. Words can have very complex meanings, which can be characterized via neural integration over neural cascades. Overall and largely unconsciously, lexical cascades integrate a great many kinds of embodied circuitry. 8. Over and other prefixes and verb particles have simple central meanings that are extended via frames and/or mappings, metaphoric and metonymic. Prefixes and verb particles are semantically and grammatically integrated with verbs and verb meanings via cascade circuitry. 9. One anaphora works via general mutual inhibition among role fillers, neural decay, and least energy use, also called neural optimization and best fit. 10. The main mechanisms of embodiment are image schemas and X-nets. Languages differ according to which of these, if either, is given priority in the choice of verbal structures. 11. Languages are enormously complex, and there are thousands around the world, many undescribed. This section can only begin to outline an approach to how language is able to be constituted by the relatively small range of neural circuitry discussed in this book. 12. Human conceptual systems and language depend in many respects on genetically inherited aspects of brain anatomy and neural circuitry, which shapes a great deal of our conceptual systems. The rest is emergent and is learned via neural recruitment under conditions of best fit, that is, neural optimization. Language and thought cannot be totally emergent usage-based, because neural recruitment depends on prior structure, not just language use at particular times. We began by asking whether the circuitry types and neural mechanisms for ideas that we have been discussing are sufficient for grammar and morphology as characterized by constructions. We have, of necessity, left much undiscussed. But for the wide range of examples considered in this chapter, the answer seems to be yes. Idea circuitry types seem to be sufficient for grammar. If so, a universal grammar need not be hypothesized and claimed to be genetically encoded as Noam Chomsky has proposed without any idea of what the gene-to-language mechanism would be and how the huge gap between genes and grammars could be bridged. Instead, grammars can be neurally recruited. This is a major advantage of the neural theory of thought and language. No magical gene-to-grammar mechanism is required by the neural theory presented here. Beyond English. There are several thousand languages around the world, most barely described in any detail. The questions to ask for each language are these. 1. Are the neural mechanisms for ideas in all languages the same as for English, even if the specific ideas are different in many details? 2. Are the proposed neural mechanisms for thought also sufficient for the characterization of linguistic form in each language, grammar, morphology, phonology? 3. Are those neural mechanisms sufficient for the constructions linking form and meaning, including pragmatics, in those languages? Such questions, as is common in science, will not be answered soon or without debate. One of our goals in this book has been to be detailed enough so that such questions can at least be asked, solutions can be offered, and, quite likely, our theory can be extended or changed. A full understanding of how our neural systems can constitute thought and language is the object of a great scientific quest. We hope that this book has been a significant step on that quest, and we welcome others to continue the quest wherever it may lead. A note on neural phonology. George Lakoff's interest in phonology and its biological basis came from working closely with the great linguist Roman Jakobson in 1961 while George was an undergraduate at MIT and Jakobson was visiting there from Harvard. It was Jakobson who had come up with the idea of distinctive features in phonology based on how the basic phonological structures came from the physical structure of the mouth. George worked closely with Jakobson on the phonological analysis of Yeats's poetry and in the process learned an enormous amount from Jakobson about how to do phonological analysis. In 1989, while working with Jerome Feldman and Srini Narayanan on structured neural computation, Lakoff wrote a paper titled Cognitive Phonology that looked forward to ideas in this book. This paper became a chapter in the last phonological rule, Goldsmith 1993. With the help of phonologists Larry Hyman and Goldsmith, George showed how long sequences of phonological rules in generative phonology could be replaced by simple phonological constructions, akin to grammatical constructions as devised by Charles Fillmore. Grammatical constructions link meaning and syntactic form while phonological constructions link the phonemic level, called P, to the phonetic level, called F. The neural linking mechanism is the same, gestalt doublets. A line linking a phonemic to a phonetic property in the cognitive phonology paper would be interpreted as a gestalt doublet doing the neural linking in neural phonology. Each neural phonological construction is a fixed circuit capable of linking the P and F levels, indicating the differences and correspondences. Whereas generative phonological rules have contextual conditions in their inputs alone, neural phonology would have contextual conditions at either the P level or the F level. This eliminates the need for the rule orderings required in generative phonology but accomplishes the same effects in a simpler, straightforward way. Feeding versus bleeding. In generative phonology there is a difference between, for example, feeding order and bleeding order for two rules, call them A and B in feeding order. Rule A creates the contextual condition for the application of rule B in bleeding order. Rule A removes the contextual condition for the application of rule B, which then cannot apply if rule A has applied. In neural phonology, feeding and bleeding effects occur for constructions A with a contextual condition at level P, feeding, and for construction B with its contextual condition at level F, bleeding. The feeding effect occurs when contextual conditions at level P in construction A and at level F for construction B are compatible so that both fit. The bleeding effect occurs when there is an incompatibility between the contextual conditions in constructions A and B. This means that the phonetic condition of B does not fit with the phonemic condition of A. Hence, where A occurs at level P, there is no corresponding fit for B at the phonetic level. Afterward, the neural mind versus deep learning AI. We are concerned with the neural mind, with how real human brains think. Ours is a scientific enterprise focused on embodied cognition where the goal is to study how cognitive phenomena arise from the brain and body interacting in a social and physical environment. Neural computation and the models we introduce constitute a technique using computers for modeling how the neural mind works. Our present research, therefore, is part of the human sciences rather than a form of artificial intelligence, AI, which is concerned with building intelligent artifacts. AI is concerned with building systems that learn patterns from human-generated data and cultural artifacts, e.g., text, audio, photos, videos, and use these learned patterns to perform a variety of human tasks, e.g., conversation, answering questions, playing games, generating images. Research in AI is in no way limited to how real human brains think. Indeed, there has been a revolution in AI spearheaded by the amazing success of a decades-old technique called deep learning. Deep learning uses a network of artificial neural network nodes arranged in multiple layers, deep, between the input and output and a stochastic version of gradient descent, e.g., backpropagation, for updating the weights between nodes connecting all the intermediate layers. At every input, or batch of inputs, the gradient descent algorithm calculates the sensitivity of the different weights across all the deep layers to the prediction error at the output layer. The gradient descent algorithm then adjusts the weights of the different cross-layer connections in a direction, in addition to the amount, to minimize the error. The huge success of deep learning has come from recent advancements in both the architecture of the network and the ability to efficiently process and learn from massive amounts of sequential data, e.g., text. The architectural advancement comes in the form of decoder networks that predict and produce the next token, words or parts of words, trained on vast amounts of web data. Some AI systems both encode the input, encoder, and then produce the output, decoder, as deep network towers, each with multiple layers or stages. The learning effectiveness comes from mechanisms of cross-input attention in a technique called transformer networks. Transformers are able to learn and attend to the relevant part of the input by processing all of the input, which consists of a sequence of tokens such as words in a text, and calculating the relevant parts of the context by learning attention weights between parts of the input in successive layers. This allows much larger networks to be trained effectively in parallel and is particularly useful for processing sequential data such as text, video, and speech signals. Transformer-based deep generative networks such as GPT-X from OpenAI and the Google Gemini network are trained on large amounts of web text to predict and generate, hence generative, the next word as the output when presented with a sequence of input text. Such networks learn from web-scale data to both generalize and memorize patterns and sequences of words, phrases, and constructions. Their success, given their goals, has been remarkable. For example, a novel written by AI was shortlisted for a literary prize. Self-driving cars recognize images and then make decisions in real time. A new method combining deep networks with a reward-based learning mechanism known as deep learning has made huge advances in computer game playing, e.g., the Google AlphaGo, and more recently in protein folding, AlphaFold, one of the major open problems in biochemistry. Governments and large corporations are rapidly picking up on the potential of deep learning technology, and AI has become a strategic priority at multiple levels of society. There is an obvious question we can ask about how picking up statistical correlations and generalized input patterns in massive amounts of data including text, images, speech, and video and sets of these sources simultaneously in multimodal networks is related to human understanding. The two processes appear completely different in multiple ways. As we've shown in this book, human understanding is fundamentally embodied and cannot be divorced from emotions, social cognition, and action. As we explored in Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, the brain is not a general-purpose computer but instead is a specific device that has evolved to monitor and control the body. Language and the brain have coevolved so that brain designs and constraints through evolution are matched by linguistic structures and devices. Thus, as we discussed, perception, motor action, decision-making, and language all rely crucially on the architecture, specific brain circuits including timing details, and the functional interaction of these circuits to monitor and control the body. AI is simply a different enterprise than the neural mind, defining a different field of research that is important for other reasons, practical reasons outside of the human sciences. Some proponents of deep learning AI may want to claim a connection to real human thought. But the better way to serve the technology and enterprise would be to remove the implicit or explicit goal of mimicking human cognition and instead focus on the system's engineering and the enormous practical benefit of the models, which have superhuman performance in data-rich statistically based applications in the business, medical, scientific, and commercial sectors. In short, it is important to separate our study of the neural mind in the human sciences from the practical need for massive data processing in vital data-rich applications. They are very different enterprises, and both are vital. In this book, we have been concerned only with the neural mind, and computers are of interest only to the extent that they can accurately model aspects of the neural mind.